Chapter 551 Full occupation. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the tower, Luffy and the generals walked out of the tent. Just now they had arranged the next offensive. After deliberation, they decided to divide their troops into 3 groups. Liu Hong and Liu Oxin each took the road from both sides of Pengzu City to attack from north to south. At the same time, Luffy ordered the cavalry school lieutenant Bai Imu to lead a small group of cavalry to attack south from the middle road to lure the enemy out. The secret guards in the city had already joined them last night. According to the information provided by the secret guards, Pengzu City had no more than 1,000 cavalry, and these 1,000 cavalry also followed the tyrants last night. Now, on the whole, those who are still resisting in the city are the children of the big clans. These clans' children in Pengzu City are higher than ordinary soldiers but below the rich. So they also belong to the minions of the rich and powerful, but Pengzu City has their interests. It is for this reason that they cannot escape and can only continue to fight hard. It's just that the number of these soldiers is not large. After removing the rich tribe, there are now only more than 20,000 soldiers like this in the Pengzu army. They are ordered to stay in the city and continue to hold on. But what they don't know is that they have become abandoned at this moment. Compared with the army formed by this group of clansmen, soldiers from the common people sneaked to surrender to them at night. The army formed by the clansmen of the Pengzu army and the army formed by the common people are 2 independent armies. There is also a huge difference. It was only after this siege that Mikuang let these soldiers from the common people resist in front. This has caused dissatisfaction among many soldiers. Under the deliberate propaganda of the secret guards, more and more soldiers have surrendered. For these soldiers, they don't care who rules them, as long as they can save their lives. It is enough for their families to have food. So from last night to early morning, 6,000 soldiers in the temporary camp in front of the city gate surrendered, and some soldiers went home directly as deserters. Set off. Luffy gave an order. For him, today was the last battle in Pengzu City. He wanted to completely control Pengzu City. He had already sent a victory to King Zhu last night. He didn't want to lose face in front of Xiaoming. After receiving the order, Shiraki led the cavalry to the south of the city. The cavalry he led was the most elite cuirassier of the King Zhu army. Now, in addition to the cuirassiers equipped with sabers, each cavalry's horses are also hung on both sides. Only a short and powerful pulley crossbow. The cavalry was dispatched, and the rumble of horse hooves immediately resounded through Pengzu City. The people in the city were all hiding in their homes at this time and dared not come out, but Nu Ben had always been extremely strict in governing the army. During the occupation last night, no soldier harassed the people. The artillery in the city with buildings everywhere is difficult to make a difference. Liu Oxin can only leave the artillery at the city gate to support them at any time. After Bima set out, they also marched south of the city. At this time, there was a dead silence in the south of Pengzu City, and no one was visible on the street. When Bai Imu led the cavalry first arrived, his face showed a vigilant color. The King Zhu army has always followed Xiaoming's motto and never underestimated any opponents. This time he also did not underestimate the Pengzu army. They relied on artillery to win the city gate, but now it is clear that they will be caught in a street fight. Bima was also the backbone of the King Zhu army. He was one of the earliest members of the King Zhu army. He had been under Luffy before. This time Luffy felt that Bima was comfortable, so he begged Nu Ben to let Bima follow along. Speaking of which, Shiraki has been on the battlefield for more than 10 years and has experienced too many wars. He instinctively felt the danger in the houses on both sides. At this moment he said suddenly, "Bobold." As soon as his voice fell, a sudden rush of footsteps sounded, and then the Pengzu army surged out from the private squares on both sides like a tide. Kill. Soldiers dressed in red linings and coats of scales rushed towards them holding swords, and at this moment, some soldiers with bows and arrows appeared on the roof of the private building. A cold sweat broke out behind Bima. Fortunately, he didn't go too deep with his years of experience. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to lure the enemy this time, but the soldiers would inevitably suffer a lot. Moreover, He did not keep the cavalry in a dense formation between Mercedes-Benz, but scattered forward, so that there was sufficient distance between the cavalry. Before these Pengzu army soldiers rushed out, the cavalry took out the pulley crossbow, and they shot the archers on the roofs of the houses for the first time. Shiraki remembers that the purpose of this time is to find the way and lure the enemy. The goal has been achieved. He is not stupid enough to use cavalry and infantry in street fighting, because this is tantamount to abandoning the most basic advantage of cavalry. Retreat. After a round of shooting, Shiraki immediately ordered their retreat, and it was too late if he didn't leave. Knowing the location of the Pengzu army ambush, Bai Imu immediately sent scouts to inform Liu Oxin and Liu Ohong that they were the main force in the street fighting. In his opinion, the Battle of Pengzu City has just begun. At this time, Liu Oxin and Liu Ohong had heard the movement on the central street. Soon after, the cavalry sent by Baima came to them and told them the information. Search one by one. Liu Oxin frowned. After his order was given, the soldiers immediately divided into a 1,000-man team, and no team was in charge of a private square, advancing from south to north. Liu Ohong also set up such a battle in the east of the city. Boom boom. Gunshots sounded quickly, and under the carpet search, the ambushes of the Pengzu army had nowhere to hide, and the battle soon began in the civilian houses. With muskets, bayonets, and strict training discipline, the Kingzhou army used small platoons to line up and shoot easily. The ground defeated the Pengzhou army hiding in the private square. One after another in the private quarters, Liu Oxin and others set off in the morning, and in the evening the two pushed the front to the south city gate. After a day of fierce fighting, they finally occupied the city of Pengzhou, and they resisted. The Pengzhou army of the People's Republic of China killed and injured more than 13,000 people, and was captured more than 3,000. The Nanjing army also paid the price of 1,000 casualties. General, we have fully occupied Pengzhou city. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Luff appeared in front of the Mies compound. At this time, the soldiers were looking for trophies in the Peng's compound. Luff nodded. When he came, there were the bodies of the Pengzhou army all the way, showing the fierce fighting today. Just now Liu Oxin and Liu Ohong were discussing the issue of prisoners of war. He then said to Luff, General, we captured 3,000 people. How should these people deal with it? Kill all. Luff's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Kill. Liu Oxin's heart burst. Liu Ohong said, General Liu, killing the prisoners is ominous. I hope the general will think twice. Luff's will seems very firm, he said. Needless to say, these prisoners must be killed. Chapter 552 Official Team General Liu. Liu Ohong's face was a bit ugly. Just when Liu Ohong wanted to say something, Liu Oxin suddenly pulled Liu Ohong to stop him. He glanced at Liu Ohong Luff and said, It doesn't matter what killing the prisoners is ominous. I only know that these people are the remnants of the rich family. It is precisely because they are the eagle dogs of the rich family that they will fight stubbornly in the city. Kind. But have they sympathized with our dead soldiers? After a pause, Liu Ohong said, These 3,000 people are just the beginning. When the city was attacked, the general said that they must surrender, or the rich family in the city will not stay after the city is broken. When he first came to Kingzhou, Liu Oxin was puzzled by the Kingzhou army's hatred of the rich. Later, he learned that Xiaoming almost died at the hands of the rich several times, and he gradually understood when the local rich and the barbarian were still colluding with the barbarian. Brother, don't talk about it anymore. This is the consistent policy of His Royal Highness. There can be no rich family in the land under His Highness's rule. Liu Oxin said. Liu Ohong sighed after hearing this. Once the emperor and the courtiers, if they had taken the city before, they would only rely on the local rich family to manage the city. But now everything has changed. He said, General Liu, I was reckless. Lieutenant Liu, you will gradually understand the original intention of your highness in doing this. Luff said. When the setting sun released the last rays of light, a gunshot sounded outside the city or Pengzhou. The last batch of family members and children of the wealthy clan in Pengzhou city were all executed. Then Luff asked the Southern Expedition Army to search one by one, not letting any of the wealthy remnants be spared. It was not that Luff was cruel, but that Luf clearly remembered the destruction caused by the remnants of the wealthy family in Lazut. The wealthy family who was forgiven by Xiaoming not only did not feel grateful, but instead wanted to murder Xiaoming. From this point, he could see that these tyrants were a group of venomous snakes, and the temporary surrender was the dormancy of winter snakes, and they would still bite when they woke up. The order to kill the prisoners this time was his own decision. Although Xiaoming left him room to dissolve the tribe and surrender the land to live in Pengzu City, he still chose to kill those who hated him. More practical. The next day, the Nanxing army was not idle. Luf sent some soldiers to collect the spoils, and at the same time sent Liu Ohong and Liu Oxin to the 6 counties of Pengzu. These 6 counties belong to Pengzu City. Now he has taken Pengzu City. These 6 counties must also be taken. On June 25, Liu Oxinkapai County, Liu Ohongpi County. June 27, Liu Oxinkexin County, Liu Ohongkopa County. June 30, Liu Oxinksui County, Liu O in Hong Kong Shan County. All counties and villages within the city of Pengzu were occupied by the Nanxing army. And on July 1, I learned that Xiaoming had arrived in Pengzu City with a group of officials. Looking at the city wall that was blasted by artillery, Xiaoming said, "Hey, Liu Oxin, this kid also saves some shells to toss this city wall. This king has to send someone to repair it." Ha ha ha. Fiji laughed when he heard the words, and he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness has this important town. It is worthwhile to spend some shells." Of course, Xiaoming was just joking. The successful victory of Pengzu City meant that Wide Eye's south gate had been opened to him since then, and Wide Eye's other cities were only a matter of time. However, he still can't attack the next city right now. He is too greedy to chew. The most important thing now is to stabilize Pengzu City and establish a government administration system similar to the 6 states. In addition, recruit a group of soldiers from the local area to join the Southern Crusade, otherwise his soldiers will only fight fewer and fewer. Your Highness. Knowing that Xiaoming had arrived, Luf led a group of generals to greet him. Seeing Luf, Xiaoming patted him heavily on the shoulder. "Luf, you did not let this king down by leading the army alone this time. It seems that the great general of the southern expedition has to let you continue." "His Royal Highness, when did the last let you down?" "A lot of problems have been corrected at the end of the past 2 years, and I don't want to squat in the dark room anymore." Luf smiled bitterly. "Well, if you know your mistakes, you can make corrections. It's a good thing. There will be some fights in the future. This king hopes that you can lead the side like a new Dudu." Xiaoming laughed. Luf was the first group of generals to follow Xiaoming. In the past 2 years, Xiaoming hid Luf and kept not promoting him because he hated him. On the contrary, Xiaoming was trying to temper Luf's temper, otherwise he could only be a captain. After talking to Luf, Xiaoming looked at Liu Ohong and Liu Oxin, and he said, "They all said that they were fighting brothers and fighting fathers and sons. This time it is said that you have cooperated well on the battlefield." Liu Oxin and Liu Ohong clasped their fists and said, "Thank you for your praise." After greeted the generals, Xiaoming and Fiji and others walked into the city or Pengzu. At this time, the people in the city had dared to walk on the streets. These days, the army did not commit any crimes during the southern expedition. This made the people feel relieved and courageous. Also got bigger. One purpose of Xiaoming's visit to Pengzu City this time was to bring in officials who took over Pengzu City. After these officials took office, they would reform Pengzu City and put Pengzu City under the management of King Zhu. "His Royal Highness, this is the courtyard of the Mies family of Pengzu City." Luf led a group of officials directly to the Mies courtyard. As soon as he entered the yard, Xiaoming couldn't help shook his head and said, "This Mies compound is much more stylish than the king's palace. Look at this vermilion lacquer corridor, this rockery, the carp in the pool, and the carp in this yard. Strange flowers and plants. No, it's just that the area of this yard is 3 or 4 times the size of the palace." The old ministers had heard of the Mi family in Pengzu City when they were in Qian. Today they are indeed a very rich family. It's just a pity that this Mi family is obsessed with it. Still can't see the current situation. The two were patrolling the yard at this time. Luff sent an account book, and he said, "His Royal Highness, this is the property of 36 big clans in Pengzu City, and they will all have been sent. The points are clear. They are all here." Xiaoming took the account book and glanced at it. It recorded the real estate, fields, warehouses, and a lot of gold and silver that he had not had time to take away. Glancing at Luff, Xiaoming said, "You are so anxious to send the account books. Do you want to pay the reward now?" "His Royal Highness, it's not that the last general wants to divide, but the soldiers are drumming in their hearts. I don't know if this bounty system is true or false." Luff smiled bitterly. Xiaoming handed the account book to Fiji and said, "Old F, how much money is the total value of these properties?" "According to the bounty system, we will give out a portion to the soldiers." "Yes, Your Highness," Fiji said with a smile, and he couldn't help but admire. In the war, many generals condone the looting of soldiers, but this would cause the disintegration of military discipline and unnecessary losses. Now Xiaoming asked Luff to turn in all the spoils and then pay the rewards. This not only appeared to have strict military discipline, but it also gave the soldiers who participated in the war benefit and inspired their will to fight. Chapter 553 Jinling Earthquake. The blazing sun baked the city of Pengzu, making people reluctant to stay outside. After handing over the bounty to Fiji, Xiaoming and everyone went to the main hall of Mi's family. This time the battle of Pengzu City was so smooth that Xiaoming was a little surprised. After inquiring about the process of the battle between Luff and Liu Oxin, he gradually realized that the Pengzu army would be defeated so quickly because they were completely unfamiliar with the tactics of the Southern Expeditionary Army. They still used traditional combat methods to deal with his army. Therefore, under the long-range firepower of artillery and muskets, the Pengzu army suffered heavy casualties, and this intensified the fear of the soldiers and caused the morale of Pengzu City to be greatly reduced after the city gate was seized. In view of this, Xiaoming said to Luff, "Now that Pengzu City is taken by us, YD will no longer have natural dangers to defend. From then on, you will continue to attack the city and plunder the land while replenishing your troops with Pengzu City as your base." Xiaoming said groaningly. These days he has been thinking about the current strategy. According to his plan, he will annex YD as soon as possible. In this way, he will not be attacked from the side and can deal with the King of the West. "Yes, Your Highness," Luff said with a bow. An order was given to Luff. At this time, Xiaoming said to Fiji and other officials, "How to manage the Pengzu City that has been captured by the Southern Crusade is your business. In the past few days, you will count the Pengzu City's statistics. Land and actual population. Divide the land into the hands of the people." The equalization of land is a policy that Xiaoming insists on. It is this policy that allows Xiaoming to receive the support of the people of the country. After Fiji came to Kingzu, he has truly felt the benefits of the changes brought about by this policy. Fiji nodded, and he remarked, "His Royal Highness, in addition to the normal field balance, the old minister thought that some good fields should be given out to the people who joined the army to encourage the local people to join the Southern Army, so that the Southern Army can keep growing." "Well, you are right. This is exactly what the king thought. Now the fief can no longer provide soldiers for the Southern Crusade. You can only rely on recruiting from the occupied cities. In addition to taking out a part of the fertile land, you have to post notice to appease the people and bring them back to heart as soon as possible," Xiaoming said in a solemn voice. Fiji and other officials bowed down. After all, he took the officials to Pengzu Fua to formally take over the government affairs of Pengzu City and its nearby counties and villages. Jinling City. The news of the defeat of Pengzu City spread here with the fleeing wealthy family. After Mi Wenyi told King Y all the things he had done before and after, the teacup that King Y held in his hand fell to the ground, and King Y's face was pale and his body was shaken. Uncle Emperor Xiaoqi immediately stepped forward to support King Y. Upon seeing this, 50,000 Pengzu City elites and local wealthy tribes can't be kept for a day. "What use does this king want you?" After a few quick breaths, King Y said angrily. "The visitor detained Mi Wenyi to this king. Ask to cut tomorrow. His Royal Highness, it's not that the ministers neglected their duties. They collapsed before the battle. It is that King Chi's guns and artillery are too powerful. Although the soldiers resisted with flesh and blood, they were of no avail. Mi Wenye was shocked. This king does not need your explanation. The king of Vane values your Mi family. I did not expect that. It is just a bunch of bad people who have a lot of money. Needless to say, Pengzu City is the gateway to Wadi. Now there is no risk to lose Wadi. If Wang doesn't kill you, wouldn't the guards of other cities follow you one by one? Why? Wang cursed. Your Majesty, be merciful. Mi Wenye cried out as the guards dragged him down. Xiao Qi sighed, and said to Wai Wang, the Emperor's anger is calmed down. The current plan is how to preserve the land of the country. This time Xiao Ming is here prepared, aggressively, and we can't just sit back and wait. Wai Wang's fat face was full of frustration. He said, Pengzu City was breached in just one day. How many days can other cities resist? Is it innocent to kill me? How could the emperor be regretting himself at this time? Xiao Ming's land was few, and he made many enemies. At this time, most of his troops were used to guard against King Zhao. Although Pengzu was lost this time, King Chi's army was at a loss. It's impossible to fight again after a period of rest. We take this opportunity to join together and let Qi Wang have no time to go south. How do I say this? Mi Wenye said that Qi's army did not commit any crimes after entering the city. It can be seen that Xiao Ming's ambition is in the world. This move is to calm people's hearts. If this is the case, the next goal of King Qi after Wadi must be Andy. My nephew thinks of this. Shidang sent envoys to form an alliance with King Yan to resist King Qi together. Xiao Qi said. Wang Wai frowned. It's just that Wang Yan has always been guilty. Will he agree? If Wadi dies, King Yan will have the opportunity to directly face Xiao Ming soldiers. Naturally, King Yan knows who is lighter and heavier, and that Wai and Yan are not the same in strength. Even if there is some friction, they cannot overthrow each other, but Xiao Ming is different. His ability to take down Pengzu City so easily is enough to show his strength. Facing such a powerful enemy, he can only resist by joining forces. Well, you are right. Not only is King Yan, but this king will send an envoy to Qing'an and Liang Kingdom. If the alliance succeeds, we will kill Xiao Ming. Wai Wang said bitterly. Xiao Qi nodded, bowed and said, Uncle Emperor, my nephew is willing to take on the responsibility of envoy, in return for the grace of Uncle Emperor. Wang Wai looked at Xiao Qi with pity, and said, why do you need to go there in person for this and other things? Just send a few officials there. Uncle Huang, this is a big deal, and other officials are afraid of breaking the alliance when they go there. My nephew has no other skills, but has studied the vertical and horizontal techniques of Ghost Valley. Xiao Qi said. Wang Wai sighed. Nephew, the emperor wanted to win the throne of this great country for you, but now he doesn't report it himself. The emperor is really ashamed of you. Hearing this, Xiao Qi hesitated and said, Uncle Emperor, my nephew is already let go. Why can't I let him go? If the Uncle Emperor can listen to his nephew's words, it's better to be a minister since then. Prince Xiao, in this way, the honor of the rest of his life can be preserved. In the eyes of my nephew, only King Qi can restore the royal homeland. Xiao Qi, at this time, I will give up the ambition of others and destroy my own prestige. Wai Wang said angrily. Sighing, Xiao Qi said, in this case, my nephew will follow the emperor to the end. Looking at Xiao Qi steadily, Wang Wai didn't say what Wang wanted to say. After all, he waved his hand and let Xiao Qi leave. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he would always live in the shadow of Xiao Ming since the Battle of Kangzhou, and everything now proved his intuition was right. But as the most honored prince, how could he bow to Xiao Ming and claim him? Chapter 554 Converters Dealmaking. PS. There are a lot of things today. There are only 2 changes. Tomorrow we'll make up changes. After 3 days in Pengzu City, Xiao Ming returned to Kingzhou. This time he came to Pengzu just to see the place of Longxing in Liubang. Like many people, he also had a dream of a big man in his heart. The iron and blood and glory of the past made him dream at the peak of power every midnight. There will be blood boiling, and he also wants such a flourishing age. It's just that he also understands that the road is still very long now. Now the domestic problems of Dayu are in a mess, and the expansion of territory is still far away, but the victory of the Battle of Pengzu gave him hope. To fight foreigners, he must first settle down. Now he is determined to solve the problem of domestic vassals first. Only by mastering the unified Great Yu country can he be able to break into the jungle of the Great Voyage era to grab food. Originally, he was planning to live in Pengzu City for a week, but another news came and he had to go back early. According to this year's shipbuilding plan, Dengzhou Shipyard formally delivered 24 warships to the fleet a few days ago. In addition to the previous 15 warships, the Dengzhou army now has 39 warships. For him, these 39 warships will truly ensure that he is unimpeded in the East Asian waters, and can further ensure the safety of the navigation channel. Naturally, he returned to Kingzhou this time not to observe the warships, but to prepare naval cadets from Bowen Academy to go to Dengzhou. The warship is dead, but the Navy students are alive. Weapons can only be exerted in the hands of humans. Therefore, before each batch of naval students board the ship, Xiaoming will come to the Bowen Academy to meet them in person. On the one hand, he wanted to be familiar with his face and strengthen his sense of existence, and on the other hand, he was also to increase the loyalty of the soldiers. After all, once a battleship enters the sea, it is like a wild horse running off the hook. In the Great Voyage era, many regular battleships were finally taken on the road of pirates by the captain, and this was not what he wanted to see. His Royal Highness, there are a total of 160 and 70 students on board this time. Yan also rushed back from Dengzhou specifically for this matter, looking at the energetic students. He was happy from ear to ear, and for him he was not happy to expand the fleet size. All the students who are about to rush to Dengzhou stand in 3 rows. These students will play an extremely important role on the battleship, such as captain, first officer, second officer, navigator, sailor captain, and so on. As for the ordinary sailors and gunners on the battleship, they do not need to study specifically at Bowen Academy, but only need to be recruited and trained in Dengzhou. From today, you will be a member of the Navy, but this does not mean that you are qualified now. For this king, only soldiers who are able to protect the borders of Great Chongqing and the roots of Great Chongqing are qualified to be called the real Navy soldier, and the next time is to test you. Xiaoming said loudly. Yes, Your Highness. The Navy cadets shouted in unison. Xiaoming nodded. Now the soldiers are more and more like modern soldiers. Yan smiled and watched Xiaoming's son's words. After Xiaoming finished speaking, he led a group of naval cadets and said to Xiaoming, "My glory is loyalty. Whether it is in the Bowen Academy or the military, the loyalty of soldiers and officials to Xiaoming is the most important thing." Because of this, Xiaoming let this sentence become the spoken language of the generals and soldiers. This is a subtle hint that makes loyalty become every general and the instinct of the soldier. As soon as he saw the students on board this time, Xiaoming asked the Navy students to disband. At this time, Yan said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness must have known about the Tongzhou port." King Wei cut off the port's supplies, which allowed the warship to cruise. Some difficulties have arisen. Xiaoming nodded lightly. The envoy of King Wei and the king said very clearly, "Since he did not give it, we will seize it. After this time, you will lead the fleet to bomb Tongzhou and cooperate with the boarding. The state army won Tongzhou City. His Royal Highness, the general has long wanted to do this, so why are we suffering from Wei Wang's idleness?" Yan smiled. Xiaoming sighed and said, "It used to be to maintain harmony on the surface, but now it is completely torn apart. By the way, it is one thing to win Tongzhou. Don't forget the most important thing. Keep your eyes on Goguryeo." "Yes, Your Highness," Yan said with a bow. After telling Yan 2 things, Xiaoming walked towards the palace, and along the way he met from time to time the powerful children who could only be seen in Chang'an. Since the Chang'an rebellion, more and more Chang'an nobles have fled to Kingzhou. It is for this reason that Kingzhou has more merchants and powerful children. But now these powerful children are nothing but phoenixes that have lost their hair. They are not as good as chickens. They used to rely on Chang'an City, but they suddenly became lonely in Qingzhou. At first they were uncomfortable, but soon they became merchants to survive. Even Princess Pinying is now doing business honestly in the Chamber of Commerce, but with the name of the princess. Her business is getting bigger and bigger. During this time, she was busy building a white sugar workshop and a dyeing workshop. Xiaoming didn't expect the Chang'an rebellion to bring such a prosperous scene to Qingzhou, because even if these powerful fled, they brought a lot of gold and silver with them. These silver flowers in Qingzhou greatly promoted local consumption. According to Pan Yukun, even the price of houses in Qingzhou city has more than tripled. Thinking about it all the way, Xiaoming returned to the palace. Fu Er and concubine Zhen were talking and laughing in the pavilion in front of the pond. After the initial grief, Zhen's mood gradually recovered, which made Xiaoming relieved. Although Zhenf was only the mother of the predecessor Xiaoming, she has been sincerely helping Xiaoming since he came head of metalnovel.com. He maintains the most basic respect for such a kind and loving woman. Looking at the two of them, Xiaoming didn't bother them, but went directly to his study. The war continues, but the development of science and technology cannot be stagnant. After all, the level of science and technology in Qingzhou is not comprehensive enough, so he will return to compile science and technology materials as long as he is free. This time Xiaoming will recommend converter steelmaking technology. With the introduction of steam engines, more and more industries need steel, and the original crucible iron making has no way to meet the current demand. In the past, Xiaoming did not implement this technology because there was no qualified oxygen-blowing equipment before the steam engine was launched. Now that he has a steam engine, he can use the steam engine to solve this difficulty. When he arrived in the study, Xiaoming started to describe the unfinished parts. A few days ago, he had already completed a part, and now there is still a quarter of the drawings left. Once these drawings are completed, they can be delivered to the steel mill to produce steelmaking equipment. Once the converter steelmaking technology breaks through, the quality of Qingzhou steel will rise sharply, and the barrel will be able to withstand higher strength gunpowder. Chapter 555 Lining Material. The study is very quiet. In a short while, Xiaoming drew the drawings 7 or 788, and then suddenly there was a footstep outside the study. His Royal Highness, the old slave is back. Hearing this voice, Xiaoming put a smile on his mouth, and the person who came was not someone else, but a rich man. This time, Xiaoming suddenly remembered that the converter steelmaking method was not a whim. The most important wish was that Qian Fu found a magnesite ore in Fengjai, and this ore was the material needed for alkaline furnace lining. In 1856, the British Bismarck invented the bottom-blowing acid converter steelmaking method. This method was the beginning of modern steelmaking. It produced a large amount of cheap steel for Europe and further promoted the European Industrial Revolution. However, because this method cannot remove sulfur and phosphorus, its development is limited. In 1879, Thomas' bottom-blowing alkaline converter steelmaking method appeared in Europe. This method uses a converter with an alkaline lining to process high-phosphorus pig iron, further improve the quality of steel. Because of the lessons learned, Xiaoming transitioned from acidic furnace lining to alkaline furnace lining. He didn't introduce the converter steelmaking method before. That was because of material limitations. Now that he found magnesite ore, the material of the furnace lining will not be a problem. "Come in," Xiaoming said. At this time, the door of the study was pushed open and Qian Fu walked in quietly. With a smile on his face, he reached out and took a stone from his arms and said to Xiaoming, "Your Highness, this is the magnesite mine." Xiaoming nodded. The ore cube in Qian Fu's hand was very smooth, with some crystals similar to salt, but Xiaoming recognized it as magnesite at a glance. "It can't be wrong, this is magnesite." Xiaoming grinned, and he said, "Now your prospecting team is getting more and more sophisticated. You have had a good harvest in Lzu during this time." Qian Fu's face is now a little dark, with a smile showing his white teeth. He said, "His Royal Highness, this is also a chance, but Lzu is really a treasure. Not only the Lingmai mine, but also many gold and silver mines just waiting for mining. This gold mine and silver mine will not move for the time being. This magnesite mine must be moved. At least some must be collected and used. Now the world is in chaos. This is because there is silver and you can't buy things. Bartering for goods is the right way. Xiaoming groaned. Just as Qian Defu said, this Lzu is indeed a treasure. Not only is the gold mine the first in the country, but the magnesite reserves are also the second in the country. The discovery of this magnesite is also an accident when looking for gold and silver mines. Found. Yes, Your Highness. The old slave will arrange this after returning, Qian Defu said. In the past 3 years, Qian Defu has suffered a lot from being an old housekeeper to an ore proficient, and it is precisely because of his hard work that Xiaoming passed the most difficult time in the beginning. During this period of time, the prospecting team has also become more mature. After thinking about it, he decided not to let Qian Defu go to mine in person. After all, Qian Defu is now in his 50s. After pondering for a while, he said, Defu, when you come back this time, you should not run around with the prospecting team. This king has established the minerals department in Kingzhou. From now on, you will be in charge of the minerals department and manage the domestic mines. The field will do. His Royal Highness, is there something wrong with the old slave? Qian Defu looked frightened. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xiaoming said, where did you think of going? But you are now older, and there is no one who can talk to your mother and concubine when she comes back from Chang'an this time. In the new year, you can accompany your mother and concubine to relieve boredom. Speaking of concubine Zen, Qian Defu sighed. This time the Chang'an chaos is really pitiful, so the old slave should leave the mine hunting to his nephew. Now he has learned something in Bowen College. We should also let him go out and practice. Xiaoming nodded. The last time he visited the mine, Xiaoming saw Qian Defu's nephew. This time Qian Defu mentioned that he agreed to this matter. The master and servant said something again. Xiaoming took Qian Defu to the backyard. Qian Defu has been on the go during this time, but he has not seen concubine Zen. Manny. Seeing concubine Zen, Qian Defu ran over and suddenly knelt down in front of concubine Zen. His eyes were sour and he started to cry. Since escaping from the dead, only 2 people remain the most important in Qian Defu's life. One is Zenfei and the other is his nephew. For more than 10 years, she served by the concubine Zen, who is the master and relatives of Qian Defu. Concubine Zen was joking with Fua, when suddenly a dark person knelt down in front of him and leaned back in shock, until she realized that this was the rich and the rich. She first gave Xiaoming a blank look. Minga, the mother and concubine let Qian Defu come to Kingzhou to serve you. How can you let him go out to do the hard work of mining? When she arrived in Kingzhou, concubine Zen asked Xiaoming about the trace of Qian Defu, and she knew where Qian Defu had gone. At this time, seeing Qian Defu's appearance was a little bitter for a while. Xiaoming wanted to explain, but he was snatched by Qian Defu. He said, Niang, Your Highness, is because you trust the old slave. He doesn't worry about leaving the mine hunting to others. Concubine Zen sighed. You are the same temper. You have always been a good person. It's fine to come back this time. When are you going to go back? His Royal Highness said to let the old slave stay in Kingzhou, so he doesn't have to go out in the future. Qian Defu said. Concubine Zen nodded, glanced at Xiaoming and said, well, this is almost the same. You will accompany me to talk and relieve my boredom. I have been in Kingzhou for a while. I still haven't been out of the palace. You will accompany me another day. Let me go around in and out of Kingzhou city. Niang, then you leave it to the old slave. Qian Defu said happily. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. During this time, concubine Zen had been staying in the palace, and now she was willing to prove that she was finally relieved of her happiness. After chatting with concubine Zen for a few more words, Xiaoming took the drawing and went to the iron and steel workshop. Qian Defu came back to confirm that the magnesite mine was real, and he could then set up a converter steelmaking production line. Once the converter steelmaking is on the agenda, it means that a large amount of cheap steel becomes possible. But the only flaw is the oxygen-blowing technology in the converter steelmaking. In fact, because of technological limitations, Air was blown instead of oxygen in the initial converter steel making. The real oxygen blowing technology only appeared in 1952. He has also studied industrial oxygen production. King Zhu cannot overcome this technology at all. It is a high technology to condense the air to more than 100 degrees before separating it. Therefore, in view of this, he decided to adopt the traditional method of blowing air. After all, this method was not backward even during the First World War, and it was enough for him to use. Chapter 556 Steel Production Line. The molten steel flows in the crucible mixed with heat waves, and the steel workshop is as hot as a furnace in the hot summer. After leaving the palace, Xiaoming went straight to the iron and steel workshop, and in just a while, his clothes were soaked in sweat. His Royal Highness, it's too hot here. Let's go outside to discuss this. Chen Wenlong persuaded that ordinary people would feel unbearable after staying in this steel workshop for a while, and he worried that this would make Xiaoming not applicable. Looking at the shirtless slave craftsman who was working hard, Xiaoming said, "No, this king is not so squeamish yet. By the way, I heard that the steel workshop has been replaced by a supervisor. Where is he?" Chen Wenlong pointed to the young man who was rushing here not far away and said, "His Royal Highness, the previous one is that he is a student of Bowen College, and he is studying steel production." I mentioned the matter of converter steel making, but later just said that there was no material, so I didn't mention it again. Oh? Xiaoming showed a look of interest. After 3 years of training, more and more students are now entering various workshops in Kingzhou. It is only because of the constraints that they have mastered many things, but they suffer from not having it. Conditions are fulfilled. However, there is no other way. In contemporary his country, he used to be poor and nothing. At that time, overseas scientists returned from scratch. But there was one thing he couldn't compare to. At that time, the whole country was engaged in production. And now his environment is still in chaos, so he can only achieve it in the same way. Menkuo, see His Royal Highness. The young man who claimed to be Menkuo had a slick look. He looked like a scholar, just like the craftsman in the workshop. At this time, the young man was also naked with his arms and black iron filings all over his body. Looking at Menkuo up and down, Xiaoming said, "Chen Wenlong said you came from Bowen College. In that case, this king will test you." This converter steelmaking has high acid and alkaline iron production. "My lord, it's alkaline," Menkuo said. "The acidic lining cannot remove the sulfur and phosphorus in the iron, but the alkaline lining can." "Why go out sulfur and phosphorus?" "For steelmaking, phosphorus is a harmful substance. The presence of phosphorus increases the hardness and brittleness of iron. Good pig iron should contain less phosphorus, while sulfur promotes the combination of iron and carbon, making iron hard and brittle, and has low synthesis with iron. The melting point of iron sulfide causes the hot brittleness of pig iron and reduces the fluidity of molten iron. Pig iron with high sulfur content is not suitable for casting fine parts." As Menkuo said, Chen Wenlong was beaming. Xiaoming couldn't help asking when he saw it. This king asked Menkuo, "What are you happy about?" "His Royal Highness, this subordinate Menkuo was selected from Bowen Academy, and he is responding steadily now, proving that the subordinate's vision is correct," Chen Wenlong said with a smile. Xiaoming was also very satisfied with Menkuo's answer. Regardless of the conditions, at least he had the knowledge. He asked, "What is the oxidant in the converter steelmaking?" "What is the slagging material?" "The only oxidants are iron ore and oxygen, and lime is used for slagging." Menkuo was calm and comfortable. Xiaoming nodded, and asked some deeper questions. Menkuo answered very simply, which made him more satisfied. After a pause, he said, "With you, this king can safely hand over the converter steelmaking production line to you." "Converter steelmaking?" Menkuo exclaimed. "Yes, this king has found the basic lining material for the converter, and now the basic converter steelmaking method has been realized. Next, you have to lead the craftsmen in the steel workshop to produce the converter and build a production line to improve the steel yield." Xiaoming handed the drawings to Menkuo as he said. After receiving the drawing, Menkuo couldn't wait to open it. Just as Xiaoming said, The equipment required for the entire production line was marked on it, and the drawing also had a structure diagram of the specific equipment. Don't be afraid of failure. You can try a few more times if you can't make it the first time, Xiaoming said to Meng Qiu. Any technological innovation will encounter various problems in the early stage. In Xiaoming's view, this converter steelmaking will also have to fail. Only then can we sum up the tricks from practice. But now that this technology has the conditions, then implementation is not far away. Once King Zhu can get a lot of cheap steel, it will be possible to build railroad tracks that consume a lot of steel. Steam locomotives will no longer be a luxury to run in the country. At the same time, the huge increase in steel production will also improve warfare capabilities and make weapon production easier. Most troops will not stay in the cold weapon era as they are now. Meng Qiu read the drawings carefully and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, the next official has been waiting for the realization of this technology. Don't worry, Meng Qiu will build a production line without eating or drinking. Xiaoming nodded. The technical difficulties of converter steelmaking are converter and oxygen blowing. Now the problems have been solved. As for other materials, molten steel shaping and other problems are the same. No further research is needed. In the next few days, Xiaoming and Meng Qiu had been discussing the establishment of the production line, some of which were also delivered to craftsmen for production, and on the 5th day the mine sent the first batch of magnesite ore. This batch of ore was mined in advance by Xiaoming for experiments. After calcination, grinding, and casting, the lining of the converter was formed. After completing this step, the rest is a matter of course. Xiaoming didn't want to continue participating. After all, he didn't want to dispel Meng Qiu's enthusiasm, because in his opinion, a leader needs to be moderately lazy, otherwise the subordinates will develop laziness. Withdrawing from the business of converter steel making, Xiaoming continued to shift his focus to the current chaos. At this time, a news from Wang Xuan made him feel a cold sweat. Wang Wei sent envoys to form an alliance with King Yan, King Zhao and King Liang. Xiaoming asked anxiously. Yes, Your Highness. Wang Xuan's expression was solemn. Moreover, the messenger has arrived at King Yan. It is the news sent back by our spy in Bozu. Wang Wei really seems to have jumped the wall in a hurry this time. Xiaoming's face was heavy, which was in danger of subjugation to him. If the four kings attacked him at the same time, he would be unstoppable. After all, in this era, the superiority of firearms could not completely offset the crowded tactics of the cold weapon force. In fact, the real weapon to end the cold weapon war is the machine gun, and for him, he still can't make this thing. His Royal Highness, if King Y's trickery succeeds, it will be a disaster for us. The lower officials think that we should immediately assassinate King Y's envoy to delay the alliance. Wang Xuan said, This can only cure symptoms but not the root cause. If one messenger dies, there will be a second messenger. What we should think about now is how to destroy this alliance, Xiaoming said bitterly. Chapter 557 See Tricks PS. There is still a chapter below. The original plan was to make changes today, but the work code word was caught by the leader. After a bad meal, the two of them completely tore their faces today and quit. They are in a small county where snails live. It's okay. Even a dog in the company is not as good as a dog. After 4 years of exhausting work, the salary is not as good as a person who has been working for 2 months. I am disappointed. I will be full-time code words from now on. 4 more. Does your highness want to assassinate King Y? There are many guards around Y Wang. How easy is it to assassinate him? Xiaoming shook his head, and he said, This king will also send envoys to King Yan, King Zhao and King Liang to resolve this crisis. After a pause, he said, How do you know about King Yan, King Liang, and King Zhao now? Wang Xuan recalled, and said, Y Wang and Yan Wang are feuds. There had been frictions at the border between Y and Yan on more than one occasion. Soldiers on both sides also suffered fatalities and injuries. As for King Yan after the Chang'an rebellion, he has been very low-key, neither like the King of Chu. Supporting the prince did not point to Zhao Wang's rebellion, but according to the news obtained by the lower officials, The local craftsmen in Bozu have been stepping up to forge weapons during this period, which shows that King Yan also has ideas now. King Yan has always been good at forbearance. He neither supports himself nor has any conflicts with King Zhao. This clearly shows that he is going to be a grassroots. Xiaoming frowned. Wang Xuan continued, as for the King Zhao is now using soldiers against the King of Shu, but the land of Shu is mountainous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Until now, the kings of Zhao and the kings of Shu are only evenly divided, and the kings of Liang and the kings of Zhao are equally ambitious. Recognizing the thief as the father, but with the mediation of the barbarian, King Liang and King Zhao seem to have committed no crimes. However, according to the information received by the lower officials, King Liang seems to be willing to use his troops. The king of Liang regarded the second prince as his own. This king made the second prince be demoted as a common man. He naturally hated him. However, if he wanted to attack the king, he had to pass the Yongqing level. For the time being, it is not a fear, but he is the easiest person to form an alliance with King Y. Xiaoming said. Wang Xuan nodded. As for the barbarians now, it seems that they are taking advantage of the fishermen. King Zhao and King Liang have conquered cities and land during this period. The city in Guanzhong is basically occupied by the two, and half of the spoils obtained by the two are handed over to the barbarians. Long time ago. The barbarians may soon regain their vitality. This news made Xiaoming also worried. Bishan was degraded in the Battle of Jizu, and the Blood Wolf tribe was not as good as before. In the winter of the past 2 years, the barbarians starved to death many cattle and sheep, and their food was stretched. Now the kings of Zhao and Liang are using the wealth of the Great Yu country. Feeding the barbarians is tantamount to feeding the tiger with the body. When the tiger is full and has enough strength, it is time to stretch out its sharp claws. It's just that although he was worried in his heart, he couldn't stop him at all. The only way was to increase his strength and unify the north as soon as possible. Before that, he had to swallow widely steadily without being besieged. Thinking of this, he said to Wang Xuan, "You now call Zhang Xingcheng and Pang Yukan quickly, and this king wants to discuss this with him." Wang Xuan answered yes and turned to exit. Half an hour later Pang Yukan and Zhang Xingcheng appeared in the palace. After he told the information that Wang Xuan had obtained, the two were also shocked. Pang Yukan said, "His Royal Highness absolutely cannot let King Y's strategy succeed, otherwise the situation of the country will be extremely difficult. His Royal Highness, since King Y can send an envoy to join us to attack me, we can also send an envoy to dismantle their alliance. Please hand this matter to the lower official, and the lower official will not disappoint His Highness." Zhang Xingcheng said loudly. Xiaoming looked at Zhang Xingcheng. He said, "This king knows that you are resourceful, but there is no great interest in this matter. It is difficult to break the strategy of King Y. After all, whether it is King Zhao, King Liang or King Yan, this king is a thorn in the flesh." In the past, King Zhao was scrupulous about this king because King Y and King Yang were both the barriers of the king. Now that he is cut off, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not be tempted. His Royal Highness said that, but if King Zhao wants to obtain the land of Bashu, he has already established a 100,000 army at the border of Chenbing. It is very difficult for him to get out to deal with us for a while. This time Zhang Xingcheng can clearly state the covenant between His Highness and King Chu. King Zhao is an alliance with King Y, so we will sell guns and artillery to King Shu, and it will be difficult for him to take the land of Shu. Well, this is a way. But what if Wang Zhao is determined to be an enemy of this king? Xiaoming asked. His Royal Highness, the King of Shu regards the 3 princes as the king, and he is bound to obey the instructions of the 3 princes. If King Zhao comes to attack, we will use muskets and artillery as bait to ask the King of Chu to instruct the King of Shu to attack the border. If King Zhao comes to attack at that time, the rear will definitely empty. How can you lose Qing'an with Zhao Wang's character at this time? Zhang Xingcheng said in a deep voice. In this way, you can convince King Zhao that now only King Yan and King Liang are left, and King Liang doesn't have to go there anymore. He will definitely be a gangster with King Y. Now the most important thing is King Yan, Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun faintly smiled and said, His Royal Highness, the dispute between King Y and King Yan is ultimately due to the land of the country. The place where the contradiction is most concentrated is Shaozu. Since King Y can persuade King Yan to attack us, we are the same. We can also persuade King Yan to join us in attacking Y, but His Royal Highness only needs to agree to give Shaozu and its nearby counties to King Yan. Zhang Xingqing echoed and said, Pang Shufu's words are extremely true. This Shaozu is rich, and the ancestral home of Yan Wang. Wang Yan has always been obsessed with Shaozu. If we allow Shaozu to give King Yan, he will definitely consider it. If he is still obsessed with not comprehending, there is no way. The lower officials can say that between fighting with King Y or just thinking about your highness, the big deal is that we and King Y will truce and fight the land together. Y and Yan will have mutual suspicion, and the covenant will be natural. Unable to reach. As the saying goes, the three heads of the three kingdoms. Liang Xiaoming's purpose for bringing Zhang Xingqing and Pang Yukun to this time is this, he said. In this case, you will set off for Yadi tomorrow, and then go to Zodi. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Xingqing said. Pang Yukun stroked his beard with satisfaction. He said, being able to bend and stretch out a man, Your Royal Highness now knows better than before to abandon the current small profits and seek greater benefits. Pang Shufumo wants to laugh at this king. Actually, this king is just helpless. If this king can fight against the four kings with his own power, then why do you need these conspiracies? The situation in Great Chongqing is no different from the Warring States period. And we are equivalent to the rising Great Qin. None of the other vassals are our opponents. At this time, we will inevitably be in awe, but the big country is able to deal with the relationship between each other with ease. It's all within our grasp. Pang Yukun nodded. His Royal Highness said that it is extremely true, but if King Y has harassed His Royal Highness in this way, he will definitely not be able to make him comfortable. The next official thought he would teach King Y another lesson. This king has already handed over to Yan to handle this matter. Tongzu is only 100 miles away from Jinling City, and along the Yangtze River you can reach Jinling City directly. This time this king wants him to be unable to advance or retreat. Chapter 558 Capture Tongzu City. Exactly, since King Y's heart to destroy the country is immortal, we must conquer the land of Y as soon as possible, and give it back. The minister seconded. The three monarchs in the main hall reached a consensus after discussing. It is said that Zhang Xingqing and Pang Yukun are leaving, and this time the ambassador to Yandi and Chen Zhang Xingqing have to be prepared. After all, this mission is also extremely dangerous. Although the two countries won't be cut off in the war, if they encounter an unreasonable person, it will be in trouble. He was not at ease just for the mission to change someone. After all, Zhang Xingqing's brain is flexible and good at adapting to changes. Maybe he can resolve the crisis. However, he was beyond the reach of this envoy, and the only thing he could do now was to make a quick battle as Pang Yukun said, and completely control YD in his own hands. Thinking of this, he once again sent an order to Yan, asking him to lead the fleet to capture Tongzu, and then bombard Jinling City along the Yangtze River, while asking him to find a suitable landing site along the river. As the saying goes, to capture the thieves first, capture the king. In that case, after he has made preparations, he will directly attack Jinling City, thereby flanking north and south. The next day, Zhang Xingqing and his entourage set off from Qingzhou to Yandi. On the same day, Yan led naval cadets to Dengzhou. After practicing in Dengzhou for half a month, Yan took the 24 battleships and 12,000 Dengzhou troops set off for Tongzhou. 4 days later, Tongzhou City appeared in front of him. Just a month ago, this port was still not available for warships, but now it is being held by many soldiers, and any merchant ships in Qingzhou refused to dock here. Even some merchant ships were maliciously detained, and merchants were arrested as Qingzhou Xizuo. When he got the news, Yan was quite angry. Wang Wei was very ambitious and he was not reconciled to form an alliance with King Zhu. This was not only disregarding the blood of the royal family, but also a naked betrayal. Therefore, the soldiers had long been dissatisfied with King Wei, and now Xiaoming ordered the capture of Tongzhou, which made the soldiers seem to have found a way to vent their anger. At Tongzhou Wharf, seeing 20 warships appearing on the sea, the soldiers guarding the wharf showed a look of fear. They had never seen such warships appearing at Tongzhou Wharf all at once. Now Tongzhou Wharf has clearly rejected any ships in Kingzhou from docking. Now there is only one possibility for so many warships to appear here, and that is war. Quickly report to the general. A large number of warships in Kingzhou have appeared on the sea. The Tongzhou lieutenant who guarded the wharf called. A soldier nodded, and immediately ran toward the city. At this time, the battleships on the sea began to adjust their formation, showing a line-up. After the formation was completed, suddenly a large earthquake like thunder sounded, and the sea surfaced with white smoke and flames, and the black solid bullets were like raindrops. Generally shoot towards Tongzhou Wharf. The soldiers in Tongzhou were shocked. They had never seen such a hell-like scene. The soldiers who were hit fell directly into a pool of blood and died in a miserable state. Everything on the pier hit by the shells was torn apart. Just short time was messed up by Tongzhou Wharf. A volley of artillery shells fired down Tongzhou soldiers looking for a place to hide, but soldiers were constantly hit and let out a dying howl. At this moment, the dock is on Earth. Yan was observing the situation at Tongzhou Wharf through a telescope. He had a deep understanding of wars. Wars have always been tragic, but for the reunification of Great Yu, the war must go on in order for Great Yu to face foreign enemies unanimously. He is not benevolent. He learned this truth from Xiaoming. If he is kind to the king of Wei, there will never be a day when the Great Yu kingdom will never be reunified. If he does not wage a thorough war, the great clan of the Great Yu kingdom will always be unable to eradicate. Perhaps one day history will cast Xiaoming as the #1 tyrant in the ages, but he will not regret what he did today, because there is no rebirth without destruction. Dude Yi, it's up to you now, Yan said to the general standing beside him. This person is not someone else, but it is Yi Qinyan, the governor of Dengzhou. Putting away the binoculars, Yi Qinyan nodded. Finally, it's our turn for the Dengzhou army to go into battle. Soldiers, we will never retreat. We want to show the soldiers of the Kingzhou army that our Dengzhou army is not a fancy. Yes, General. The soldiers roared in unison. Yan smiled and nodded. At this moment, he ordered the soldiers to put down the boat on the battleship. The Dengzhou army descended onto the boat along the rope ladders on both sides and rowed the boat to Tongzhou Wharf. At this time, the artillery fire of the battleship did not stop, and it was still covering the landing of the Dengzhou army. When more than 100 small boats arrived at the dock, the 1,000 soldiers on it immediately seized the important road on the dock. After the soldiers completely controlled the dock, the warships staying at sea moved closer to the dock, which was to prevent the warship from being destroyed by the enemy. When the battleship arrived at the dock, the remaining soldiers began to disembark, and the field guns were hoisted down from the battleship. Yi Qinyan also went to the pier at this time. At this time, the pier was full of soldiers of the Tongzhou army, and more soldiers of the Tongzhou army had fled to Tongzhou city under the fierce firepower of the battleship. Before the attack on the city, Yi Qinyan had obtained the information. There were 40,000 soldiers in Tongzhou city. This is because of the Japanese problem along the coast. However, he was not afraid of an enemy 4 times his own. He also knew the news that Peng Zhaoqing was taken by Lif. For him, he didn't want to lose to Lif. The soldiers quickly assembled. Yi Qinyan left some soldiers to guard the dock, and the rest were all marching towards Tongzhou city. He had so many to prevent the road from being broken. Compared with Pengzhou city, Tongzhou city is a flat place, and Tongzhou Wharf is only a few miles away from Tongzhou city. After walking along the main road for less than half an hour, Yi Qinyan arrived at the bottom of Tongzhou city. Outside Tongzhou city was a large area of open land. Yi Qinyan quickly arranged the soldiers in a line formation. At this time, he looked at the Tongzhou wall. To his surprise, he actually saw the artillery. The king of Wei no longer puts artillery in Pengzhou city, but instead puts artillery in Tongzu. Didn't this deliberately have trouble with me? This lunatic Lu is really out of luck. Although he complained, he still had to think about how to solve this problem. According to his observation, there were a total of 10 artillery pieces on the front of Tongzu City, and what he asked the scouts to observe was that there were 10 artillery guards on all 4 walls. As a result, his idea of attacking a wall without artillery was lost. When he was upset, the artillery captain of the Dengzhou army said, "Do not forget the governor. The artillery sold by your Royal Highness to King Y is the worst. Some artillery does not have a range of 400 meters, and our field artillery is sufficient. After playing 3 miles, our artillery can directly kill their artillery." Chapter 559 Glory in the Money. P.S. There is a chapter at noon. Boom boom boom. The roar of field artillery broke the tranquility of the battlefield. After the artillery lieutenant proposed to use artillery to kill the artillery, Yi Qinyan took this approach immediately. Because it is located on the open plains, Tongzu City has no danger on all sides. At this time, Yi Qinyan is in the rice field that has just been harvested. At first glance, the field of vision is very wide. Deploying the soldiers only 500 meters away from Tongzu City, Yi Qinyan ordered shelling. More than 30 artillery-fired volleys, and the shells slammed into the walls of Tongzu City. 10 artillery pieces were deployed on the front wall of Tongzu City. These artillery pieces were originally intended to prevent Japanese infestation along the coast, but now they have become Tongzu City's first line of defense against the Dengzhou army. However, what Wei Wang and the other vassals would not have thought was that Xiao Ming left them a hand at the beginning. The Tongzu soldiers who were planning to use artillery to attack the Dengzhou army were shocked. The Dengzhou army's artillery seemed to have eyes. Every time the artillery shells were fired, they would fall on the side of the artillery. For a time, the Tongzu artillery suffered heavy casualties, and the artillery on the city wall was smashed by a shell and deviated from its position. Moreover, the city wall of Tongzu is far less thick than Pengzu City in this military town. The front city wall was quickly torn apart, and the soldiers defending Tongzu City were in chaos. Go forward. After solving the artillery on the city wall, Yi Qinyan ordered the soldiers to approach Tongzu City. The soldiers stopped at a position 200 meters outside the city. The artillery reloaded at this time and violently bombarded the front gate. The wooden gate could not withstand the attack of the 12-pounder gun. Soon a hole fell in the gunfire. At this time, Yi Qinyan led the soldiers to continue to approach the city wall. When he reached the position of 90 meters, he ordered the soldiers to shoot. At the same time, the soldiers of Tongzu also began to use bows and arrows to fight back, but compared to the tens of thousands of soldiers who used muskets, the Tongzu archers on the city were insignificant. Under the fierce shooting, the soldiers of Tongzu on the wall of Tongzu couldn't raise their heads. At this moment, a team of thousands rushed into Tongzu. The battlefield was filled with the roar of artillery and muskets. Soldiers in Tongzu City had never seen such a battle before. The city gate that resisted the enemy was vulnerable to the artillery. Outside the battlefield, the people looked at all this numbly. When the Japanese pirates attacked the city, they looked at Tongzu City like this, and now they still look at Tongzu City like this. To them, it doesn't matter who will rule Tongzu City, because in their eyes, this Tongzu City is the place where the powerful people live, and it has nothing to do with them. In their hearts, they only have their own home. Yi Qinyan noticed this situation. Just outside the battlefield, the people watched the battle between the two sides as if they were in a theater, and none of the people raised their arms to help Tongzu City guard the city. He suddenly felt a sorrow. How could it not be the case in Qingzhou before? But now the people of Qingzhou are gradually awakening in the country and national consciousness that the newspaper deliberately promoted. The saying that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world is no longer exclusive to the rich and nobles, and the people gradually understand the weight of this sentence. And what does the country do to me? This kind of subjugation language was also thrown into the dunghill, and it became a degenerate language that everyone spurned. Those who flattered these words had ulterior motives. Charge. The people looking out of the city made Yi Qian suddenly aware of the current situation in Tongzhou. If the officials and generals of Tongzhou win the hearts of the people, how could these people be so indifferent? Presumably, these people must live a hard life on weekdays, and they hate the officials and wealthy people in the city for a long time. With such folk customs, the combat effectiveness of the army in Tongzhou City can be imagined. In addition, there were several generals in Tongzhou City who fled away after the Japanese pirates landed, and Yi Qian's confidence greatly increased. The charge resounded throughout Tongzhou City at this moment. After the thousands of people entered the city, Yi Qian led other soldiers to rush into the city. From the generals to the soldiers of the Tongzhou army, all were frightened by the Dengzhou army's undaunted appearance. With the arrow on the city head, the Dengzhou army wearing a dark green gown looked like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The soldiers of the Tongzhou army facing the battle. The soldiers of the Dengzhou army stood still for a round of volleys, took up their bayonets, formed a tight formation, and rushed towards the enemy. For King Zhu, for bounty. Yi Qian shouted slogans. This sentence further stimulated the blood of the soldiers. For King Zhu, it means loyalty, and for rewards, it is for the rich life. Before they came to Tongzhou, they had heard about the southern expedition. The trophies collected this time by taking down the Pengzhou Chengnan expedition finally totaled 3 million taels of silver, of which 300,000 taels were taken out to reward the soldiers. Except for the generals, which were slightly larger, each soldier was basically allocated 12 taels. Just this battle is equivalent to the salary of 2 years as a soldier. At this time, whether it is for glory and loyalty or for money, they must take Tongzhou City. Kill. At this moment, the Dengzhou army fully exploited the advantages of combining hot and cold weapons. Facing the long-distance enemy Dengzhou army, they stood and fired. In a close-range volley, they charged with bayonet. The Tongzhou army tried to prevent Dengzhou from entering the city with its superior strength. However, in the face of the Dengzhou army's tactics of combining far and near, the Tongzhou army suffered heavy casualties, and soon the Tongzhou army fell apart. In order to save their lives, the soldiers lost their fighting spirit and fled, and for a time Tongzhou City was in chaos. In the chaotic situation, the Dengzhou army was like a broken bamboo, fighting along the north gate to the south gate. After a fierce battle for a day and night, the Dengzhou army fully occupied Tongzhou City. Officially took over the city of Tongzhou by the military. Yi Qian organized soldiers to repair the city walls and gates overnight. This time they attacked Tongzhou and took advantage of its unprepared attacks. Because of their artillery advantage, they were able to quickly enter the city, which allowed many Tongzhou soldiers. Haven't realized what happened, but Tongzhou is an important port in Huaidi, but now there are thousands of large and small merchant ships moored in the port, and these merchant ships are now under Yun's control. At this time, the loss of King Wei of Tongzhou must be furious, because it is tantamount to breaking the foundation of King Wei's maritime trade. The distance from Jinling City to Tongzhou is about 400 miles. Yi Qian believes that King Wei will send an army to seize the city. Therefore, he wanted to repair the city defense in advance, and let Yun transport the city on the battleship to the city. In this way, the Tongzhou city became a copper wall and iron wall. Moreover, Tongzhou city was built by the sea, and Yun's battleship was echoing at this time, and he was not worried about cutting off supplies. This Tongzhou city can provide supplies, and of course they can also transport supplies. According to Xiaoming's order, he will turn Tongzhou City into a bridgehead for attacking Jinling City. After issuing many orders, Yi Qian immediately sent soldiers to pass the Tongzhou battle to King Zhu, and reported the details of the Tongzhou battle to Xiaoming. Chapter 560 Exemption due in the colloquial language. The fire in July is a sign that the temperature changes from hot to cold in a year. 3 days after the Battle of Tongzhou, the situation regarding the Battle of Tongzhou spread to King Zhu, and during this period the converter steelmaking production line was also under steady construction. His Royal Highness, this time he took Tongzhou by surprise. After Wang Wei reacts, he will definitely attack. At this time, Let Yun lead a part of the warships to cruise on the river near Jinling City to make King Y jealous, and at the same time let Luf send cavalry. Huizu pretended to attack in order to contain Wei Wang's troops. According to the current military system, the Tongzhou battle report was first sent to Nu Ben, and Nu Ben, who received the battle report, immediately discussed the matter with Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded. The location of Tongzhou is modern Nantong. It faces the sea in the east and the river in the south. From the Yangtze River in the south of Tongzhou to the west is the Jinling City where the palace of King Wei is located. This time, he took one of Tongzhou in order to retaliate against King Wei for detaining his merchant ship, and the other was to smash a nail in the hinterland of Weidi. This nail will always make King Wei feel painful. At the same time, completely mastering Tongzhou also means that he has a stable coastal supply point, and this maritime trade can also be regarded as a transit point. On the defense of the city, who can compare to this king's soldiers? This time this king asked Yan to bring 500 city defense guns. These city defense guns are all regular artillery, not the type of guns sold to King Wei. Even if he wants to use the Dengzhou army's method of breaking the city, I am afraid he can't do it. Yes, our artillery won't kill his artillery in the first place, Nu Ben said with a smile, and now he finally understands why Xiaoming had deliberately produced a batch of export artillery. It turned out that he had considered the situation today. Handing the battle report sent by Yi Qinyan to Nu Ben, Xiaoming said, "If this is the case, according to the governor, you can now order the Southern Expedition Army to attack Huizhou." "Yes, Your Highness." Nu Ben responded and turned and left. Watching Nu Ben leave, Xiaoming looked at the map of Dayu State hung in the main hall. At this time, Wang Wei's fief was marked by him. There are 13 states in Weidi, among which Bengzhou is a large northern state. Now that he controls Bengzhou is equivalent to controlling 1/10 of the northern territory of Weidi. Now he has occupied Tongzhou, and now there are only 11 states left in the 13 states. And this Huizhou is the contemporary Huiyang generation and is closely adjacent to Pengzhou. This is where he plans to attack next. However, it seems that in view of the defeat of the Battle of Pengzhou, Wang Wei not only increased his troops to Huizhou this time, but also brought 50 artillery pieces to be erected on the walls of Huizhou. Xiaoming dealt with the reaction of King Wei calmly. After all, no matter how many artillery Wei King put out, there was no threat to him. It can even be said that Xiaoming is not afraid of any army in Dayu. His army can compete with the top army like the barbarian. How can he be afraid of these disgusting army? His only worry is that these forces will unite to attack him. He can do it on his own. After all, his firearms force has been established almost 2 years ago. Neither the thinking of soldiers nor the regularization of the army are comparable to those of the armed forces that are still stuck in the cold weapon era and have a lax organization and discipline. He has drawn an X in Pengzhou on the map, and now he has drawn an X on Tongzhou. One of the two X's in the south and the other in the north, just like a huge mouth preparing to swallow the fief of King Wei. Thinking about the next strategy for Weidi, Pang Yukan arrived at the main hall after the announcement. His Royal Highness, the materials that the old Feige people transported from Pengzhou have arrived, including grain, cloth, salt, tea, raw silk, and porcelain. Although the wealthy people in Pengzhou have taken away a lot of gold and silver, most of their property has been left behind. In addition to these things, there are tens of thousands of farming cattle. Eldofj asked the old minister to ask His Royal Highness whether these farming cattle should stay in Pengzhou city or sent to the territory of the country. Pang Yukan said in one breath, "Naturally, it is left to the people of Pengzhou." "Isn't Pengzhou now the land of the king?" Xiaoming asked rhetorically. Pang Yukan hadn't reacted for a while, and then suddenly he woke up. He smiled bitterly and said, "The old minister is confused. His Royal Highness is now going to merge Pengzhou into the state. How can he favor one and the other now?" Xiaoming nodded. "That's the truth." You reply to the old Fch, saying that all affairs in Pengzhou are handled in Fengguizhou and counties, and the people of Pengzhou should be integrated into the country as soon as possible. "Yes, Your Highness," Pang Yukan said. After a pause, Pang Yukun said again, His Royal Highness, now that the 3-year period has passed, according to the truth, it is time to collect agricultural taxes. At the beginning, the king promised the people of the fief to be exempted from taxes for 3 years. It is indeed the time limit for you to say that, but what is the harvest this year? Compared with last year's drought, this year's grain harvest can be regarded as a bumper crop. Moreover, this year's large-scale trial planting of potatoes in counties near Kingsu has also yielded a fruitful harvest. People don't have to worry about eating and drinking. In his view, the current state is really thriving, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, and even have money to buy various commodities. Nowadays, the soap, salt, sugar and other materials sold by the Chamber of Commerce are the most sold in the sealed country. It can be seen that the people in the sealed country still have some surplus money. So, let's start levying this agricultural income. Xiaoming groaned and said, now he can't think of being rich and generous, and now the army is costing a lot of warfare. The bullets and artillery shells shot out are all silver, not to mention the continuous construction of battleships, artillery and muskets. During this period of time, the innovation of military equipment is fast, but this was achieved on the premise that Xiaoming increased the proportion of military expenditure, and the most important point is that after the Qing'an rebellion, prices soared. The prices of these various materials have all doubled, and this has also led to huge military support becoming a financial burden for the fief. What's more, with the refinement of government affairs, this government expenditure has also increased. At the same time, there are public servants who are all over the country. In order to popularize education, he has been losing money and earning praise. All these have forced him to collect agricultural taxes. After all, in this social system where farming is the mainstay, agricultural taxes are still the bulk of taxes. However, even if we want to levy agricultural taxes, we should not use too much force. The result of his negotiation with Pang Yukun was that only 1/10 of each mu of land was taken, which would be enough to ensure that the lives of the people would not be affected. Yes, Your Highness. In that case, the next official posted a notice and asked Kingsu News to publish the matter in the newspaper. Pang Yukun said in a deep thought. Xiaoming nodded. Also, this tax must be clarified. The state government is not allowed to set up names and collect taxes indiscriminately. Otherwise, don't blame this king for using the knife. Chapter 561 Deal with the Dutch. Yes, Your Highness. Pang Yukun looked solemnly. As the head of the cabinet, he is in charge of the government affairs of the country, and where to find money for the treasury is his first task. If something needs money now, Xiaoming will look for him the first thing. Because of this, he always keeps in mind the time of the restoration of the agricultural income. Moreover, Xiaoming's mention of this official is not aimless. As a matter of fact, the taxation of the country is quite chaotic, and the collection of agricultural taxes by the government of the country 3 years ago is also quite chaotic, and some bold officials overcharged it, which roused the anger of the people. This time he restored the agricultural wealth. He was the same as Xiaoming, worried that he would take the opportunity to practice favoritism. After all, the agricultural wealth was handed over to the local government, and based on his experience in the officialdom for so many years, there will definitely be officials wasting. Make a fuss about one thing. This loss has always been extremely popular in Dayu. To put it simply, a bucket is used for weighing when the people hand in the grain. It is inevitable that some grain will be sprinkled on the ground during the weighing process. These grain government offices are not allowed to be picked up by the people. What goes back is then called loss. What's more, some officials will give a kick at the door and let the grain in the bucket fall to the ground. In this way, the people need to make up for the insufficient catties, which is equivalent to the people paying more grain, and these losses have become the officials' own pockets. Xiaoming's mentioning of this incident now also reminded him that the ills in the officialdom of the Great Yu state cannot be repeated in the officialdom of the closed country. Otherwise, what is the difference between the corrupt officialdom of the Great Yu state? After accepting this, Pang Yukun was about to go back. At this time, Li Kaiyuan, led by his servant, arrived at the government office. Seeing Pang Yukun, Li Kaiyuan said, "Pang Shufu, the next official is looking for you. Can the raw silk, porcelain, and tea sent from Pengzu be handed over to the Chamber of Commerce? The next official will do a business with the Dutch immediately. These goods I can leave it to you, but you have to replace it with silver and charge it into the treasury." The muscles on Pang Yukun's face trembled, an expression of unbearable expression. "Ha ha ha, Pang Qingshi feels at ease, that's for sure. No matter how much money you earn, won't the next official hand it over to Eldridge?" Li Kaiyuan said with a grin. Pang Yukun shook his head. "This Li Kaiyuan has always been glib," he said. "I will arrange this when I go back now." Li Kaiyuan arched his hands upon hearing this. Pang Yukun turned and left. At this time, Li Kaiyuan turned to Xiaoming and said, "His Royal Highness, the Dutch merchant ship has arrived at the port of Dengzhou." The envoy sent by the Dutch told the officer that this transaction will only be made of silver, and the officer could not make up his mind. "I came to inquire, Your Highness. Here, you go and tell the Dutchman that we only need half of the silver and let him exchange the remaining half for goods." For Xiaoming, the actual goods are now more practical than silver, but with the prosperity of fief commerce, the hard currency of silver cannot be less, so under the weight, he will go half. "Then what goods does Your Highness need?" Li Kaiyuan asked. "Saltpeter, sulfur, iron ore, and the remaining silver should be replaced with these," Xiaoming said. "Now this is the strategic material he needs most." Li Kaiyuan nodded and continued to say to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, in addition to this, the next official is going to send a merchant ship to Chu area to sell the goods from Kingzhou to Chu area. This time, in addition to the usual goods, white goods are added. Sugar and pendulum clock." "Oh? Should the pendulum clock be sold too?" Xiaoming asked. "Yes, Your Highness. Now the watch workshop has produced 100 pendulum clocks. Merchants in Chu are very fond of these goods and ask us to transport them to Chu." "All the money will be paid?" Xiaoming asked. "How much did you sell each pendulum clock?" With a sigh, Li Kaiyuan said, "If you were under the authority before, you would definitely be able to buy 50,000 tals. It's just like today's disputes. This pendulum clock will sell this silver even if it's skillful." Now Xiaoguan only sold 30,000 tals. It's already pretty good. "If that's the case, you should walk more, so you can make more money," Xiaoming said. Li Kaiyuan nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. This time there are buyers for 100 units." This Chudi accounted for half of the quantity, and the rest was bought by the locals in Kingzhou. "When are there so many wealthy people in Kingzhou?" Xiaoming wondered. "His Royal Highness, this is not surprising. For one thing, most of the powerful in Cheng'an fled to Kingzhou, and for the second time, merchants from all over the country have settled in Kingzhou these days. Naturally, there are more people with some free money in their hands." Li Kaiyuan laughed. He said, "It's just that this wise restaurant is now full of customers, and the number of businessmen joining the Chamber of Commerce is several times more than before." The situation described by Li Kaiyuan made Xiaoming very satisfied. Now that the Great Yu country is in chaos, merchants are looking for a stable place to stay. There is no doubt that Kingzhou is their most desired place now. It is precisely for this reason that merchants gathered in large numbers for a time. And because of Kingzhou's comfortable living environment and prosperous trade, some powerful people are also keen to come here. And the arrival of these people naturally brought a lot of wealth, but now that these wealth are in the hands of these people, he has to find a way to make these people consume a lot in Kingzhou. Thinking of this, there were countless modern methods of making money in Xiaoming's mind. In fact, these people's settlement in Kingzhou and the contemporary emigration of wealthy people are the same. In modern times, every country likes the rich to settle in their own country, because this means the arrival of wealth, and now he naturally cannot waste this opportunity. Well, it's so good. In that case, the Chamber of Commerce must recruit members as soon as possible during this time, and also make more luxury goods to sell to them. Xiaoming grinned. His Royal Highness, this is the strong point of the junior officials, Li Kaiyuan said with joy. The two chatted for a while, before Li Kaiyuan left. The main thing Li Kaiyuan came to visit this time was trading with the Dutch. The following things are just a passing mention. After all, the maritime trade with the Dutch is the focus. And just as he thought, the main goods the Dutch want now are ore silk, porcelain and tea. These three are in short supply in King's, but Huaidi is rich in production. Thinking of this, his determination to take Huaidi was strengthened again. As long as Huaidi was taken, the financial sources of the country would be stabilized, which would provide him with a solid foundation for seizing the north. King Zhao is now in the same mind to win the land of Shu, and he wants to have a stable food supply. In recent years, the north has become more and more bitter, and there is less and less food. Although they don't understand what the Little Ice Age is, they know the actual food output. In Xiaoming's view, Zhao Wang's decision to do something at this time must have felt this. Chapter 562 Shelling Jinling P.S. There are 2 more chapters. A gust of wind blew in from outside the main hall. The coolness that came to his face made Xiaoming recover from his meditation. Now that the soldiers are fighting for him outside, he can only work hard in the fief and develop industry to provide them with strong support. At the same time, in order to face the current situation and future foreign wars, he decided to implement military service. This kind of military service is somewhat similar to modern conscripts, that is, all people in the territory of the country must perform military service for 2 years. For him, this is not only for the reserve soldiers, but also to raise the level of being a soldier again and let the people realize that being a soldier is a very glorious thing. With this in mind, he began to draft the military service law, ready to promote it together with agricultural taxes, so that the people would have this concept in their hearts. That night, he and Pang Yukun met again. After the two discussed the matter, they went to the newspaper and published all the matters of agricultural taxes and military service in the newspapers, and publicized them to the people of the country the next day. When the two were busy with internal affairs, Yun, who received the order, led half of the warships to set off from Tongzhou, along the Yangtze River towards Jinling City. This time they wanted to show King Wei a little bit of color. In order to cooperate with Yikan Yun, Lu Fu also dispatched 5,000 cavalry soldiers from Pengzhou City to Huizhou, and for a while, there was a storm of wind and rain. After the fall of Tongzhou, Wang Wei was bizarrely angry, but when he was about to assemble the army, news of Lu's changes and battleships in the Yangtze River came one after another. This made him immediately caught in a dilemma. Does naivety kill me? In the main hall of the palace of the Wei dynasty, the king of Wei sat in the first place, and below is his civil and military generals. The situation in Wei is getting worse and worse every day, and people are panicking now. His Royal Highness, King Qi's troops are unstoppable. We are not opponents at all. Both Pengzhou City and Tongzhou City fell in one day. This is enough to show the strength of Qi's army. Yeah, Your Highness, if this continues, our state of Wei is about to die, and we can't fight with King Qi like this. It is still too late to make up for the relationship with King Qi. His Royal Highness, for the sake of the people of Wei State, please think twice. The officials in the main hall murmured one by one, and Wang Wei's expression gradually became embarrassed. At this time, the young man standing at the head of the officials said, "Father, now all the officials can see clearly that we are not an opponent of Qi Wang. We can no longer fight against Qi Wang. Please further Wang send envoys to Wei." To sum up, the young man was Xiao Han, the eldest son of King Wei. Seeing that Huaidi was eaten up every day, officials recommended Xiao Han to tell the matter to King Wei. "Hannah, even you." Wang Wei couldn't help feeling sad when he saw that his son was now standing with a group of officials seeking peace. After a violent gasp, Wang said, "Xiao Qi has already been sent to join King He Zongyan, King Zhao, and King Liang. Are you scared now, father? Not to mention that Xiao Qi may not be able to succeed in the vertical alignment. Even if it succeeds, the preparations of the 4 parties are enough for Xiaoming to fight Jinling City. Now Tongzhou has been lost, and the Kingzhou fleet is coming to Jinling City. In case the Kingzhou army lands under Jinling City, can we support it?" Xiao Han said. In his heart, he has always had a deep prejudice against Xiao Qi. He is the elder son of King Y, and Xiao Qi has overshadowed his edge over the years, making him almost non-existent. This time from the very beginning, he opposed fighting with King Qi, but tried his best to persuade him to form an alliance with Xiao Ming, but his suggestions were rejected. Now because of the continual victories of King Qi's army, all the officials and generals have gradually come to his side, and his power has become stronger than ever. You don't need to talk about this again. Before Xiao Qi comes back, this king will not succumb to Xiao Ming. Wai Wang flicked his sleeve and walked directly outside the main hall, not paying attention to civil and military officials. After King Y left, the officials gathered around Xiao Han, and the Huizhou governor said, "His Royal Highness, how can this be good?" Now King Qi's iron cavalry is wandering outside Huizhou city, and it is possible to attack the city at any time. Wait any longer, Huizhou city will be gone. Yes, Huiyangzhou is very close to Tongzhou, and this is also threatened by the army of King Qi in Tongzhou at any time, another official said. Xiao Lenglin laughed. "Father, this is not to see the coffin, not to cry, not to hit the south wall and not to look back. What else can I do now? I can only wait for Xiao Qi to come back." Many officials were still worried. One official said to Xiao Han, "His Royal Highness, as long as you can make King Qi stop, we will all support you." A smile appeared on Xiao Han's mouth. He understood what these officials meant. These people are the children of the big family in the prefectures and counties. Now they are most concerned about their 1 acre 3/4 of land. Now the example of Pengzhou City is right in front of them. After losing Pengzhou City, the Mi family, Lu family and other big clans are like bereaved dogs. Mi Wenye was directly beheaded. The misery of the Mi family made them feel a little bit sad. The only thing they want now is to keep their territory. Therefore, they said cryptically that they actually wanted to tell him that as long as he could make peace with King Qi, they were willing to support him in the position of King Y. The Chang'an example is right in front of them, and these officials can naturally think of following suit. "Thank you for your love. Xiao Wang knows that if the situation is critical then, you can only rely on you," Xiao Han said equally vaguely. Many officials are now leaving behind people with the same ideas. Everyone was talking, and suddenly a rumbling voice came. This kind of voice seemed to be thunder. Gradually, they heard the difference. Xiao Han said, "Speaking of Cao Cao will be here, and King Qi's fleet will be here." A group of officials had long been scared with no expression, and now the army of King Qi was pestering them like a nightmare, making their dorms uneasy. Jinling City and Tongzhou are generally built along the same river, but unlike Tongzhou City, Jinling City is farther away from the river. With a group of officials, Xiao Han boarded the city wall. On the city wall, he looked at the river. 12 huge warships were bombarding the pier on the shore. On the city wall, he could clearly see the white smoke and flames emerging. King Y also boarded the city wall at this time. Looking at this scene, King Y's face was extremely ugly. Now he can only watch these battleships show off, and he can't make any counterattack. "Father, now you believe that King Qi's army can directly attack Jinling City from here?" Xiao Han persuaded. "Father, it is too late to form an alliance with King Qi." Wang Wei's expression was still very firm. He said, "Now that it is already covered in water, it is hard to get it back. Even if you ask for peace at this time, do you think he will let his further pass by Xiao Ming's character?" Chapter 563 Cunning Yan Wang P.S. There is one more chapter. Bozu. When Xiao Qi came out of the Yanwang mansion, she met Zhang Xingqing. He had seen Zhang Xingqing last time when he was on a mission to King Zhu, and knew that Zhang Xingqing was resourceful, and there was no doubt about the purpose of Zhang Xingqing's presence here. Unexpectedly, the news of King Qi was so well informed, and I learned about King Y's plan so soon, but I don't know if the exhibition of the governor's history also brought the assassin who was going to kill me. Xiao Qi sneered. Zhang Xingqing also met Xiao Qi. Just now, Xiao Qi deliberately used Zhang Jishi's words to irritate him. He said, "If you want to kill you, why not come to Bozi in person? And you underestimate your highness. We can also do what you can do, and we can do better." Zhang Xingcheng said. Xiao Qi's face changed slightly, and Zhang Xingcheng's simple words had already stated the purpose of his trip, and he also came here for the purpose of being together. As for why Xiaoming wanted to join forces, a discerning person could also see that he was going to attack King Y with King Union Yan. With a sneer, Zhang Xingcheng didn't want to say anything to Xiao Qi. He turned and went to the Yamwang mansion. Xiao Qi's fame suddenly wrinkled. He has been in Bozu for 5 days. During this time, he not only met the 4 princes, but also the Yan Wang. However, even though he tried his best to persuade, King Yan was vague and seemed to agree, but he seemed to hesitate again. But in general he meant that if King Liang and King Zhao agreed, he would send troops. So this time he was going to go to King Liang to lobby, because he also knew that King Liang had always hated King Qi, and it was not a problem to reach an agreement with him. This time he left. He was planning to go to Liangdai, but now the arrival of Zhang Xingcheng made him feel uneasy. There is only this way to save Weidi. If it can't be achieved, Weidi will be in a situation where he will not be restored. Looking back at King Yan's mansion, Xiao Qi still decided to go to King Liang. At King Yan's place, he had already made it very clearly. He believed that King Yan would not regret his decision. When Xiao Qi left, Zhang Xingcheng had already arrived in the main hall of King Yan's mansion, and King Yan was waiting for him in the main hall at this time. "You are just Zhang Xingcheng? It is said that you also contributed to the Battle of Jizu," Wang Yan said loudly. Zhang Xingcheng raised his head and glanced at King Yan. In his eyes, King Yan was thin, with a long face and wide mouth. He looked a bit ugly, like a donkey face. "His Royal Highness King Huyan is right here, but the merit of this Jizu battle lies with His Highness, not me," Zhang Xingcheng said cautiously. King Yan stared at Zhang Xingcheng, and he said, "First it was King Y, now King Qi. What is going on now? What is the wind blowing you all over?" Zhang Xingcheng Xindao King Yan is indeed an old fox. This is simply a knowing question. As soon as Xiao Qi left, the King Yan pretended not to know anything. So Zhang Xingcheng said, "His Royal Highness, this time King Qi is sending here not for anything else, but to send a great gift to His Highness." "Oh?" "King Qi's gift is hard to see. Let's talk about it," King Yan said with a smile. Zhang Xingcheng said lightly, "Xiaozu, Xiaozu." A gleam of light flashed in King Yan's eyes, which was seen by Zhang Xingcheng. "Yes, it is Xiaozu in Weidi." His Royal Highness has always been thinking about Xiaozu, and now His Royal Highness Qi is willing to take Xiaozu together with His Highness and give this place to His Highness, Zhang Xingcheng said. King Yan was still calm on the surface. He said, "This Xiaozu king is the ancestral home of the Zheng family, but the affairs of this ancestor are the ancestor's affairs after all. When it comes to this king, some things should be put down or not. This the king doesn't want to go to war over this matter. Besides, even if the king takes possession of this Xiaozu, it is not certain who will end up with it." After all, King Yan took a sip of tea, waiting for Zhang Xingcheng's words. "So, King Yan is determined to deal with us with King Y?" Zhang Xingcheng asked. "Neither humble nor arrogant." King Yan blew his breath, and said lightly, "This king is not stupid. This Xiaozu is important, or the safety of Yandi is important. This king clearly distinguishes it. For a Xiaozu, he sits and watches Qi King annex the entire Y land. It's the king who is dealing with it." Zhang Xingcheng became more cautious. King Yan saw it thoroughly, and this was their next plan. It's just that King Yan thinks that the quartet's armies will be able to break through the ground. Maybe not, but it is enough to damage Qi's vitality so that he can no longer embezzle the land of other vassals. King Yan knocked on the table. The strengths of other vassals are not equal. It is generally simple for the king to annex Y, so this king is more willing to believe in Y, instead of digging his own grave for a short time of small profit. Zhang Xingcheng secretly said something bad in his heart. This King Yan was very calm and looked very thorough. He said, "What if your Royal Highness and Weidi ease the relationship? Don't forget that King Y and His Royal Highness are both royal family members. The war is only for some unpleasant things, which is like a fight at the head of a couple's bed and a fight at the end of the bed. Ha ha ha. King Yan suddenly laughed. If I don't know the identity of Xiao Qi, I might believe you, but after knowing his identity, I will understand that King Y will definitely not seek peace with Xiao Ming. Xiao Qi's identity. Zhang Xingqiang looked puzzled. It seems that King Yan did not intend to conceal it. He said directly, this Xiao Qi is not someone else, but the son of King Ning. Back then, Xiao Wenxuan killed King Ning for his throne, and King Y hid his son. It can be said that the King of Y has long been reluctant to raise him. Qi is the son of Xiao Wenxuan. How can he succumb to him? Although the King of Y is extravagant, this king knows that the King of Y is still a bit tough of. Zhang Xingqiang looked shocked. He also heard about this big case of King Ning. King Yan said that he finally understood why King Y refused to form an alliance with Xiao Ming. It turned out that in his heart, he had always held hatred towards Xiao Wenxuan and his descendants. So that's it. Zhang Xingqiang's eyes narrowed, but he still had a killer. He believed that King Yan would not refuse, because in the current situation, this is something everyone wants. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xingqiang's eyes rolled, and he flicked. In fact, His Royal Highness has known Xiao Qi's identity for a long time, so the war with King Y is only a personal grievance. His Royal Highness has no intention of fighting for the world. If you want to guard your country and be at ease, in order to prove his innocence, His Highness instructs his officials to teach you how to make guns. King Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his heart beat violently at this time. I have to say that this condition is too tempting. Chapter 564 King Yan's Conditions. P.S. Today, many book friends give a reward to the snail. To be honest, the snail is very moved. At least she will be with you when the snail is lost. Not to mention, the sixth one will be offered. Musket technology? Seriously? King Yan got up from his seat and walked towards Zhang Xingqiang. He had to be excited. Exactly, Zhang Xingqiang said. According to the information obtained by the secret guard, Zhao Wang has mastered the technology of rolling iron to make matchlock guns, so for the country of Dau, this matchlock gun forging technology is no longer a secret. It is worthwhile to trade a technology that is not secret in exchange for some benefits. Although King Yan and King Liang didn't seem to act rashly, they had always been eager for firearms technology. The spies caught by King Zhu were mostly from Yandi and Liangdai. From this he judged that King Yan must be extremely possible with this matchlock gun forging technology. With a smile on his face, Zhang Xingqiang said, "Now, His Royal Highness should believe in His Highness's sincerity." King Qi has left the housekeeping skills to Dianxia. Then how do you plan to hand over the firearm technology to this king? King Yan asked. It's very simple. His Royal Highness can send craftsmen to King Zhu. We will definitely teach these craftsmen how to produce matchlocks. When these craftsmen return to Yandi, His Royal Highness can make matchlocks by themselves, Zhang Xingqiang said. King Yan's heart was finally messed up, and now his determination began to waver, whether he wanted to restrain Xiao Ming or the matchlock technique. These two questions made his anxious heart uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, he said, "It's better for your envoy to stay in Bozu for a few days, and King Rongben will think about it for 2 days before replying. If that's the case, I will go there, hoping that His Highness can make a wise decision," Zhang Xingqiang said with a smile. King Yan squeezed a smile, and he bowed his hand to Zhang Xingqiang. Zhang Xingqiang understood, turned and left. Watching Zhang Xingqiang leave, King Yan suddenly said, "Come out." As soon as his voice fell, the fourth prince and 2 young men walked out of the cabinet of the main hall. The elder of the 2 young people said, "Father, do you still need to choose?" "Of course it is the matchlock. As long as we have the matchlock, we can compete for the world. Otherwise, even if Xiao Ming is destroyed, there will still be King Zhao, King Liang, King Y, and King Chu in the south. How we were their opponents at that time." "Yes, Dad, this King Y and Xiao Ming have an enmity, but this King Y and we also have an enmity. Helping him destroy Xiao Ming, isn't this helping him?" In the eyes of the son, it is better to let Xiao the King Y tortured by Ming was half dead, but he couldn't allow Xiaoming to completely annex Huaidi. As a result, his Xiaoming's strength could not expand quickly, and the king of Wei was also greatly injured. Another young man said. The four princes' opinions were different from those of the two. He said, "Uncle, we must not fall into Xiaoming's trap. This time the Wei Wang's unity is the opportunity to eliminate Xiaoming in one fell swoop. Otherwise, we will give Xiaoming some more time. No one is his opponent, and letting him go at this time is undoubtedly a problem for raising a tiger." King Yan paced back and forth, and he said, "Your words are reasonable. So now this king is also very embarrassed. If you take a wrong step this time, Yandi will be forever." "Father, don't hesitate anymore. People are not for themselves, and the heavens are destroyed. If there is no gun, it is not difficult for King Zhao and King Liang to kill Yan. After all, the two are behind the barbarian, but if we are equipped with guns and artillery, it will be different. There may be a glimmer of life at that time." "Yes, Father, you have to consider the overall situation." Both of King Yan's sons tried their best to persuade each other. The fourth prince wanted to interrupt, but seeing the indifferent eyes of the two, he suddenly stopped talking. Although he escaped from Qing'an to Bozi this time, the honor once belonged to the prince is no longer there. Now living in the Yamwang mansion, although he is called the fourth prince, he no longer has the right of a prince. The two sons of King Yan also showed up to him many times, which made him gradually understand that he was just an outsider. In the face of his son's frustration, King Yan became more and more excited, but he kept a trace of calmness. He said, "Tomorrow we'll call civil and military officials to discuss this matter." After all, King Yan turned and left. He wanted to calm down and think about it. Suddenly there were only the second son of King Yan and the fourth prince in the palace. "This is the eldest son of King Yan," who said in a strange way, "Four princes, you are not involved in the affairs of the country of Yan. After all, you are the prince of Great Yu, you should go to Qing'an." "Question about Qing'an?" "No, maybe the 13 princes can seal a territory to you when they are happy," said the second son of King Yan. The face of the fourth prince went white and black, and now he finally understands what it means to be under the fence. The two laughed for a while, turned around and walked outside. Before leaving, they deliberately bumped into the fourth prince. Looking at the arrogant appearance of the two, a fierce stern flashed in the eyes of the fourth prince. He had never encountered such humiliation before, clenching his fist tightly, and vowed in his heart that he would clean up the two. The next day, King Yan summoned hundreds of civil and military officials to ask about the envoys of Qi and Wei. What surprised King Yan was that the officials all chose matchlocks. However, in order to limit Xiaoming's growth, the ministers also gave him one very insidious idea. In the afternoon of the same day, King Yan summoned Zhang Xingqing again. This king decided to agree to the conditions of King Qi. King Yan said. Zhang Xingqing was overjoyed. "Your Highness, this is really a wise decision." King Yan waved his hand and continued, "But this king still has one condition. His Royal Highness, please tell me, from now on, King Qi must stop the act of annexing Huaidi and maintain the existing city. Otherwise, even if we don't need musket technique, we will attack with King Wei together." King Yan said. Zhang Xingqing's brows frowned. This King Yan was too sinister and cunning. He was preparing to take advantage of it, and at the same time prevented Xiaoming from completely occupying Wei's land to increase his strength. This question is too serious, and Zhang Xingqing couldn't answer it for a while. He said, "This matter can only be discussed with His Highness after returning to King Zhou after going to Zodi. This king is not in a hurry." King Yan looked as if he was determined to Zhang Xingqing. After hearing this, Zhang Xingqing nodded and turned to leave. Back at the hall, Zhang Xingqing immediately asked the messenger to send King Yan's conditions back. At the same time, he was ready to leave for Qing'an. This was the last stop of his trip. As long as he convinced King Zhao not to participate in this matter, he would really relieved. When the time comes, King Yan will be divided, and only Liang and Wei are left, and Liang Yueyong is resisting. It is not enough to be afraid. The only remaining is King Wei. So the most important thing now is the attitude of King Zhao. After all, King Zhao is currently the strongest vassal prince besides Xiaoming. After cleaning up the details, Zhang Xingcheng and his team set off for Chang'an, and at the same time, Zhang Xingcheng's achievements in Yandi were also passed on to King Zhu. Xiaoming's final attitude will determine whether there will be a big battle in the north. Chapter 565 And the calculation. The King Yan is really cunning. In the King Zhu government office, Fiji is looking at the letter sent by Zhang Xingcheng. He just came back from Pengzu yesterday, and now the Pengzu city government office is officially in operation. Pengzu governor has taken over government affairs of all sizes, so he does not need to stay. Pang Yukun said, the King Yan wants to obtain matchlock gun technology, but also wants to contain us. It is really unpredictable, but he really gave us a problem. Xiaoming had a sullen face. The situation he least wanted to see appeared. Judging from King Yan's reaction, King Zhao would probably be very jealous of his annexation of Huaidi. Sure enough, another 10 days later, Zhang Xingcheng returned from Chang'an with Zhao Wang's reply. His Royal Highness. Now only King Liang has agreed to Xiao Qi's reunion, and the attitudes of King Zhao and King Yan are shaking. Just waiting for our answer, Zhang Xingcheng said. Then what are the conditions for King Zhao? Xiaoming asked. Zhang Xingcheng said, after seeing King Zhao this time, King Zhao originally wanted to threaten His Royal Highness by collaborating, but when the next official mentioned the covenant with King Chu, King Zhao changed his mind. Ask Your Highness not to continue to embezzle Huaidi. He breathed a sigh of relief, and he continued. This time Wang Wei also spent a lot of money to rescue soldiers. It is said that in order to recruit soldiers, he asked Xiao Qi to give Zhao Wang no 8 titles of silver, but now Zhao Wang and Xu Wang are fighting. I don't want to fight on both sides in my heart. So, now only King Liang is willing to send troops? Xiaoming asked. Yes, Your Majesty. The most important thing now is the attitude of King Yan. If King Yan doesn't want to fight, this unity will basically fail. Xiaoming paced back and forth. Now the princes of Dayu are on their own. Every prince has its own interests, and no prince wants to see other princes too powerful. If it hadn't been for his performance to be too strong, it is estimated that Wang Zhao would be the one who has been attacked. After thinking about it carefully, he said to Zhang Xingcheng, in this case, we promised King Yan's condition to provide him with matchlock technology. His Royal Highness, it's just that, do we want to put aside the strategy of Huaidi? Nu Ben is also in the mansion. He is very unhappy about this matter. Now the Southern Expedition Army and the Dengzhou Army are as powerful as a bamboo. This is exactly what they are pursuing by victory. Time. Fiji and Pang Yukun are both old foxes. They looked at each other and seemed to see through Xiaoming's strategy. In order to avoid being besieged by Hizong, we can only temporarily agree to this condition, and now that we have Pengzu City and Tongzu City, we also need time to completely renovate these two places. Now King Wei has involved King Zhao, King Yan, and King Liang. It seems that this time a contract must be signed. Xiaoming looked at Zhang Xingcheng. His Majesty has a great plan. Both King Yan and King Zhao proposed to send envoys to King Zhu, so that the 5 envoys can sign the armistice contract in Kingzhou and maintain the status quo. Zhang Xingcheng said in surprise. Fiji said, this incident reminds the lower officials of the 6 Kingdoms attack on Qin. This situation is quite similar to that of the past. So now we are strong Qin. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun agreed, yes, because of this. These vassals are afraid that we will continue to be strong. This time His Royal Highness's attack on Huaidi seems to have really made them jealous. In this situation, even if Wei Wang does not send people together, I guess the other princes can't sit still. What Pang Shufu said is that this king is also ready to plan after seeing this point. Since they want a contract, we will give them. After Pengzu and Tongzu stabilize, we will continue to win other cities in Huaidi. Xiaoming said loudly. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and now the initiative to attack or defend is in their hands. Nowadays, Bengzu has a population of 500,000 and Tongzu has a population of 200,000. Now they only need time to recruit soldiers from the two places to train into an army. Once they add another 50,000 troops, then even King Zhao, King Liang, King Wei, King Yan, they are not afraid to stand up. Nu Ben sighed. He said, "It's just that the final general still feels at a loss. If we sign this Loshi subcontract, wouldn't it be that King Wei will attack us, and we can't beat him?" This cattle governor is at ease. Since the contract is to be signed, this king naturally wants them to recognize our occupation of Bengzu and Tongzu, and this king has an idea. Maybe we can take the opportunity to take Huizhu. Xiaoming already had a plan in his mind, and then he told the plan to Pang Yukan and others. After listening to the crowd, Fiji looked astonished. He said, "I didn't expect the text to be able to come in this way. The officials are really knowledgeable. If this is the case, Wai Wang and the other vassals are really miserable." Xiaoming smiled and nodded. This time it was not Xiaoming's counseling to sign this armistice agreement. In fact, even if the four kings attacked, he would not necessarily lose, but he never forgot that the barbarians had been staring at the changes in Great Yu Kingdom. At that time, even if he had won, he would have won tragically, and the four kings would have suffered heavy losses. And this situation was exactly what the barbarians hoped to see most. Once this happens, he will no longer have enough energy to deal with the real enemy of the country. Therefore, at this time, he must avoid Wang Wei's co-indulgence. After all, he has already taken advantage of it now, and only needs to digest the fruits of victory. When his strength is further enhanced, Wadi will be completely annexed in a very short time, making King Yan and others too late to react. As for now, he still needs time to digest the land and population he has seized, and the most important thing is that he is preparing to seize an overseas food supply area, which is currently controlled by the Japanese Kingdom of Three Mountains. In this era, the big island opposite Fusu was called Ryukyu, and a series of islands from Ryukyu to Wa was called the Three Mountains Kingdom, which is later Okinawa and nearby islands. According to the information provided by Wang Xuan, the Three Mountains Kingdom has a population of 200,000. Now the Three Mountains Kingdom is forced to pay tribute to the Wa Kingdom and provide a large amount of food to Yamada Nobunaga every year. During the time when Yamada Nobunaga ruled the Wa Kingdom, the food provided by the Three Mountains Kingdom helped. Nobunaga Yamada is busy. In contemporary history, successive dynasties missed the opportunity to regain the kingdom twice. Xiaoming doesn't want to miss it now. Besides, is this a place where food can be provided for free? Therefore, Xiaoming also considered this aspect of the signing of the armistice contract. The supply of food was stable, and he would not worry about logistics in the future. After agreeing on the matter, Xiaoming said to Zhang Xingcheng, "This time you will be responsible for it to the end. You will inform them now that the king has agreed to their terms and ask them to send an envoy to King Zhu to talk." "Yes, Your Highness," Zhang Xingcheng said with a bow. Chapter 566 War of Words. In a blink of an eye, it enters August. After busying for half a month, Zhang Xingcheng passed Xiaoming's thoughts to the four feudal kings, and King Zhao, King Yan, King Liang, and King Wei all sent envoys to King Zhu to discuss the matter. At the same time, after 3 failures, the iron and steel workshop produced the first alkaline converter. The news came and made Xiaoming excited. Negotiations are about to be faced. Now the success of the alkaline converter has given him more confidence in the negotiations. Mass production of steel will enable him to realize the innovation of military equipment as soon as possible. Just like his plan, all he wants is some time. His Royal Highness, this is the alkaline converter. In the hot steel workshop, Menkyo took Xiaoming to a converter that was 2 meters high and 1.5 meters in diameter. Xiaoming looked at the converter with satisfaction. The converter made by Menkyo consists of a truncated cone-shaped furnace cap, a cylindrical furnace body and a ball-shaped furnace bottom, and it looks like a top overall. A trunnion capable of rotating the converter is cast on the steel-making furnace to meet the processes of charging, tapping, and dumping. There is also an upwardly inclined cavity under the side of the converter, which is the blowing port. The converter steelmaking method currently adopted by the Iron and Steel Workshop belongs to the side-blowing alkaline steelmaking method. This is the earliest method that appeared in the converter steelmaking period. However, the subsequent bottom-blowing and top-blowing technology requirements are very high, and he cannot achieve it. But even so, this is enough to meet his current needs. The molten steel produced by this batch of converters is definitely higher than the steel produced by the crucible. It can be said that with the current intensity of gunpowder, he is no longer afraid of bombing. In addition to the air outlet under the side, there is also a small pipe above the converter, which is the molten steel inlet. Well, yes. Xiaoming was very satisfied after inspecting the converter up and down. In addition to the converter, the steel workshop has also undergone a thorough renovation. At this time, the converter is not placed on the ground, but on a support. The lower half of the support is poured into concrete and the upper part is metal. The suspended converter can be rotated by the chain that the craftsman drags and connects, and there are two facilities on one side of the bracket, one of which is used to pour raw materials into the converter and the other is used to tap steel. In general, the equipment in Gangti workshop is still a bit primitive. After all, it will take a long time to automate the equipment. Menkuo is quite satisfied with his results. The busy time during this period is not in vain. Now he is ready to build a second converter production line. Your Royal Highness, we have tried steel making. The quality of the steel produced is much better than before. The problem of phosphorus and sulfur in crucible steel making is finally solved. Really? Your speed is fast enough. Xiaoming smiled. Menkuo said, Your Highness, the trouble is just the furnace lining. The other equipment is the simplest, so it's faster. Although that is said, it would not have been possible without your day and night efforts, but this is only the beginning. You have to continue to work hard. This king can count on you to reduce the cost of steel. Xiaoming said, His Royal Highness, with the converter steelmaking method, if the lower officials can't greatly increase the output, Your Royal Highness will throw the lower officials into this furnace and make them together. Menkuo assured him that he was humorous. With a smile on his face, Xiaoming said, If this is the case, what is the difference between the king and the tyrant? But if you don't do it well, the replacement of the king is certain. Yes, Your Highness. Menkuo smiled. After wandering in the steel workshop for a while, Zhang Xingcheng sent someone to look for him. Originally, Xiaoming was going to slowly talk nonsense with the four-party messenger today and sign a contract, but because he was happy, he put the matter aside and came here specially. When Zhang Xingcheng looked for someone and found that Xiaoming was no longer in the palace, he sent someone to find Xiaoming. After giving a few more words to Menkuo, Xiaoming slowly walked towards the King's government office. When he arrived, he found that Zhang Xingcheng was arguing with the four messengers in a mess. What's the matter? When did the government office become a busy city? Xiaoming said as he walked in. Seeing Xiaoming's arrival, Zhang Xingcheng said, His Royal Highness, we were discussing this contract just now. Xiaoming nodded. At this moment, he looked at the other four people. The envoy of King Y was not someone else. It was still Xiaoqi. He also knew the envoy sent by King Zhao, who turned out to be Wang Zai, who served Queen Zhao. As for the envoy of King Yan and King Liang, he didn't even know him. Noting Xiaoming's look, the envoy of King Yan called out, In the next, see Your Royal Highness, Kui Zhang, second son of King Yan. It turned out to be the prince. Please sit down, please sit down, Xiaoming said with a smile. Kui Zhang took his seat. He didn't have to come in person this time, but because the skill of the matchlock was too important, King Yan had to send his second son to King Zhu. The envoy of King Liang always had a cold look on his face. After the envoy of King Yan introduced himself, he said lightly, Here, Zheng Hao has met His Royal Highness Qi. After Zheng Hao, Xiao Qi and Wang Zai chatted with Xiaoming respectively. On the surface, the etiquette is over, and now it is the topic. The most angry person this time is Xiao Qi. He ran a hard lap, but after looking back, King Yan and King Zhao both offered the conditions for humiliating Widi. At this time, he had to change his view of Xiaoming. The real conditions have actually been reached under the negotiating table. Neither Kui Jiang nor Wang Zai wanted to waste time. They were silent for a while. Kui Jiang first said, "Your Highness, the purpose of our coming today is to stop the annexation of Wadi." Now that His Royal Highness has agreed to this matter, he wrote it down in black and white, using the contract as proof. "Yes, you all understand. Don't waste any more time now." Wang Zai also said. Xiao Qi naturally knew that King Yan and King Zhao had achieved ulterior goals with Xiao Ming. He said, "Two messengers, what you promised your highness has nothing to do with us. Since your highness is going to truce now, it is better to bring Peng Zhu and Tong Zhu handed over to discuss this matter." Zheng Hao also said, "Emissary Xiao said that his highness has captured the two cities of Wadi, and there is no reason to truce without handing them over. Isn't it that your highness is taking advantage of everything?" Xiao Ming said indifferently, "So, do you disagree with King Yan, King Zhao and this king's ideas? When you come this time?" "Exactly, we will truce only when your highness surrenders Pengzu City and Tongzu City." Xiao Qi's tone was firm. Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Qi unexpectedly, suddenly showing a playful smile. And then he looked at Kui Jiang and Wang Zai. "You two, you have also seen it. This is the aggressive King Y. It seems that this truce contract cannot be signed." Kui Jiang and Wang Zai suddenly became annoyed. They weakened King Y, and at the same time, it was their purpose to restrain Xiao Ming's hands and feet. They didn't want to ruin their good deeds because of the two cities of King Y. Chapter 667 Raiders in Huizhu PS. One more chapter. "Xiao Qi, what do you mean?" Kui Jiang was young and energetic. He had just walked through the scene and took away the musket skills from King Zhu by the way. Now Xiao Qi broke his plan at once. Xiao Qi looked at Kui Jiang with a sneer. "This is the city of Wadi. Of course Kui Shizi will not feel distressed, but if you don't feel distressed, Wang Wei is extremely distressed." When Wang Zai heard the words, he smiled strangely. "Xiao Qi, I don't know if you are ignorant or why Wang is ignorant. Don't forget, if it weren't for the persuasion of His Royal Highness King Qi from King Yan and King Zhao, now you have a chance to talk about it." "Nothing." Wang Shilang said so. Kui Jiang echoed. Zheng Hao said, "The ability of the two to reverse black and white is really extraordinary." The territories of the vassal kingdoms were set before the emperor. This is clearly written in the imperial edict. Now the king of Qi has invaded the king of Y city. How is this different from rebellion and treason? Xiao Ming looked at Zheng Hao at this time and said, "This king is treason. Then what is the crime of Liang Wang colluding with foreigners to try to seize Chang'an? What is the crime of Liang Wang colluding with Shaanxi merchants to sell large amounts of supplies to the barbarians?" His Royal Highness said carefully, "Liang Wang has always been loyal to the country of Dau, and has never done so." Zheng Hao bowed. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed. This truce contract was originally a piece of waste paper to him. He wasted so many Zhujiang just to paralyze them and secretly grow. It's just that now this negotiation has clearly exceeded his expectations, and the situation is developing in an unknowable direction. He can't help but sigh. It's really not as good as heaven. Kui Jiang and Wang Zai looked at Zheng Hao at the same time. This incident of King Liang colluding with the barbarians is well known in the world, and Zheng Hao would really open his eyes and talk nonsense. Now that it's all for this, Xiao Ming didn't bother to save face for Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao. After refuting Zheng Hao, he looked at Xiao Qi and said, "Don't think that the king does not know that the king is playing." "What idea? Xiao Qi, do you know who King Ning is?" As soon as the word King was exited, the room immediately became quiet, but Xiao Qi's expression changed drastically. Xiao Ming continued, "When the first emperor punished King Ning for conspiracy, only one young son disappeared. This person is you, right? I don't know what it means for King Y to keep you by his side these years." Also, 6 years ago, the king of Y and the tycoons of King Zhu once colluded to try to murder this king. In the Battle of Jizhu, the king of Y sent such a weak army. It is also to see that this king was defeated by the barbarian. How about the next two cities, Even if the entire Y land is taken, is Wang Wai still eligible to sit on royal land? Xiao Qi's face suddenly turned red and white when he heard this, while Wang Zai and Zheng Hao looked at Xiao Qi in surprise. Only Kui Jiang's eyes flickered, because this was what King Yan deliberately revealed. The reason for this is to prevent Xiao Ming from reconciling with Wai Wang. What? Let the king say it? Xiao Ming sneered again and again, and he said, now that the 4 envoys have arrived in Kingzhou today, this should be clarified. This time the king wants to stop the soldiers, but the king does not allow it. Therefore, I will no longer blame the king for his inhumanity. Kui Jiang and Wang Zai looked at each other, which immediately put them in a dilemma. Wang Zai continued, Xiao Qi, the person who knows the current affairs is a good man. At this time, Qi King and Wai weak. This is just a fight. Those who won't win the war. Yeah, if I were you, I would quickly see Tongzhou and sign the truce contract in Pengzhou City. Kui Jiang echoed. Zheng Hao was silent at this time. He came here this time just to play the role of a shit-cutter. He knew very well that now only King Wai and King Liang could not pose a threat to Xiao Ming. Xiao Qi gritted her teeth. This matter is important. I need to explain to His Royal Highness Wang Wai. Before he came to Kingzhou this time, Wang Wai's idea was to bring Pengzhou City and Tongzhou back, but he did not expect that King Zhao and King Yan would not want to see Xiao Ming become stronger, nor did they want to see him become stronger. Therefore, the treaty that ceded Pengzhou City and Tongzhou City on the truce contract caught him by surprise. Xiao Ming said, you can go back, but don't blame this king for not reminding you that when the truce contract was not signed, the 2 places were always at war. I understand. Xiao Qi glanced deeply at Xiao Ming and turned and left. At this time, Xiao Ming looked at the other 3 people again, and he said, everyone, this time King Wai is so unreasonable. If the war resumes, you can't blame this king. Zheng Hao did not speak, but Kui Jiang and Wang Zai nodded in response. Zhang Xingqing was ordered to entertain the 3 people. Xiao Ming turned around and came out of the government office. At this moment, he sent someone to call Nu Ben over. After a while, Nu Ben appeared in the government office. Your Highness, are you ready to attack Huizhou? Nu Ben asked. Yes. This time Wang Wai is not greedy. This is exactly what we planned. You will now send someone to inform Lif to attack Huizhou City, Xiao Ming said. In this negotiation, he was going to cheat King Wai, but he didn't expect that King Wai would come to the door by himself. Now even if he takes Huizhou, King Yan and King Zhao can't say anything. I'm afraid they will only force King Wai to truce earlier. Nu Ben was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, His Royal Highness, the general will send someone to inform Lif now. After all, Nu Ben immediately returned to the barracks, and the general order was conveyed to Pengzhou City. The first talk was stopped because of King Wai's obstruction, and it took 7 or 8 days to wait for Xiao Qi to send back news. For Xiao Ming, 7 or 8 days were enough to win Huizhou City. During this time, he only needed it as enough to wait for a good news. The next day, the Kingzhou army order arrived in Pengzhou City. Luf, who was training new recruits, was immediately overjoyed after reading the order. What's wrong? So happy? Liu Oxin stepped forward to join in the fun. Luf said, the military order is here. Let us take Huizhou. Really? Liu Oxin yelled excitedly. He thought the fighting would stop temporarily, but he didn't expect to be able to attack the city and plunder the land again. Like many soldiers, the bounty heat has not yet receded. Last time, the soldiers in the army want to continue fighting. General Luf's order was handed over to Liu Oxin, and soon other generals were attracted to him. They were whispering when they learned that Huizhou was about to be attacked. After confirming the military order, Liu Oxin said to Luf, whether to bring the recruits recruited in Pengzhou this time. It is really worrying to keep these recruits in Pengzhou. After all, they are not loyal enough. You are right. This time we will bring them strong, so as not to cause disaster. After all, for us, they are recruits, but in fact they are veterans. After occupying the city or Pengzhou, Luf said about recruiting soldiers. After the government had evened the fields, many soldiers in the city of Pengzhou turned to the southern expedition. It was just that Luffy couldn't believe it completely when these people hadn't fully integrated into the Southern Army. Chapter 568 Tax System Waijia Restaurant. Xiaoqi looked at the bustling Kingsu Street and felt a little confused. He had sent someone to pass the truce back to Jinling City, but he was very pessimistic about the result. In fact, after the failure of the integration, Xiao Han slandered him in Jinling City. His words were just flashy, and the integration was just a stupid method. But despite this, King Y has not lost his trust in him. It's just that King Y's attitude is very clear. He wants Xiaoming to retreat and return to the city. However, after seeing this truce today, he suddenly understood that YD was thoroughly thorough. It became a commodity traded by Xiaoming and other vassals. Because of this, he suddenly felt a sorrow in his heart. Once upon a time, YD was the leading state of the Great Yu Kingdom. Even Xiao Wenxuan had to be afraid of 3 points, but now YD can only tremble in the shadow of Xiaoming. Yes, Wang Wei has a bit of a hard bone, but in his opinion, no matter how hard this bone is, it can't stop Xiaoming's guns. It's just that Wang Wei hasn't come out of this gap. He has always looked down on Xiaoming, and is even more reluctant to give in to him. After sighing, Xiaoqi closed his eyes. After Xiaoming left this time, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. This feeling was weird, but he couldn't tell. However, the ominous premonition soon became a reality, and on the third day he got the news that the Southern Army had attacked Huizhou. Upon hearing the news, he finally understood what Xiaoming said. As long as he did not sign the truce for a day, he would have time to continue to attack the city. At this time, the envoys of King Yan and King Zhao were helpless. After all, this was caused by him. When King Y agreed to this matter, it was estimated that Huizhou would be another city on the truce. Thinking of this, he immediately wrote a letter to King Y and told King Y to agree to a truce. Otherwise, YD will only lose more and more cities, and King Yan and King Zhao will not stop Xiaoming. In the Prince Chi's mansion on the 3 streets of the Waijia restaurant, Xiaoming also learned that the Southern Army had attacked Huizhou. His Royal Highness, this King of Y is eating his own evil result this time, and we don't have to be polite. After we take Huizhou, the land of the North Gate of YD will be ours, and our fief will increase the population by 1 million. Pang Yukun said. Xiaoming nodded. Bengzhou City has a population of 500,000, Tongzhou City has a population of 200,000, and Huizhou City has a population of about 300,000, which adds up to a total of 1 million people, which is equivalent to adding 1 of 3 people to the country. The population, this south is indeed a densely populated place. If we swallow the whole land, he estimated that the population of the country would be as high as 7 million, which is basically the same as the population of Britain in this era. With this demographic foundation, he was no longer afraid of the crowded tactics of other vassals united, but Huizhou is now being deployed by the King of Y. It is estimated that it will not be easy for the Southern Expedition Army to gnaw off this hard bone. I just hope that Luffy can quickly win Huizhou. But what happened to the agricultural income you said last time? Is there anything wrong with it? Siege of cities and land is important, but internal affairs are the basis for siege of cities and land, so Xiaoming must not let go. Pang Yukun said. His Royal Highness, this time the official is just about to talk about this matter. The people of the 6 states didn't say anything about the restoration of agricultural income. After all, they have paid agricultural income before, and this time our agricultural income is very low. The people are very happy, so the collection of agricultural income went smoothly. After a pause, he continued, but some people are unwilling to pay for the agricultural taxes, but instead pay directly for money, cloth, raw silk and the like. I don't know what your highness wants. The people now know that there is chaos outside, and it's normal to want to keep more grain. Moreover, the requisition of agricultural taxes by the Great Yu country is to offset by a variety of materials. If there are people like this, please accept it. Xiaoming said with a deep voice. Pang Yukun nodded, and then asked a very important question. His Royal Highness, should the expropriated agricultural taxes remain in the government office or handed over to the National Treasury? Startled for a moment, Xiaoming asked, "Why are you asking this question?" Pang Yukan said, "The agricultural taxes of Dayu are part of the state government's own, and the rest is turned over to the state treasury. However, the tax method learned at Bowen College is to let the state government pay all taxes to the state treasury. The state treasury will then allocate it to the prefectures according to the situation. This taxation is a major matter of the country, and the lower officials only report to His Highness." Xiaoming knows, he said, the self-retained taxes in each state will inevitably have the disadvantages of shoddy and embezzlement. In order to avoid this tax being withheld in each state and county, you ask them to hand over the accounts and taxes to King Zhu together. After the accounts are completed, part of them will be returned. It's just that. The cost of transporting these materials to King Zhu in various states and counties will be very expensive, Pang Yukan reminded. Xiaoming suddenly reacted. He sighed. This era is still too backward. But even so, he still insisted on this method. He has not forgotten that the tens of millions of tons of silver in the Ming dynasty were intercepted by layers and arrived in the capital. Only a few things are left. In any era, the courage of corrupt officials is great. And Xiaoming doesn't believe that his country is an upright official. In fact, no matter in that dynasty, whether it was the founding or the end times, the proportion of corrupt officials in officialdom was higher than that of honest officials. Part of it is given, and all that is given, Xiaoming said. Moreover, every village and county must have its own account book backup for inspection and verification. Yes, Your Highness, Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming continued, Pang Shufu, this tax is the place where officials are most prone to embezzlement. You have to hold on. You can't rub sand in your eyes, and you can't rub sand in my eyes. Yes, Your Highness. Pang Yukan's expression was a bit strange. He looked at Xiaoming what he wanted to say, but in the end he didn't say anything. Huizu. At the time when Xiaoming and Pang Yukan were talking about this farming, the Southern Expedition Army was launching a full-scale attack on Huizu City. As the intelligence said, Wei Wang added 50 artillery pieces to Huizu City, but these artillery pieces were smashed by King Zhu army artillery before they were used. Different from the city of Pengzu, Huizu has a very flat terrain. Facing such a city without even a moat, Luff boldly deployed the soldiers in front of the city wall, while Baima's cavalry was on both sides of the infantry to protect the flanks, because there were 3,000 cavalry in Huizu City. In order to defend Huizu City this time, King Wei had invested a lot of capital. Just talking about the cavalry, how can these Huizu cavalry be opponents of the King Zhu cavalry who personally fought against the barbarians? When the Southern Expeditionary Army first arrived in Huizu City, the cavalry of the Huizu army tried to attack the arrayed infantry, but after dropping their bodies, these cavalrymen hid in the city and never came out. Chapter 569. One more city. With the roar of artillery fire, Luff took a telescope to observe the situation in Huizu City. At this time, Liu Ohong went back on his horse and dismounted. He said to Luff, General, Huizu City has now been breached by us in all four walls. Now that none of the wealthy families in the city can escape, do you order the soldiers to attack the city? Luff nodded. Huizu City is in the hinterland. Like Kangzhou and Lzhou cities, there are very few local defenders. Defeating Pengzhou army this time has already defeated King Wei's army. According to the intelligence provided by the secret guards, there were originally only 5,000 defenders in Huizu City. But after Pengzhou City was defeated, King Wei urgently recruited soldiers from the local area and allocated 30,000 people to Huizu for support, which was very hasty. In his opinion, these improvised soldiers are not as good as the Pengzhou army. Retreat the soldiers from the south gate, Luff said after a moment of thought. Liu Ohong was surprised and said, General, this is the opportunity to wipe out the Huizu army. Why should we withdraw? Luff has read many military books and war examples at Bowen Academy these days. He said to Liu Ohong, Pengzhou City is lost. Huizu generals must be afraid of them. After all, we can easily capture Pengzhou City, and Huizu City is not. Besides, The army supporting Huizu this time was transferred from other states and counties. They had no faith in guarding Huizu. If we were to besiege from all sides, they would even jump over the wall and fight to the death with us. But they left a way out for them. They will inevitably fall apart. Liu Hong suddenly realized that he was ashamed. He was very confident after arriving in Qingzhou, but after contacting these Qingzhou generals, he felt more ashamed. Not to mention that these generals are very familiar with the use of firearms, even if they are very proficient in the art of war. This is very different from the generals in the other armies of the Dayu Kingdom. The general understands. Your Royal Highness wants us to take Huizu City as soon as possible, so we don't have to struggle with the defenders in the city. Liu Hong said. Exactly, but the general was not going to let them go. After the army from the south was withdrawn, he immediately set up an ambush along the official road to the south. In addition, let Bima cooperate with you and annihilate this reinforcement army. We want to let King Y be relieved. Yes, General. Liu Hong was still a little unconvinced with Luff at first. After all, he came from the Forbidden Army, and Luff was purely a wild way. Now he really realized that Luff still had some ability. Watching Liu Hong leave, Luff re-observed the defenders on the city wall. Under the shelling of the Southern Expeditionary Army, the gates on all sides have been bombed down. In front of the artillery, the gates on the city wall are no different from those on paper. After the city gate was blasted open, the Huizu army was in chaos. Now there was no decent resistance on the city wall, and Lu fell into contemplation in the face of this scene. Whether it was Pengzu City or Huizu City, these two battles made him understand that the other vassals now seem to be fangs and claws, but they are actually just puffiness. Moreover, in the face of firearms, these armies that are still in the cold weapon era do not have enough coping methods. After the Huizu battle, he must send a letter to Xiaoming explaining the current situation, so that he can understand the real situation of the battle, so that Xiaoming can correctly judge the current situation. As Liu expected, when Liu Hong Kong withdrew the soldiers from the southern city gate, the resistance on the city wall weakened again. At this time, he gave the order to charge. The sound of the charge horn sounded, and soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army attacked the city from the north, east, and west gates like hungry wolves. For a time, gunfire burst into the city. The Huizu city has long been chaotic. Under the shelling of the Southern Army, the bodies of the Huizu army are everywhere near the city wall. As soon as the Southern Expeditionary Army entered the city, they immediately occupied the city wall near the tower. Then the soldiers turned the artillery on the city wall and blasted them at the city's army. At the same time, the mortars were also mounted on the city wall. At this time, the Southern Expeditionary Army no longer fired lime bombs, but replaced them with another kind of shells. The shells were filled with marbles instead of lime. When the shells explode, the marbles in the shells will splash out to form a range of damage. But although the effects are different, the principles of the two are the same. This is the most primitive flowering shell. The only disadvantage is that time control is difficult and precise explosions cannot be achieved, but even so, it is enough to intimidate the enemy. Moreover, these artillery shells have just been sent and have not been used yet. Liu Xin specially let the artillery be used in this war. Boom! There was a muffled sound from the mortar on the city wall, and the shell with the cork in the front fell into the resisting Huizu army. Like lime bombs, this kind of shells also need to be cut to determine the time. When the shells fall into the Huizu army, the shells only hit one person and then fell to the ground. The surrounding Huizu army was taken aback by the shell, but they didn't care when they saw it fell on the ground. But at this moment, the shells on the ground exploded with a boom. What? A burst of white smoke and flames rose from the crowd, and accompanied by a scream, the Huizu army around the shell fell, and many soldiers screamed while covering the wounds hit by the marbles. This scene scared the other Huizu soldiers, but more shells fell into the crowd. In the face of heavy casualties, the Hui army organized by the powerful Huizu army at this moment completely lost their intent to fight and began to flee. There is no enemy at the South City Gate. At this time, I didn't know who shouted, and the Huizu army who heard the news immediately retreated to the south city gate. At this time, the Southern Expeditionary Army had completely controlled the towers on the north, east, and west walls. The soldiers who entered the city drove the Viking army southward like ducks. On the official road to the south gate of Huizu city, Luo Hong and Bai Imu lay in ambush 20 miles outside the city. There is a forest here to ambush soldiers. At this moment, they have been waiting here for 2 hours. They launched an offensive in the morning, and now it is already in the afternoon. While they are a little irritable when Luo Hong is waiting. At this time, the scouts come to report, Master Lieutenant. The disintegrated enemy army has come to this side. Luo Hong and Bai Imu glanced at each other and nodded. This time they not only want to take down Huizu city, but also the soldiers and horses to eliminate King Wei to the maximum. It was like a falcon waiting for its prey, and soon, the team of the wealthy family appeared in Luo Hong and Bai Imu's vision, mixed with the defeated soldiers. The defeat in the war meant that the army lost its command and organization. Such a headless fly-like team could not organize a counterattack at all. Because of this, following the defeated soldiers through the ages has always suffered small losses and great gains. Attack! Seeing that the rat was getting closer and closer, Luo Hong suddenly shouted. At this time, there were only 5,000 musketeers in his hand, but to him, no matter how many rats were, it was nothing but loose sand. Compared with his musketeers, Bai Imu's cavalry was more flexible. Leading 3,000 cavalry, Bai Imu rushed out first. Chapter 570 Land Cessation and Compensation. Jinling City. 2 days after Xiaoqi's message arrived in Jinling City, news of the fall of Yongzhou City came. Upon hearing the news, Wei Wang collapsed in his seat. Father, things are clear now. If you don't sign the truce, Xiaoming will continue to conquer the city, and King Yan and Zhao will only watch from the sidelines. After all, this time it is the father who does not agree to the truce conditions that will cause Huizu to fall. Xiao Han looked anxious. In this situation, his father is still smelly and hard like the stone in the pit. If this continues, the Wadi city will all belong to Xiaoming. So what land will his son have in the future? Able to inherit. So after the fall of Huizu, he immediately joined his loyal officials to the palace to persuade him. Wei Wang on the throne had his eyes dull. The defenders had participated in the last battle of Bengzhou and escaped. This time the defenders in Huizu were either killed or captured, and only a few people were able to escape. The battle of Bengzhou was a fluke, and perhaps Tongzhou was also a fluke. But now Huizu has also been conquered, and he finally realized the gap between Weijun and Qijun. Without artillery and guns, he couldn't defeat Xiaoming at all. His Royal Highness, the most important thing now is the truce. Only by giving us time can we reorganize the army, otherwise Weidi will die. Xiao Han looked distressed. Father, the result of Xiaoqi's hard work this time is this truce. If we don't seize the opportunity, the other vassals will definitely not pay attention to us again. Wang Wei's face was extremely ugly. He was originally ambitious. He was going to ascend the highest throne of Qing'an, but now he can only live humbly in the shadow of Xiaoming. The messenger told Xiaoqi that this king had agreed to the conditions of the truce. Wei Wang finally said one word at a time. Xiao Han and the officials suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Weidi has 13 states. What if we lose 3? As long as they can keep their glory and wealth, they can talk about anything. Soon, one person and one horse took Wei Wang's message to King Zhu. 5 days later, the 5 envoys did it again. Compared with 10 days ago, Zhang Xingqing was more energetic at this time, and Huizu was conquered, and officials at the top and bottom of the country were in a frenzy. Opening up the territory and expanding the territory is where the duties of the ministers lie. Now that they see more and more land to be entrusted, they are of course happy. Xiaoqi, I told you to sign that day. Didn't you ask for it? Now this is lost to Huizu. Kui Zhang sneered. When Xiao Wenxuan was in power, Wei Wang had the largest area of the country, as well as the largest city and population. It was for this reason that other kings of different surnames were a little jealous of him. But now even the loss of 3 cities is not to the point where Wide Eye's nerves are broken. Wang Zai's expression was a bit complicated. King Qi's army had another city in such a short period of time, which shocked him. Thinking that King Zhao and King Xu have been fighting for Weiyu, and still not achieving any results, he became more and more jealous of Xiaoming. It's just that this time he came to King Zhou just to take advantage of the harmony in the mud. Now King Zhou is unable to attack Xiaoming with others, so even though he knows that Xiaoming is going to another city, he has nothing to do. If he talks too much, he is afraid to force him. Anxiously, Xiaoming provided a large number of firearms to King Xu. When the 5 people were chatting without a word, Xiaoming walked in at this moment. Luffy had already passed the battle report to King Zhou. This time Luffy easily won Huizhu, so that Xiaoming had another layer of knowledge about the combat effectiveness of the current feudal army. In the past, he seemed to have overestimated the army of these vassals. Now that Luffy used facts to prove the strength of the vassal army, he suddenly realized it. Just as Pang Yukun said, today's Dayu Kingdom is a country of erosion. This erosion is not only about the royal family, but the land annexation has also reached its peak in the feudal lords. The clan of clansmen and clans was originally a big tale, but now they are still searching for the wealth of the world. Among them, the battle report sent by Yikinian further illustrates this problem. The indifference of the people when they attacked Tongzu City was surprising. So after analyzing this issue, Xiaoming realized that maybe he could be bolder. After all, although there are many vassal princes, he is the only one who fundamentally changes. Your Highness. When Xiaoming arrived, everyone stood up to greet each other. At this time, Xiaoqi took the initiative to say, His Royal Highness, Wang Wei is willing to agree to the truce contract, hoping to sign it as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness, we have lived in Kingzhou for some time now, and it's time to go back if we count the days. I hope that Your Highness will make a decision soon. Xiaoming did not speak, but suddenly spread a map on the table. Other people looked around and found that this was a chapter of Wide-Eye's map. The map marked the current Widey city and the city that had already been captured. When Xiaoqi saw this map, her complexion changed greatly, because in addition to the city that had been captured, a circle was drawn in Yangzhou. His Royal Highness, what do you mean? Xiaoqi was shocked and angry. He had already guessed something. It's very simple. Except for the 3 cities of Pengzhou, Tongzhou, and Huizhou, which belong to the king, Yangzhou will be ceded to pay 5 million silver. If this condition is met, the king will seal the truce. Xiao Mingling said. Xiaoqi's face suddenly flushed. His Royal Highness, you are deceiving too much. It's King Wei who deceived people too much. Originally, this truce had already given him face, but he refused to accept it. Then this king can't be blamed. Xiaoming's tone was a bit tough. Zheng Hao looked at Xiaoqi and at Xiaoming at this time. His Royal Highness, this is a bit too far. Since His Royal Highness has taken Huizhou, this Huizhou will be given to His Highness. But how can Yangzhou cede? There are so many grievances between Wang and Wang Wei, it is not clear in a few words. Now this is the condition of the truce, otherwise the king can only take it personally. Xiaoqi and Zheng Hao looked at each other, and then Zheng Hao said, since Your Highness is so aggressive, we can't say that Wei, Zhao, Yan, and Liang have to fight against His Highness. Negotiations are originally quarrels, relying on the mouth on the table and strength under the table. At the same time, mutual intimidation is also a way of negotiation, and now Xiaoqi and Zheng Hao obviously want to use this trick. Don't pull up Yandi. Why Wang subordinates to the 13 states? It is reasonable to pay compensation to the 4 states. Besides, the 5 million tals are also trivial. Kui Jiang waved his hand again and again. Wang Zai also smiled under Xiaoming's eyes. His Royal Highness, I didn't say anything. The expressions of Xiaoqi and Zheng Hao were a little embarrassed at once. This time the reunion was a complete failure. So Wang Wei and Liang Wang are ready to fight with this king? Xiaoming said with a smile. Then this king can only accept the move. Chapter 571 European Situation. Does Your Highness really prepare us to go into battle? Don't forget, Your Highness, even though the country is big, it will die in combat. Even if Your Highness can defeat us, it will definitely lose strength by then. Xiao Qi said loudly. It's not that this king is going to fight, but you are forcing this king to go to war. If that's the case, we will burn all jade and stone. Xiao Ming looked like a rogue who was afraid of anyone. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao were silent, and now Xiao Qi had obviously eaten the weight and became determined. Kui Jiang and Wang Zai were secretly happy. They wished the three would fight, so they could profit from it. After staring at Xiao Ming for a while, Xiao Qi was finally defeated. Now Xiao Ming is proud of the defeated side, but he is trembling as the defeated side. After hesitating for a while, he said, "This matter is too important for me to do, the Lord. This matter must be decided by His Royal Highness King Y. He just hopes that His Royal Highness can give him time to be an official and stop taking the opportunity to grab land." Xiao Ming smiled, and now his strong appearance finally made Xiao Qi stunned. He said, "Yes, but this king's patience is limited." Xiao Qi nodded, turned and left. Kui Jiang sighed, "Hey, it will take another 10 days to reach the sky. His Royal Highness, why bother to be impatient? There is food and drink in King's Zoo, as well as opera. This day is not boring," Wang Zai said with a smile. Kui Jiang sneered secretly in his heart, wondering how Wang Zai would know that they had reached to deal with Qi Wang privately, but he was still kind on the surface, and said, "Wang Shilang said that, in this case, we today, so I went to the King's Zoo Opera Garden for a stroll." After all, the two also went. Zheng Hao and the others left, and didn't stay much. They hugged Xiao Ming and left. At this time, Zhang Xingcheng said to Xiao Ming, "His Royal Highness, will Wai Wang agree? This Yangtze is a well-known and prosperous land in the world. I'm not afraid that he won't agree, but I'm afraid that he will agree. Now we have been in 3 cities in more than a month. No matter how stupid Wai Wang is, he should understand that he is not our opponent. At this time, he delays our attack." "Favorable," Xiao Ming said. Zhang Xingcheng nodded. "It's just that it's more beneficial for us to delay time. By including the population of these 4 states, we will greatly increase our strength." "Yes, but this time the truce resulted in the quadrilateral integration." The ammunition problem also made this king helpless. The military workshop reported that there are not many ammunition stored in this warehouse. Xiao Ming sighed. Zhang Xingcheng's expression suddenly became a bit exciting. I didn't expect Xiao Ming to scare Xiao Qi just now, but he was already powerless to attack. "That's the case, so it is true that a batch of ammunition should be left for self-defense. Not all of them can be used for conquest," Zhang Xingcheng said. Xiao Ming nodded. This time, the Pengzhou Station, the Battle of Tongzhou, and the Battle of Huizhou consumed 1.2 million rounds of musket pellets and 16,000 rounds of solid shells. Although the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle, some shells were recovered, but some shells did not know where they went, and the marbles lost more because they were too small. And the marbles that penetrated the local soldiers could not be taken out. "Exactly," Xiao Ming said. "The continuous battles almost ran out of stock. But now that there is a converter steelmaking production line, this problem is not a problem, but he needs time to reserve." After chatting with Zhang Xingcheng for a few words, Xiao Ming went to the steel workshop again. These days, he often runs to this place. He is very satisfied whenever he sees a whole furnace of molten steel flowing out, because this is one step closer to the Industrial Revolution. After all, to fully realize the Industrial Revolution requires a large amount of steel to manufacture various machinery. After watching the production of steel for a while, and then taking a look at the production of the second converter, Xiao Ming left for the palace. As soon as he returned to the palace, Xiao Ming was about to take a break when Li Kaiyuan walked in with a man with red hair and blue eyes. "His Royal Highness, long time no see." The person who followed Li Kaiyuan was no one else, but the Dutchman Rod. A few days ago, Li Kaiyuan was still talking about trade with the Dutch, and also mentioned that Rod had arrived in Dengzhou. He didn't expect Rod to go to Kingzhou with him. "His Royal Highness, Lord said that Earl Clare asked him to come to Kingzhou, and the official brought him," Li Kaiyuan said with a smile. Xiao Ming looked at Rod at this time. "Take this king to say hello to Earl Clare." This time Earl Clare must have something important for you to come here. Yes, Your Highness. The British are very active at sea during this period. Our fleet is under great pressure. Therefore, Earl Clare hopes to sign a military alliance with His Royal Highness. He hopes that His Highness can block the British attack with us in the waters of Asia. The British guy is really driving us crazy, Rod complained. Aren't the British always in the Indian waters? As far as I know, the southern waters are mainly your Dutch and Spanish colonies, Xiao Ming said in a deep voice. No, there are French and Portuguese. Rod corrected it. His Royal Highness is right. The British have always been in India, but our merchant ships brought unfortunate news. The British improved the thing. The steam engine is said to have increased their cloth output a lot. Now these British guys are looking everywhere for dumping goods. They will definitely have ideas about this place. Earl Clare is just taking precautions. Xiao Ming's expression was still on the surface, but there was a slight wave in his heart. According to his understanding, the west of this world ended the Middle Ages early due to the invasion of the steppe barbarians more than half a century earlier. And now Rhodes' words further confirm his guess that Western technology is about half a century older than the same period in contemporary times. He couldn't help asking, when is this happening? It takes more than 3 months for our merchant ship to arrive in the Netherlands. From Durange plus 1 year, it will take a total of 3 months a year. But when everyone knows, the first batch of steam engines have entered the textile factory. Rod spread his hands. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed, and he didn't expect that he would get this heavy news inadvertently. Now all the countries in Europe want to get steam engine technology from the British. It seems that they are very interested in this thing. Rod said to himself. He has been away from the Netherlands for too long, and now he is very slow to the changes taking place in Europe. The purpose of Rod coming here this time is to test the military alliance. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said, military alliance may be a good idea. Of course, plus Your Highness's more than 30 warships. The British can't take advantage of this sea area. Rod's eyes were earnest. Xiao Ming was taken aback. It seemed that Rod and Claire already knew about the addition of 24 warships to his fleet. The news of these Dutch people was really well informed. Chapter 572 Massacre. Earl Clare's news is very good. Rod suddenly understood, showing a look of astonishment, and then smiled awkwardly. As the saying goes, Xiao Ming doesn't open up the Dutch surveillance of his fleet. After all, contemporary NATO allies are also eavesdropping on each other. Therefore, for things like the Covenant, they only act together when they have common interests. The interests are contrary to each other. You may tear your skin at any time. So he didn't care about this Covenant, but was very interested in the information that Rhodes said. I caught a British officer when he was under Yunnan. The information he provided at the time mentioned a steam engine, but the steam engine at that time was still not an improved first-generation steam engine, and now it is clear that this steam engine has entered the second generation. But he is not nervous now. After all, he has also successfully manufactured a steam engine, and has been initially used in various industries. At this point he is not behind. The only dilemma is that Britain now has a large number of colonies to provide raw materials and a large number of dumping grounds. This is what he cannot compare and is the most deadly place. Because if there were not a large number of overseas colonies, he would at least dominate the Great U country to obtain sufficient resources to achieve industrial transformation, and he is now stuck at this juncture. Thinking of this, he shook his fist. After digesting the captured 4 states and stocking up enough ammunition, he quickly took Huaidi, followed by Yandi, Liangdi and Qian, thus ending the separatist regime of the Northern Kings. His Royal Highness, if you agree, I will bring the Covenant book when I go back this time. What do you think? Rod asked. Xiao Ming nodded. Go back and tell Count Clare, let him rest assured. As long as you Dutch can do business with this king steadily, this king will provide you with protection. Thank you, Your Highness, Rod said with a smile. With Xiao Ming's assurance, Luo was happily elated. After chatting with Xiao Ming for a while, he and Li Kaiyuan went back to the Chamber of Commerce to discuss business. Watching Rod leave, Xiaoming showed a contemplative look. It seems that he can't relax at all. After all, he is developing, and Europe is also developing. After another 50 or 60 years, no one knows what Europe will develop. So he has to fight for the colony as soon as possible to catch the last bus. Luo returned to Dengzhou after living in Qingzhou for 3 days. During his stay in Qingzhou, he naturally attracted a lot of attention, especially since the rich and powerful from Chang'an seemed to have seen a ghost. They were talking about him everywhere. After Luo left, after a delay of 8 days, Wang Wei finally sent back news, expressing his willingness to cede Yangzhou and compensate him with 5 million taels of silver. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately summoned envoys from the quartet to sign a truce contract with Xiaoqi in person, temporarily ending the war in Weidi, and at the same time, it was a complete destruction of Heizong. I hope that your highness can follow the contract, otherwise we will inevitably join forces to attack, Xiaoqi said. At this time, Kui Jiang, Wang Zai, and Zheng Hao also nodded. They have achieved their respective goals. At this time, the common interest is restricting Xiaoming's further strength. You can rest assured, this king will naturally not take the initiative to tear up the truce, Xiaoming said with a smile. The quartet envoy nodded. They have stayed in the Qingzhou army for more than a month, and now they can't wait to go back. Only Kui Jiang stayed after the other 3 left. Xiaoming naturally understood what he meant. He sent a craftsman from the Department of Weapons to the craftsman of Yandi. Only after he forged a matchlock gun was Kui Jiang completely relieved. At the same time, Xiaoming ordered Yi Qinian to send some soldiers to Yangzhou city to arrive before the king of Wei emptied Yangzhou city so as not to get an empty city. Under Xiaoming's order, Yi Qinian immediately led 6,000 musketeers to Yangzhou. When he arrived at the city of Yangzhou, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. At this time, the city of Yangzhou was full of flames, the houses in the city were full of flames, and the streets were full of howling ghosts and wolves. The soldiers in the city wanted to slaughter the people in the city, and the streets were full of blood, and the bodies of the people were everywhere. Yi Qinian's eyes instantly turned red, and the eyes of the soldiers of the Dengzhou army also turned red. They were irritated by the brutality of the Wei King's army. Brothers, look at it with your eyes wide open. This is the nature of the rich family. This is the true face of the king of Wei. We have never been ordinary people in their eyes. Yi Qinian shouted, pulling out the long sword around his waist. Yi Qinian shouted angrily, brothers, follow me into the city with this gang of gods. Kill. The soldiers roared in unison. Following Yi Qinian, the soldiers rushed into Yangzhou city. The army of King Qi is here. The soldiers in the city yelled in horror, but his voice stopped abruptly after a burst of gunshots. The soldiers of the Dengzhou army rushed towards the soldiers who slaughtered the people like hungry wolves. Seeing the Dengzhou army, the soldiers in the city ran away, holding large and small packages in their arms, which they snatched from the homes of the people. On the day of the handover, an order was suddenly passed to the Yangzhou army. This order was for the Yangzhou army to rob, burn, and slaughter Yangzhou city. They wanted to leave an empty city for King Qi. After receiving this order, the sons of the wealthy family in the army carried out this order without hesitation, and the city was like for a while. Boom boom. Gunshots were chaotic. After 6,000 soldiers entered the city, they immediately dispersed and suppressed the insurgents in the city. The burning, looting in the city were quickly put down under the intervention of the Dengzhou army, leaving a place in the city. The soldiers in Dengzhou were really angry this time. Under the influence of the military's long history, they already understood what a country is and what a nation is. Now for them, the country of Diau is their own country, and the people in China are people of a nation. And now the king of Wei slaughtered his people like a barbarian, which made them extremely angry. Now they finally understand why Chang Shi said that these vassals are cancerous tumors of the Great Yu Kingdom. With such a prince, there will be no peace in the Great Yu Kingdom. At this moment, the bravery of the soldiers in Dengzhou surpassed the attack on Tongzhou city. The dignity of the nation is more important than money. Entering from the west city, The Dengzhou army covered all the way. The rebel army in the city was shot and killed. When they arrived at the east gate, they wiped out the last group of rebel army, but a group of soldiers fled. When everyone was angry, suddenly a group of soldiers dressed as Wei Jun came to them. These soldiers suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Qinian and said, "My lord, take us. We are going to kill King Wei to avenge our relatives." Chapter 573 Response. Yi Qinian stared at the hundreds of soldiers in front of him warily. These soldiers were wearing red gowns and black armor on the outside. They were covered with blood, as if they had just experienced a tragic war. "Who are you?" Yi Qinian asked. A general-looking person at the head said, "My lord, we are the defenders of Yangzhou city. King Wei has come to order us to slaughter the people in the city, without all the grain, grass and houses, and leave nothing to the Qi army. Just this city is full of our parents and brothers. How could we succeed? So I took my brothers and the sons of the wealthy family to fight, but they were so crowded, we were unable to stop them, and the brothers died and injured many, but let them kill a lot of people." Yi Qinian's brows stretched out. At least there are some conscientious in Yangzhou defenders, but he will not easily believe what these people say. He said, "Ben will not believe what you say yet. Wait until Ben will confirm yours. I will consider your request after the identity." The reason why these soldiers were able to walk to Yi Qinian alive was because they had no weapons in their hands, and they came with their hands. Now that Yi Qinian said this, the soldiers of Dengzhou immediately took the 500 people into custody. Occupying Yangzhou city, Yi Qinian immediately organized the people in the city to fight the fire. Now the gunpowder in the city is so high that there is nothing left after it burns down like this. "Captain, thanks to your majesty's brilliant plan, otherwise we will come one step later. This Yangzhou city will really become an empty city," a school lieutenant said. "His Royal Highness is very clear about the viciousness of King Wei. He tried to kill His Royal Highness several times, so how could he willingly hand over a wealthy Yangzhou city to us? But even so, this Yangzhou city has also suffered a lot." After a pause, he said, "Now you will lead people to search the entire Yangzhou city and collect all the things that can be used, otherwise the supply this time will be difficult." "Yes, the governor." The school lieutenant heard the words and walked away. After the school lieutenant left, Yi Qinian's face suddenly became gloomy. The most important thing for the marching battle was the supply. This time they rushed from Tongzhou to Yangzhou with only 3 days of dry food. If there is not enough supply in the city, the soldiers— "But I'm hungry." Thinking of this, he immediately sent someone to pass the news to King Zhu. 3 days later, news of Yangzhou arrived in Kingzhou, causing an uproar in the officialdom. Fiji and Pang Yukan arrived at the palace for the first time to discuss the matter with Xiaoming, and Nu Ben rushed over. "His Royal Highness, King Wei is really a frenzied person, and I will finally ask to lead his troops to conquer King Wei personally. He must be captured alive to thank the world." Nu Ben angered. Pang Yukan said, "His Royal Highness, this incident may not be a good thing for us. The Yangzhou massacre will inevitably lead to the loss of King Wei's people's hearts in Weidi. Now we should use this incident to disturb the people's hearts of Weidi and take it for us." Used. Pang Shufu's statement is reasonable, Your Highness. Now we should publish this in the newspapers to tell the world about the evil deeds of King Wei, so that everyone can understand the atrocities of King Wei. Fiji echoed. Nu Ben was dissatisfied when he heard the words, "You scholars are greasy and crooked. Why be polite with King Wei and directly attack Jinling City and destroy him?" Xiaoming frowned. The thing that Wei Wang did was nothing more than the so-called solid walls, clear walls, and scorched earth policy. His only purpose was to prevent Xiaoming from getting any supplies from Yangzhou City, thus restraining Xiaoming's activities in Yangzhou. After the contract was signed, Xiaoming was a little worried, but they didn't expect that King Wei had adopted such a cruel approach after all. However, King Wei's approach completely broke Xiaoming's long history of thinking from a modern perspective. The way of this world, different from modern civilization. The level of human civilization in this period is very low. In other words, there is not much time just to walk out of the jungle, and the barbaric nature is undoubtedly revealed in the body. It is precisely because of this great sea age that it was so bloody, And yes, there were so many massacres in the war. After experiencing this, Xiaoming found that he was still too benevolent. If he wanted to defeat barbaric enemies, he would be more barbaric than them. This world is a jungle. The high-ranking gentry will not believe the tears of the people. It doesn't matter how many people die to them, they can mainly maintain their rule. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "Of course it is necessary to promote the atrocities of King Y, but the most important issue now is the supply of Yangzhou city. What should you do? Take a tooth for a tooth, slaughter the city." Nu Ben said suddenly. Pang Yukan heard the words and said, "Dude Nu, what do you mean by this? Why do we want to slaughter the city? Are the people in this city not miserable enough?" Pang Shufu, the last thing I will be talking about is not the people, but the massacre of all the wealthy families in Yangzhou and its nearby counties. This will not only prevent these wealthy families from taking the opportunity to cause chaos, but also collect food and supplies. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Nu Ben said exactly what he wanted to say. Now that the Dengzhou army has no supplies in Yangzhou city, it is also facing unstable factors such as the rich tribe. Only by adopting this method can Yangzhou city be stabilized as soon as possible. In fact, in many historical massacres, the local tycoons were also killed. After all, when the tycoons were in power, the food was in the hands of the tycoons. The new Dudu's method is not bad, Fiji said. His Royal Highness, benevolent and not benevolent. At this time, there must be no woman's benevolence. In troubled times, we should use extraordinary ways. Well, this is really what the king meant. Xiaoming said to the scout sent by Yi Qinian, "You go back now and tell Yi Qinian to destroy all the big clans in Yangzhou." "It's your Royal Highness," the scout responded and turned and left. After making this decision, Xiaoming continued, "This truce is only a stopgap measure, and it is also to avoid the four vassals from uniting. Now our goal has been achieved. Now you have to take advantage of this time to sort out your internal affairs, reserve grain, and recruit." After 6 months of training recruits, the king will attack Huaidi from both Huizhou and Yangzhou at the same time, and destroy King Y in one fell swoop. After all, Xiaoming smashed the table severely, and Wang Wei's shamelessness had completely angered him, and he would not give him a chance to continue. "Yes, Your Highness." Pang Yukan and Fiji responded simultaneously. Nu Ben also clasped his fists and nodded. After instructing the three of them with some details on government affairs, Xiaoming asked them to go back individually. However, as Pang Yukan said, during this period of time, he would take the opportunity to disturb the hearts of Huaidi, so as to be able to respond with 100 responses when attacking Huaidi. Therefore, he immediately sent for Fan Zheng to draw up the manuscript. Chapter 574 Heart Attack. P.S. I have resigned today. Snail's salary has not been settled. It is really sad. I wanted to make a change today, but I was in a bad mood all day. I am very sorry. I will make a change tomorrow. There is a chapter below. Yangzhou Tragic Massacre. Why Wang's atrocities are shameful. The next day, the headline on the front page of the Kingzhou Daily roared. The scholars, merchants, and dignitaries who got the newspaper were all filled with indignation after reading this article and issued curses to the King of Wei. At the same time, the reporters arrived in various states and counties with newspapers, and passed the news to the people in each village. "Hey, King Wei, you let this palace tell you what is good. Don't you give others a handle?" There is a courtyard in a private square inches the south of Kingzhou City. The plaque on the courtyard reads the words Princess Mansion. This is the residence of Princess Pinyin in Kingzhou. At this time, Princess Pinyin was reading the Kingzhou newspaper in the princess's pavilion. Since she came to Kingzhou, reading newspapers has become a habit of her, because she can learn about what is happening in Kingzhou from the newspapers without going out. No, since this Yangzhou city has been ceded, why should there be another massacre? The people of the world still sympathized with him, but now he has become a tyrant. Ouyang Mu said. When Xiao Wenxian was alive, Princess Pinyin had a close relationship with King Y, and he had also benefited from King Y. Now it is a bit regretful. I'm afraid that my third brother is jumping the wall in a hurry. He must have seen that Xiaoming must have killed him. Now it is only when Xiaoming will do it. Princess Pinyin gently put down the newspaper, and her arms like snow appeared in the purple silk sleeves. Uyangma's eyes became hot when he saw this. He said, Wang Wei is also strong. How easy it is to be defeated by Xiaoming. At the end of the day, the future world may belong to King Qi. The emperors will make him the crown prince. This is quite clear. Princess Pinyin looked a little lazy. She said, by the way, you go and fetch the Yunjin from the warehouse. In the afternoon, the palace go to the palace to give the brocade to the princess, and now we have to be more diligent. Yes, Your Highness, Uyangmu said. This cloud brocade is a tribute from the land of Shu. It is very precious. Even in the warehouse of the princess mansion there are not a few. The two were talking. Suddenly there was a noise outside the princess's mansion, and then a group of people walked in dressed in grace. His Royal Highness, have you read the newspaper? How could King Y be so confused? Now we want to go to His Highness and say that there is nothing to do with this matter. The headed old man sighed. Tang Guogong, we still don't want to participate in this matter. Now it's time for another person to rejuvenate the royal family. I think the only child who can rejuvenate our royal family is Xiaoming. Princess Pinyin said. Tang Guogong crouched and said, hey, what the princess said is also what the princess said. The kings of Wei and Yong are not as good as Xiaoming now, but the princess has one more thing to discuss with the princess this time. Princess Pinyin looked at Rong Guogong, Xia Guogong, and Song Guogong behind Tang Guogong. These four dramas are all royal family members, and they are very close to Xiao Wenxian. Her four grandfathers can be said to be the same grandfather. After Chainan broke the city, they also went to King Zhu. What you want to talk about is the case of the silver. Princess Pinyin said lightly. With the arrival of Tang Guogong this time, they are all royal family members. Among them, there are a lot of prefects and kings. These royal families have no real power, but in Chang'an, they were always supported by the royal family, that is, they would receive them every month. Example silver. Now that Chang'an is gone, their routines are naturally gone. Although these people are glamorous on the surface, their lives are a bit embarrassing. After all, not everyone has always had business in King's like her. His Royal Highness is a sensible person, Tang Guogong said. If this continues, we will really drink northwest wind. Princess Pinyin rolled her eyes, and she smiled and said, it's just that Xiaoming is not the emperor. He is not obligated to give you money. Even if you find me, it's useless. Tang Guogong and the others looked at each other, with deep disappointment in his eyes. He said, does the princess bear to watch us starve to death on the street, and where will the royal face be put? Don't worry, Tang Guogong, isn't this palace still dead? In this way, this palace will go to the palace in the afternoon, and take this opportunity to talk to the princess and concubine Zen about this matter. You all understand the temper of the king of Qi. Even if this palace does not dare to talk too much, only concubine Zen and concubine Wang can persuade. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Tang Guogong was overjoyed. The tall Lord Rongo said, Your Royal Highness, you and the maidens say that Your Royal Highness is at the time of employing people. Although most of the royal clan members are wastes who only know how to eat, drink and play, there are a few shrewd and capable ones. People, is there any more peace of mind to use people than to use your own people? Princess Pinyin nodded. Duke Rongo's words have some truth. This palace will tell the Empress together, please come back temporarily. Tang Guogong nodded, and after taking everyone to thank you, he turned and left. His Royal Highness, why should you stop such thankless things? Uyangmu didn't understand. Princess Pinyin smiled, and she said, why are you thankless? I'm going to talk about it. It's Your Highness to be successful or not, but it's easy to make people love this palace, and from the perspective of this palace, Your Highness said that he could not choose. Some good royal children enter the army and officialdom. Why? Whether it is the family or Pan Yukon and others are outsiders after all. It takes a while to govern the country, but it is another matter to govern the world. Xiaoming still does not understand it, but he is very. It will soon be clear that he needs someone who can keep his throne to support him. Uyangmu seemed to understand but not. In his opinion, The words of the Pinyin princess were too complicated, but Xiaoming had always played the cards according to the routine, and no one could predict what he would do next. As for the article about Wai Wang in the newspaper, who would have thought that Xiaoming would use this method to attack his mind? At the same time, the Qingzhou newspaper spread from Qingzhou city to the surrounding villages. When the reporter told the people about the atrocities of King Wai, the people in each village immediately became angry, which reminded them of the old days. The clansman, the wanton slaughter of the people does not treat the people as people. Under the influence of this news, a large number of young people went to the barracks and asked to join the army to attack the king of Wei, and the encirclement of the Qingzhou barracks was blocked. When the news came, Xiaoming was also a little surprised. He did not expect that this article denounced King Wei would actually increase the people's enthusiasm for joining the army. Chapter 575 War Bond. The Qingzhou camp was crowded with people. At this time, Xiaoming, Fiji and others stood in the barracks and looked at everything with smiles. Pang Yukan said, "Congratulations to your highness. I didn't expect that King Wai's atrocities helped his highness condense the hearts of the people. Now, from top to bottom, it is the unity of the people." This is indeed a bit of a surprise, and it's actually not difficult to explain. The people now don't want to go back to the time when they were oppressed by the wealthy, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Fiji and Pang Yukan nodded, and Fiji said, "Although the people are very angry, we can't recruit so many soldiers. The finances of the country can't be afforded, and the soldiers are not expensive." Although Xiaoming ordered the expansion of the army this time, more people came to sign up for the army this time. However, it can be seen that during this period of time, the country and ethnic education of the people have begun to bear fruit. Such numb remarks about the country and me can no longer influence the people's thinking. Yeah. This time Yangzhou was slaughtered. Our idea of obtaining a large amount of supplies from Yangzhou city fell through. Even the recruited army and our treasury might be stretched. Xiaoming asked. Pang Yukan and Fiji looked at each other and sighed. Xiaoming felt angry. Wang Wei's scorched earth policy turned the original war dividends into negative equity. Now he has to find a way to reverse the situation. With this in mind, he said to the two of them, "This king has an idea. The government has money and food, but the merchants and the people in Qingzhou have it. This king is going to issue war bonds. As long as those who buy war bonds will be able to get trophy dividends in the future. What do you think?" War bonds? Fiji and Pang Yukan were both startled. Xiaoming came back to his senses. He remembered that the two of them didn't even know what war bond was, so he explained. In fact, his war bonds are only equivalent to national bonds. It is only because it is a war period and the war has been won successively, and the people are confident that he will decide to issue war bonds. Similar to the national debt, the purpose of the war bond is to raise supplies in advance. The strategic goal set below is half a year later, so he will take advantage of this half a year to raise war supplies. In fact, he had already done this kind of thing. This was during the Northern Expedition, but at that time it was only a few big businessmen who benefited, and now these businessmen almost monopolized the pastures of the Anyang 16 prefecture. Out of vigilance against monopoly capital, Xiaoming did not recruit merchants this time. Instead, he decided to issue them in the entire country. People could receive war bonds even if they took food. In this way, he can prevent his feudal state from being swayed by war capital. After all, taking history as a mirror, he doesn't want to be controlled by fanatical war capital. After an explanation, Fiji and Pang Yukan understood that this war bond is nothing more than borrowing money from merchants and the people to fight, and when there is a war dividend, they will return the dividend to the people and pay interest. Pang Yukan was stunned, and Fiji shook his head again and again. He didn't know what Xiaoming thought of this wonderful method. According to the normal system of Dayu state, the way that the treasury has no money is very simple, and that is to levy heavy taxes. Now Xiaoming didn't consider this option at all, but directly adopted this gentle method. "Do you understand now?" Xiaoming asked. The minister understands. After returning, the next official will ask the Chamber of Commerce to sell the war bonds. Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming nodded. but you have to control it and limit the quantity of purchases so that very few merchants will make big purchases and make huge profits. What Xiaoming is now worried about is no longer the issue of unifying the Great Yu country, but with the reform of the country, social changes may go to an uncontrollable stage. With the blossoming of the people's wisdom, all kinds of advanced ideas will be mastered by the people. What he is most worried about is that the people's opinions will be used by those who are interested, leading to the division of the country due to thinking. And the person most likely to take advantage of public opinion is the big capitalist. King Zhu is just staying in the budding stage of capital. Once he reunifies Great Chongqing and enters the ocean, capital will inevitably grow rapidly like a wild horse. How should he tame this? A beast. After all, in this era when news is blocked and savage, it is not as easy to maintain stability as in modern times. Having said this, Xiaoming remembered that Princess Pinying had entered the house yesterday and talked about the royal clan. He was with concubine Zhen at the time. Princess Pinying brought up the matter after giving gifts to Fu Er and concubine Zhen. So he asked, "What do you think of the royal clan members in King Zhu this time? Now they want to reach out for money." When Fiji heard the words, he looked at his nose and his heart, and pretended to be confused. He was an old fox and he didn't want to offend these people. Pang Yukan said sternly, "His Royal Highness, you can no longer support these royal family members in vain. Since Gozu, the number of royal family members in this Great Yu country has reached more than 100,000, and these more than 100,000 people have become the national treasury. A heavy burden. If your highness wants to raise this group of people, it will not take long for the country to be overwhelmed." Xiaoming deeply believed it. This reminded him of the Ming Dynasty. At that time, these royal family members were also a heavy burden on the court, but the Ming Dynasty at that time would rather raise them than let them support themselves. "Zongshu, what do you think?" Xiaoming looked at Fiji. He didn't believe these Tang Yuogong. The Rong Yuogong had never contacted Fiji. Compared with Xiaoming, these people are more familiar with Fiji, Liu Quan and others. "His Royal Highness, there are not many royal family members in King Zhu City. In fact, there are only more than 1,000 people. The others are distributed in various places in the country, but these 1,000 people are people with relatively high titles," Fiji said. Xiaoming actually wanted to force Fiji to express his ideas, but now it seems that Fiji is in favor of supporting this group of people. "Elderf, you know exactly how much silver is in the treasury now. Aren't you adding to the chaos?" Pang Yukan naturally heard the overtones of Fiji. Fiji was calm as usual. He sighed, and said, "Pang Shufu, don't worry, I say that, of course, there is a reason for me to say that. These people can't let them starve to death in the streets." "Familiar, let's just say that these people are relatives of His Highness. Even if His Highness does not pay to support them, we must find a way out for them. Moreover, the subordinates are doing this so that His Highness can successfully ascend the throne in the future. These people are needed to preside over the ancestral temple. At this time, they seem to be more important. Moreover, with the support of these people, the throne of His Highness can be more stable." Xiaoming glanced at Fiji and said, "The thinking of this Fiji is still at the level of family management of the country." Chapter 576. Leave the baggage. The noon-blazing sun passed through the gaps between the trunks, leaving the mottled shadows on the three of Xiaoming. After arguing with Pang Yukan, Fiji finally turned to Xiaoming and waited for Xiaoming's decision. "Dealing with these royal family members is indeed very troublesome. If you don't pay attention to it, Xiaoming will inevitably put an injustice on Xiaoming. After all, even the faint monarch has to take care of the clan in thousands of years of history." At this time, Xiaoming gradually realized that the royal family itself was a huge and powerful family, and the emperor was the leader of this family. But even so, Xiaoming was somewhat reluctant in his heart. He knew the situation of the treasury. Now the situation of the fief itself is not rich. How to raise these clan relatives? And he has no feelings for these clan relatives. One is that Xiaoming's predecessor left Beijing since he was a child, and the other is that he comes from modern times, knowing that this is not the way to go. The more the royal family multiplies, it will become a heavy burden on the country in the long run. After thinking about it carefully, Xiaoming said, "It's not a matter of raising it, and it's not a matter of not raising it. In that case, this king has a compromise." Pang Yukan asked, "How to compromise?" "It's very simple, allowing the royal family to do business," Xiaoming said lightly. In feudal society, the emperor kept a close eye on the royal family. He would rather raise these people like pigs than let them be self-reliant, because they are afraid that the power and money in these people will have ideas about the throne. After all, they are all heirs of the great ancestors. If the eldest son of the direct line inherits the throne, he will fall on the side branch. "Your Majesty, don't do it." Fiji was shocked. "This is the rule set by the great ancestors in the first place. It is for the stability of the Great Yu country and cannot condone these imperial relatives to do business." Xiaoming always had a headache every time he heard about the ancestral family method. Perhaps in these people's eyes, Xiao Yuan's eye was great, but in Xiaoming's eyes, he was the monarch of the feudal dynasty after all, and their own thinking was very backward. So he said, "Since this is the rule set by the ancestors, then this king asks you, is the country of Dau stable now?" Fiji stopped talking. As the saying goes, he is a true hero when he adapts to the current situation. "How can you still abide by some stubborn rules in the domestic chaos in Dau?" Xiaoming said lightly. Fiji was shocked. Even Xiao Wenxuan did not dare to say such rebellious remarks. The ancestral family law is the foundation of the country. If this is in Qing'an, it will inevitably be opposed by many officials. It's just that this is King Zhu. When he saw Pang Yukan's smile, he knew that the matter was irreversible. Xiaoming looked at Fiji. At this time, Fiji was hesitant to speak. He understood that he had said something crazy in this era, because the rules set by the founding emperor of the Great Yu country were equivalent to the constitution. At present, Xiaoming is violating the constitution and blatantly breaking the rules. It is basically equivalent to the US president not recognizing the Declaration of Independence. If King Zhu were not basically controlled by the officials he trained, it is estimated that a lot of officials will soon kneeling in front of the palace gate and asked him to take his life back. His Royal Highness is reasonable. After all, this Great Yu country is about to change. Fiji's expression suddenly became a little strange. Pang Yukan's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared. Fiji had compromised. In fact, compared with Fiji, he understands Xiaoming's thoughts better. To seal the country is to seal the country, and the country of Great Yu is the country of Great Yu. Naturally, this rule has to be changed. Xiaoming nodded. In this case, you should inform these royal family members. Change the King of Japan to see them, and make it clear that the world today is no longer what it used to be, and those who adapt to local conditions can only keep wealth. "Yes, Your Highness," the two said simultaneously. This time he set this strategy. Xiaoming basically didn't plan to take care of these royal family members anymore. After giving the last batch of silver, they would do whatever they wanted, and at most he would take care of a little business. He is determined not to spend millions of tals of silver every year to support these people. Having said this, the two entered the King Zhu camp. At this time, some passing recruits were watching the daily training of the King Zhu army. Unlike before, many training facilities have been established in the King Zhu camp. These settings are all made by the generals after reading his soldier training exercises. On the training ground of Deng, there are running tracks, horizontal bars, climbing rockery, single plank bridges, and quagmire. The training programs for recruits are also extremely modern, including 5 kilometers, 100 meters, horizontal parallel bars, push-ups, and supines, sitting, long jump, and grappling. In addition to these physical training, there are also technical training such as arrays, bullet loading, 3-stage shooting, rolling in, and climbing. Another is to pack a backpack and carry equipment. Looking at the soldiers being trained on the training ground, all the recruits who passed the inspection were full of curiosity. As the saying goes, I have never eaten pork or watched a pig run. The training of veterans in the past is completely different from the current training. Now these soldiers have all kinds of strange movements, which really made them see. Fiji also saw the training of King Zhu soldiers for the first time. This weird appearance made him shake his head frequently, but he knew that it was this training that made King Zhu soldiers stronger. But he was still surprised. At noon, Xiaoming led them to the canteen of King Zhu Ding. When the food came, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Your Highness, is this what ordinary soldiers eat?" In front of Fiji are 3 steamed buns, a leek egg, a braised pork, a celery shrimp and a bowl of millet porridge. 3 of these dishes are stir-fried dishes. Pang Yukun smiled and said, "Old F, you now understand why military expenditures are so high." Understood. You reading www.uukanzu.com. These soldiers are almost catching up with the nobles, Fiji said, while eating with chopsticks. The taste of this dish made him even more admired. Xiaoming said, "Today is luck for us to catch up with the meat once a week. This is not the case every day. If the King's Zhu army is not raising pigs by itself, the soldiers would not have meat." Speaking of it, it has only been 3 years since Xiaoming arrived here, and the real government reform only took more than a year. It takes time for this waste to be developed. At present, the material for the country is still not rich enough. After all, even if it is to raise the head, it takes a year for pigs to be killed, and there is no hormone ripening here. In this case, this is much better than the Forbidden Army. It is strange that the King's Zhu army has a strong horse, full food, and high-intensity training. Can this soldier not be strong? Fiji is more confident in the future. This royal family member, the matter of the state and relatives, has also been left behind. When the 3 were patrolling the recruitment of new recruits, Xiaoming's order arrived in Yangzhou. Yi Qin, who received the order, immediately ordered the soldiers to retaliate against the mighty powers of Yangzhou City and its neighboring counties. During the 2 days of occupying Yangzhou City, there was a shortage of food and grass. He has received news that the wealthy families in nearby counties seem to be a little restless. Chapter 577 4 States Home Jinling City. It has been 5 days since Xiaoqi came back here. After returning, he gave the truce to King Wei, and now he still remembers the anger when Wei Wang tore the truce to pieces. At that time, he felt only a moment of sorrow. Weak and weak will be bullied. This is an iron rule for ages. However, compared with this incident, what made him most cool was that King Wei ordered the massacre of Baeksan in Yangzhou City. After learning this news, he knew that Weidi was over. Now Wang Wei has lost not only the land, but also the hearts of the people. When he was angry, he broke into the palace of Wei and questioned the king. But what he got was only a cold sentence from the king of Wei: "You are just an outsider, and you don't need to ask more about Weidi's orders." At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was just in King Wei's heart. The reason why he treated him as if he had come out was just to win sympathy in the name of King Ning and thus fight for the world. But when his ambition was shattered by Xiaoming, he gradually realized that he no longer needed this peace. Standing on the banks of the Qinhui River, looking at the painting boats going back and forth in the river, Xiaoqi couldn't help feeling sorrowful when listening to the frivolous voices sung by the actor. All he wanted was a peaceful and prosperous age to assist a wise monarch, and this is exactly his father's wish. But now Wang Wei is obviously not a person worthy of assistance. Uncle 3 Emperors, my nephew has made suggestions for you over the years, risking his life to protect the territory of Weidi for you. I think the nephew owes you should also be paid off, and my nephew is going to assist the virtuous king," Xiaoqi said. He was thinking, when a horse's hoof rang suddenly, and when he heard the sound, he turned his head and found that Xiao Han was approaching him with a guard. When he arrived in front of Xiaoqi, Xiao Lunlun laughed and said, "Xiaoqi, you should understand your position in Weidi now. In the future, you will be safer and your father will reward you with a bite, but it's hard to be your father. What has been hidden these years is really deep enough, otherwise I would always think that he treats you as a treasure." Ha ha ha. There was a touch of a sarcasm on Xiaoqi's face. If there is a father, there must be a son. In the past, Xiao Han treated him as kindly as Wang Wei, but now he finally tore off his hypocritical face. "No, I am going to leave Weidi. Since I am an outsider, There is no need to stay here, Xiao Qi said. Xiao Han said sarcastically, this is not good. Father said, you are still a little capable, so stay in Jinling City honestly. Maybe one day we can give you to Xiao Ming. After all, his father but your father and enemy, I think he must want to cut the roots. After all, Xiao Han laughed and took the guards away. The grievances he suffered over the years seemed to be released today. In front of hundreds of officials, Wang Wei humiliated Xiao Qi so much, which already shows Wang Wei's attitude towards Xiao Qi. Looking at Xiao Han's figure, Xiao Qi's face showed a trace of exhaustion. At this time, there was only hatred in his heart, hating King Wei's viciousness and old treacherous cunning. He has been deceived all these years, and every time he thinks of his gratitude to King Wei, he hates him more and more. Wang Wei, you are looking for destruction. Xiao Qi's eyes suddenly became indifferent. He knew well the situation facing Wang Wei. Now Weidi has no people available. The people surrounding Xiao Han are just a bunch of flattery villains. The bad idea this time must be these people who suggested Xiao Han, and Xiao Han also suggested Wei Wang, but they only thought of delaying Xiao Ming's attack for a while, and ignored the impact of this incident on the people's hearts. Moreover, this matter will inevitably lead to Xiao Ming's revenge. Just as he thought, 2 days later, the news came that the Dengzhou army slaughtered the local wealthy people. The wealthy people in and around Yangzhou city were all killed, and the Dengzhou army obtained a large amount of food and supplies from these wealthy people. The most important thing is that wherever the Dengzhou army goes, the local people will help the Dengzhou army transport grain and grass, and bring water and food. In just a few days, the people in Yangzhou city returned to their hearts, and grain and grass are no longer a problem. Wang Fu. After receiving this news, Wang Wei was not only not angry, but on the contrary thought that the strategy had succeeded. Father, this time Xiao Ming just won the hearts and minds of these untouchables, but he offended the wealthy. The wealthy people in Yangzhou were slaughtered, and the world's wealthy people would know who Xiao Ming was. The country of Yu is founded on the rich family. Now that he has offended the rich family in the world, who will support him and support him? That's right, the wealthy family in Weidi will inevitably resist Xiao Ming's army desperately. I want him to make it difficult for him to move. Wang Wei's face was crazy. Xiao Han agreed and laughed, and then he said, but father, what about the 5 million taels of compensation? It's for him, but it's only 5 million taels. A Ding family has 10 million in assets. Killing a few merchants will not come. Wei Wang said lightly. Good idea. It is said that Ding Wangquan sent his illegitimate son to King Zhu. He is ill-intentioned. This time he will be operated on. Xiao Han said. Wang Wei nodded. Xiao Qi deceived people too much. Now we can only expand our armaments and prepare for war. If we don't have the talent, we will try to find a way from these merchants. If it doesn't help, we will increase taxes on the people. Yes, father, my son has asked the craftsmen of Jinling City to build weapons all night, and Jinling City will be built into a copper wall and iron wall by then, Xiao Han said. The father and son looked at each other and seemed to have a tacit understanding. What the two did not know was that after the Yangzhou massacre, Wei Jun's atrocities began to spread in Pengzhou City, Huizhou City, Tongzhou City and Yangzhou City. The people who spread the news included businessmen, ordinary people, and officials. While propagating the atrocities of King Wei, they were also propagating the affluent life of the people in Kingzhou. Under deliberate propaganda and encouragement, the local people were all indignant. In the next few days, they became more and more angry because the people who had witnessed the massacre in Yangzhou City were sent to the 4 states. Under their eloquent speeches, the people can no longer be a giraffe with their heads stuffed into the sand. They start to hate King Wei with the narration of those who have witnessed them, and they are full of yearning for Kingzhou under the preaching of the people of Kingzhou. After the government office moved in and began to allocate the land of the rich family to them, the people were completely boiled, and the merits of King Qi were spread everywhere in the 4 states, and the people's hearts and desires for a time. Yangzhou City. After Li San finished the complaints of a village, he returned to the city. In the government office, Yi Kenian was waiting for him. After seeing him back, Yi Qian smiled bitterly. Your secret guards are really powerful. In such a short period of time, the people are so supportive of your Royal Highness, and I admire him. Li San traveled all the way from Pengzu City to Yangzhou. This was the last stop. The job of the secret guard is not only to spy on intelligence, but also to gather people's hearts for Xiaoming. Chapter 578 Power of Capital. It's not that the secret guards are powerful, but that Wei Wang is too stupid. He only knows how to protect the interests of the rich, but forgets that there are more ordinary people in this world than the rich. Sitting in the palace, Li San took a sip of tea. These days, he was really exhausted. According to Xiaoming's request, they organized complaints in the village. Let the people who were oppressed by the tyrants come to the stage to complain, and then ended by scolding Wei Wang and the tyrants. In addition to complaints, there are slogans in each village. The content of this slogan is naturally to support King Qi and eliminate the words of King Wei. At the same time, they are also cooperating with the government to establish a local militia organization to unite the people. Of course, no matter how much it is said, there is no practical action. The distribution of land to the people is the key to truly let the people lay down their guard. With the addition of all these methods, the 4 states have finally become popular among the people, and there are many young and middle-aged people who are actively participating in the army. Yi Qian smiled. The group of secret guards has always been very mysterious, and he has a kind of fear in Li San, because he feels that these people must also be stared at by Li San. After hesitating, he asked, "Where are you going next?" "Jinling City." Li San didn't evade. He said, "Catch the thieves first. If you can assassinate King Wei, it will be easier to attack the city, isn't it?" Assassination. Yi Qian was taken aback. "You tell me about this. Aren't you afraid of leaking it out?" "If the governor leaked out, I will know the first time." Li San seemed to smile. Yi Qian hit a violent spirit all over his body, which further confirmed his guess. At this time, he became more and more in awe of Xiaoming, because in his opinion, King Qi was really elusive. How did he establish a secret guard? But this is not what he should think about. After chatting with Li San for a while, he went out of the government to recruit new recruits. Yangzhou City is a big city with a population of 600,000, because they arrived in time. After the massacre, there were still more than 400,000 people left in the city, adding the population of the nearby states and counties. The population of Yangzhou City is considerable, basically around 700,000. The recruitment of such a surplus population is naturally not a problem. And now King Zhu has come to order him to recruit 30,000 recruits from Yangzhou and Tongzhou. After half a year, he needs to lead the army to cooperate with the southern expedition to completely take the Wei land. King Zhu. In the fiery propaganda of the 4 states, war bonds began to be issued in the Kingzhou Chamber of Commerce. In conjunction with the issuance of war bonds, King Zhu daily gave a comprehensive explanation of what war bonds are. When the people and merchants learned that the war bond was issued by Xiaoming, the Kingzhou Chamber of Commerce was blocked by the people. Taking food and money, the people exchanged for war bonds in the Chamber of Commerce to support the war. Compared with the common people, merchants are more interested in war bonds. They have spent money to buy them. At the same time, the rich and powerful who came to King Zhu from Qing'an did not miss this opportunity. With their own property, they replaced the gold and silver objects with a few chapters of thin paper, which were the bonds issued by the Chamber of Commerce. Such a hot scene Xiaoming was unexpected, but the people and merchants were so active, which is enough to explain his current position in the hearts of the people. As for the merchants who tasted the sweetness after the northern expedition, they naturally did not want to miss the opportunity. The only thing that made them regret was that Xiaoming set a limit this time, and they were not able to buy more than 10,000 tals of war bonds. The Chamber of Commerce was overwhelmed, and Xiaoming's palace was full of traffic. After the issuance of the war bond, Cao Zhengyang and many other giants came to the palace to discuss the war bond. His Royal Highness, there was no limit set by His Royal Highness during the Northern Expedition. Why did you set a limit this time? And the 10,000 tals are really less. Cao Zhengyang said. Ding Wu also echoed, His Royal Highness, Please believe in our loyalty to the country. We hope that His Royal Highness can win consecutive battles and expand our territory. Yes, Your Highness, we are all from King Zhu now, we have no ambitions. The merchants babbled, and there was a lot of noise in the main hall. Xiaoming sat in the main seat and did not make any expressions. Instead, he drank tea and listened to the complaints of these merchants. After everyone had finished speaking, he said, "Everyone, the limit is not because this king does not trust you. But this time the amount of war bonds issued is limited, so you can't get all of them." After a pause, Xiaoming said, "Moreover, this war bond king doesn't need too much silver and silver bills. This is of little use to this king. Do you understand now?" Cao Zhengyang, Ding Wu and others looked at each other, and they immediately understood that this time the people were holding grain, cloth and other materials in exchange for bonds. After all, the people didn't like silver and liked to exchange silver for supplies. But these merchants had a lot of money in their hands, and the 50,000 tals of bonds were purchased in the form of silver and banknotes. His Royal Highness means that as long as you exchange materials, you don't need to care about this restriction? Cao Zhengyang asked tentatively. "Of course not. This king can consider raising the upper limit to 300,000 tals." Xiaoming smiled. The restriction this time is actually a trap, in order to let the merchants find ways to obtain various materials from outside the sealed country. His power alone is limited, but the combined energy of so many merchants in Kingzhou is huge. After all, they are related to other places. If they act, it will save him a lot of trouble. 300,000 tals, Ding Wu repeated. "This limit is acceptable," he asked. "What supplies does Your Highness need?" "Iron ore, saltpeter, sulfur, cloth, horses," Xiaoming said. "These things are all he is short of." After the expansion of the army, he needs more steel, gunpowder, military uniforms, and horses. Cao Zhengyang frowned when he heard the words "Your Royal Highness." These materials are now in short supply and are hard to find. If it is easy to do, why should this king tell you about this? But the Iron Ore King can give you a reminder that there are many closed subway mines in Yongwen, and you can go there to buy mines. Xiaoming said that he must now mobilize the power of capital to reserve supplies for the war. "A group of businessmen look at me and I look at you, but in the end they can't help the temptation when they think of a generous return, and they all agree to this. His Royal Highness, if this is the case, we will prepare these supplies for His Highness." There are 20,000 war horses on the grass field of Komin, 15 war horses, exactly 300,000 war horses. Cao Zhengyang glanced at the others triumphantly. 20,000 war horses. Xiaoming was also shocked. Cao Zhengyang only took over this pasture for a year. However, after a little thought, he understood that Cao Zhengyang must have done some smuggling business from the grassland, otherwise there would be so many horses. It's just that he doesn't bother to care about it now. Sometimes capital and politics are contradictory. While being on guard for each other, they need each other. Chapter 579 Pingfa 3 Mountain Kingdom. PS. There are 2 more chapters. I will come later. The atmosphere in the main hall was a bit quiet. Cao Zhengyang made a group of businessmen feel the gap between them and the Cao family. Xiaoming smiled. The treasurer Cao is really a role model for businessmen, and the king accepted the 20,000 war horses. "Your Highness, you don't have to be polite," Cao Zhengyang said. Upon seeing this, Ding Wu said, "His Royal Highness, the Komin will give Your Highness some iron ore. His Royal Highness, Cao Minutes gives cloth. I give food and grass." A group of businessmen rushed to express their stance, for fear of lagging behind others. They had already tasted the sweetness of the last northern expedition, and now they all want to continue to let Xiaoming start the war. "So, I would like to thank you all." Xiaoming was also very vigilant when he felt the enthusiasm of the businessmen. Capital was chasing profits. These businessmen came here to say that they were war bonds, essentially to profit from the war. So they are very diligent. The purpose is not to stop Xiaoming's footsteps. However, Xiaoming's footsteps really couldn't stop. He didn't get the rich materials he wanted in Yangtze this time, so he could only capture the Sanshan Kingdom, an island country colonized by the Japanese nation. For the sake of food and grass, and for the safety of the sea routes, because Yan heard the news. The Japanese pirates were getting supplies from the Three Mountains Kingdom and harassing the merchant ships on the routes. Now the sea route is the lifeline of King Zhu. He didn't want to make any mistakes. Therefore, a day ago he ordered Yan to lead 3,000 marines to capture the Three Mountains Kingdom and merge the Three Mountains Kingdom into the territory of the Sealed Country. At this time, the huge King Zhu fleet was sailing at sea, and after receiving orders from Xiaoming, he set off from Tongzhou to the Kingdom of Three Mountains. On the third day, Yan walked onto the deck, and the island known as the Kingdom of Three Mountains appeared in his telescope. A smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and a stone in Yan's heart fell to the ground. It is very difficult to find an island in the vast sea. If there is no sea chart, he doesn't know how long to find it. Xia Chengmo, is there a dock in Sunshine Kingdom? Yan turned to ask a dark and thin young man, because the fleet was not familiar with this area the first time he came to this sea area, so when he was in Tongzhou, Yan made people spend money to find someone who had been to the Three Mountains Kingdom as a guide. The young man called Xia Chengmo said, "There is a dock to dock, but..." "Just what? Just say it," Yan said. Since the Three Mountains Kingdom became a vassal of the Japanese pirates, few people have come here, because the Marine Corps of the Three Mountains Kingdom became the pawns of the Japanese pirates, and they attacked the merchant ships of the Great Yu Kingdom together with the Japanese pirates, saying that they were navy. They are pirates, and the head of the navy of the Three Mountains Kingdom is called Hu Hai. Hu Hai, you are so brave to attack the merchant ships of our Great Yu country, Yan said angrily. Xia Chengmo continued, he is more than audacious. All the merchant ships passing through this sea area were paid for the road. Otherwise, the merchant ships would be looted within a few days, and no one left alive. Now there is a fleet of Great Yu Kingdom patrolling them on the sea. It's just a little safer. The first mate came up from the cabin when the two were talking. He heard the conversation between the two and said, "General, Your Royal Highness, let us regain the Kingdom of Three Mountains. This time, we will destroy this Hu Hai. The next official is here." I also encountered Hu Hai's pirate ship during sea training. After the number of battleships increased, Xiaoming promoted Yan to general and also promoted some naval generals. This Liu Chen was one of the outstanding naval generals. Xia Chengmo smiled bitterly when he heard the words. "Lieutenant Liu, don't underestimate these pirates. Didn't the King of Chu ever dispatch a warship to destroy these pirates before? But these pirates ran away when they saw the warship. When I came back, it was useless. The sea is so big, where to find them?" Until later, even King Chu didn't bother to control it. The distant coastline is getting closer and closer to the fleet. Yan said, "Don't worry about these, we have our own way. You only need to lead us to the dock where the Three Mountains Kingdom can moor." Having said so much, both Liu Chen and Yan looked firm, without any fear. A trace of pride flashed in Xia Chengmo's eyes. They used to be afraid of pirates and Japanese pirates. Now they have the King Zhu fleet as the backing. He is nothing. Don't be afraid. If he was given 100 tals of silver before, he would not take them to find the demon Hu Hai. Since the King Zhu battleship patrolled the sea, Hu Hai has been paying attention to the movements of the King Zhu battleship. This time he came to the Kingdom of Three Mountains without hiding him. On the dock, looking at the approaching fleet, Hu Hai's face was extremely cold, his eagle eyes narrowed slightly. "Up." "What to do, General?" By Hu Hai's side was a big man with a sturdy waist. The clothes he wore were obviously different from those of Dau. He was a Japanese. After looting for so long at sea, Hu Hai has experienced strong winds and waves. He pondered for a while and said, "You are now leading 200 ships to ambush in the waters 10 miles away from the dock. This King Zhu fleet is just a simple docking, but if they want to deal with us, if we can't say we have to fight with them, maybe we can get these warships." The dock was getting closer and closer, and Yan on the battleship picked up the telescope and looked at the dock. In his field of vision, there were many ships docked on the dock, many of which were unique to the Japanese country. Yan took a closer look, and the people who came and went on the dock were carrying matchlocks and some people were driven to carry goods. "Apart from this dock, are there any other docking docks?" Yan asked again. This time he was going to catch it all at once, not giving Hu Hai a chance to escape. Xia Chengmo told him that the current king of the Three Mountains Kingdom has become a puppet, and the real power lies in Hu Hai's hands. I don't know this, we are not allowed to go here. Nodding his head, Yan said to the flag whisperer, let the warship make a formation at a distance of 500 meters from the pier, surround the transport ship in the middle, and on the outer side, all the gunners are in place. Yes, General. The semaphore reached the bow and began to whistle. After the semaphore was over, the 24 warships began to change their driving directions. When they were about to arrive at the pier, the formation of the fleet was basically straight. While driving, Liu Chen and Yan have been using binoculars to observe the movement of the wharf. It seems that they didn't have any good ideas. Liu Chen put down the binoculars and said, many people at the wharf have been hidden in the boat. Some musketeers hid in the bushes, but none of this escaped the eyes of the two of them. I want to say, just give the dock a few shots. Chapter 580. Rolling. We are not here to cause destruction. The purpose of occupying the Three Mountain Kingdom this time is to turn it into a supply base for us on the sea, and at the same time provide food for the closed country. This time we did not get any benefits in Yangzhou, Yan said in a deep voice. Liu Chen nodded. So, shall we use a boat to land? Yan nodded when he heard this. Put the boat down and prepare to attack. After confirming the order, Liu Chen ordered. Hearing that, the Marines ran up from the cabin one after another. Liu Chen asked the semaphore to give orders to the other warships. After a while, more than 3,000 musketeers gathered on the deck and headed to the dock in the Hung boat. Hu Hai was sweating coldly on the dock at this time, and the many transport ships on the sea told him that the country of Great Yu was real this time. He glanced around the dock, and there were only 2,000 people on the dock, and this was already the Kingdom of Three Mountains. All the troops are gone, and most of the soldiers do not yet have matchlocks, and they use swords. But the soldiers of the country of Diayu who came by boat carried a musket with a bayonet on their backs. Yan watched the movement on the dock all the time. What he said with Liu Chen was just a joke. If a dangerous situation is really encountered, he will not hesitate to break the dock and ensure the safety of the Marines. It was not easy for him to train these soldiers. In order to compete with New Ben for equipment, the two almost didn't fight in Kingzhou. Now the army's equipment is very scarce, and no one wants to let anyone else. At this time, Liu Chen was also preparing to land with the Marine Corps. After this time, they would completely occupy the main island of the Three Mountains Kingdom. Await my orders at any time. Liu Chen ordered the soldiers on the same boat. In Kingzhou, every general was at the forefront when fighting. This time Liu Chen naturally inherited this tradition. The waves were rippling, and the fleet quickly arrived at the pier. Liu Chen jumped onto the wooden pier first. At this time, the soldiers on the dock ran over with their guns. Some soldiers pointed their guns directly at them. One soldier asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Liu Chen swept around. Among these soldiers, there were no more than 100 with matchlocks. He calmly said, "We are King Chi's fleet. We are ordered by King Chi to drive out Japanese pirates for King Sanshan." "King Chi? What is King Chi?" "Only we, General Hu, have the final say." The general said, "If you stop temporarily and leave after a rest, if you have bad intentions, don't blame us for being polite." The soldier shouted Tao. These soldiers also followed Hu Hai to plunder at sea, so they were bold. Liu Chen is a straightforward character. Their goal is to take down the Three Mountains Kingdom. No matter whether the soldiers of the Three Mountains Kingdom are kind or not, war is inevitable. He sneered and said, "It's not up to you to decide. We can't help but have the final say." "Do you have the final say?" the soldier said disdainfully. Liu Chen looked behind him. At this time, he was the only one on the shore, no more than 50 people in a boat, but he didn't have a trace of fear. The Marine Corps was characterized by bravery. He directly drew the long knife from his waist and pierced the soldier's chest directly. Come brothers, kill them." Liu Chen snorted coldly, then shouted, "Fire!" Boom boom. The musketeers behind Liu Chen pulled the trigger one after another, and white smoke emerged from the muzzle. 10 soldiers who rushed over suddenly fell down, but at the same time, more and more soldiers came from the dock. Liu Chen was not in a hurry. He needed to open up a battlefield on the dock, so he shouted, "Hold up and wait for support." "Yes, Lieutenant." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers quickly formed an array on the pier to continue shooting. At the same time, the second and third ships docked at the pier, and the soldiers rushed to the pier. As the number of people increased, the Marines' firepower rose violently, and soldiers rushed over and fell one after another. When did Dayu's army become so powerful? Hiding in the warehouse outside the dock, Hu-Hai looked at the soldiers who were falling down like a cold winter. Under the firearms of the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom, the soldiers of the Sunshine Kingdom were completely vulnerable. At this time, he couldn't help but pale with fright. He had never fought such a war before. "Withdraw." A trembling word came out of Hu-Hai's mouth, and now he finally realized that he could not defeat these soldiers at all. However, he still has a navy battleship. In the process of escaping, he ordered his men to light a bonfire on the dock. He did not need this island, but he wanted a battleship from the Great Yu Kingdom. As long as he can get one, he will be able to run wild at sea. The beacon on the island attracted Yun's attention. This unusual behavior made him vigilant. He believed that this was definitely not an accident. After a while, Yun saw through the telescope that there were 300 ships gathered in the West Sea area, and there were many soldiers with weapons on the ships. This is interesting. Yun looked at the 300 warships. The enemy's warships are very advantageous, but he is not worried. Naval battles are not just enough for people. "General, do you want to open fire? These warships will soon be within range," the second officer said at this time. Putting down the binoculars, Yun shook his head. "Don't worry, bring them closer and hit them. The reminders of these boats are very small, and they cannot withstand the bombardment of grape bombs. You let the gunners all put on grape bombs. I will teach them." "What is a naval battle?" "Yes, General." The second mate turned and got off the cabin. Following the wind, Hu-Hai's ships approached very quickly. In just half an hour, more than 300 pirate ships arrived in the sea area 500 meters away from the fleet. On the battleship, the semaphore kept playing the semaphore, and the gunners of the 10 battleships were all in place. On the outer side, the Galen ships' firing ports were opened one by one, and all their artillery was pushed out to aim the muzzle at the Three Mountain Kingdom naval battleship. When the black smoke was rising from the pier, Kaiming Moriyama ordered the fleet to move forward. He was the Japanese man who was with Hu-Hai. As the fleet approached the King's fleet, Kaiming Moriyama became more and more disturbed. His intuition on the battlefield made he felt a little unusual. When facing hundreds of pirate ships, any fleet would either run away, or defensive soldiers would emerge from the ship, but the dozen or so warships did not move at all, but the sides suddenly opened a lot. In the square mouth, some black tubes stretched out, and the deck of the ship was always calm, as if not caring at all. But despite this, the smoke rising from the pier had conveyed Hu-Hai's order to seize these warships. "Kill." The huge battleship was in front of his eyes, and the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted, and at this moment, the deafening sound resounded across the sky, and Moriyama Kiki saw countless firelights on the opposite side, followed by black. The sphere flew over like lightning. Chapter 581. Control the whole island. Boom boom boom. The black iron ball hit the pirate ship and made a dull sound. A pirate ship was instantly shattered by dozens of shells, and some soldiers were directly hit by the shells, and the whole person was beaten to mud. Fear, deep fear, the cry of the soldiers of the Three Mountains Kingdom instantly turned into a sorrow. One ship was torn apart, and the entire fleet was in chaos. Kaimaki Moriyama stood on the seaboat. There was no one on either side of him. Countless shells whizzed past his ears and took away all his crew. He was speechless, his legs trembling and unable to move. In his eyes were countless flying sawdust and blood. Amidst the rumbling sound, the ships sank one after another. Yun looked at the group of escaping soldiers, and the desperate expressions on their faces once again thoroughly realized the terrifyingness of this weapon. Just 100 meters away, those pirate warships were directly pierced by shells, and dozens of shells were enough to destroy a sea ship, and most of the pirates were directly hit by dense shells, connected in a string and flew out, seeing that they couldn't survive. The battle was fierce, and the warships of the Three Mountains Kingdom had nowhere to escape. The ships trying to escape were also sunk one after another. After half an hour, only floating wood and corpses were left on the sea. Stop shooting and catch a few live ones. Yan gave the order, and the navy of the Three Mountains Kingdom had completely collapsed without any threat. After his order was given, the fleet began to move towards the destroyed warship. The ropes were thrown down one by one. The soldiers who hadn't died seemed to have grabbed the life-saving straw and climbed up the rope. "General, let's grab a Japanese man." When Yan was staring at the sea intently, a soldier held a trembling man and threw it in front of Yan. According to those soldiers, he was sent by the Japanese to monitor Huhai people. Besides this pier, there is also a pier where some Japanese pirate ships stop. Glancing at the Japanese people, he said, "What is your name?" The younger one is called Moriyama Kaiming. At this time, Moriyama Kaiming was scared and dare not hide anything. Yan sneered, "You should know where the dock is. Now lead the way, otherwise I will throw you down to feed the fish." "Yes, yes." Kaiming Moriyama nodded like garlic. At this time, Liu Chen had been chasing on the coast for nearly 40 minutes. After crossing a hillside, his front suddenly opened up. It turned out that outside the forest is a semicircular sea area surrounded by mountains. The area is very broad. It was very concealed. When the fleet came just now, they were blocked by the woods and did not see this bay. The escaped soldiers were still running down the hillside one by one, and on the side of the beach were more than 100 ships of various sizes, some of which had already begun to escape, and the people on board were all dressed as Japanese pirates. "Follow me," Liu Chen yelled, and rushed down one by one. When the Marines saw this, they screamed and rushed down. He had heard the sound of guns just now. Presumably the fleet was already at war, and after taking down this dock, they would really control this sea area. At this time, the soldiers of the Three Mountains Kingdom had no desire to fight. Liu Chen effortlessly occupied another pier more than a dozen miles away, and at the same time seized more than a dozen warships, and he could do nothing about the warships that had escaped. However, after only a while, he saw the fleet led by Yan sailing into the bay, and at the same time the sky-shaking artillery sounded again. After shelling for a while, Yan ordered the fleet to sail into this bay. On the way, Kaiming Moriyama had already explained the characteristics of this excellent bay. According to him, the seawater of this bay was more than 10 meters deep, so it was very suitable for ships. They have only recently built a dock here as a new dock for Japanese pirates. The battleships approached one after another, and Yan got off the ship. "Who are these people?" There were thousands of people squatting on the dock. Yan couldn't help asking. "General, these are the people of Dayu. They were captured by Huhai and became slaves here," Liu Chen said. "Find a few people to lead the way. We are going to talk to the kingdom of the Three Mountain Kingdom," Yan said after a moment of thought. The two nodded. Although Huhai and the Japanese pirates on the island were driven away, they still occupied the island, and if they completely occupied the island, they had to talk to the king of the Three Mountains Kingdom. Moreover, according to Xiaoming's plan, they had to temporarily station troops on the island to prevent Japanese pirates from counterattacking. After all, it was too close to the Japanese nation. Yan's proposal was approved by two people. Besides the garrison, they had to build a bastion to guard against the enemy. These slaves were still available for the time being, and besides these slaves, they also captured a lot of surrendered soldiers. The bastion needs to quarry rocks, and now it is most appropriate to hand it over to these prisoners of war. His Royal Highness may be a little worried. "Why do you need a bastion to deal with the soldiers on this island?" Liu Chen said. "You are wrong. These bastions are not to deal with the people here, but to deal with Japanese pirates, and these are not what we care about. Your Royal Highness naturally has his considerations. Our duty is to carry out the task. Go to the residential area by road," Yan said. "Yes," Liu Chen said. After all, the two marched towards the island with their soldiers. After passing through the woods in front of the pier, they suddenly opened up. At this time, in front of them are many rice fields, and at the end of the rice fields are dense houses. These houses are no different from the buildings in Dayu. "The king's palace is in the middle of the city," said the people who led the way. "He was caught on the island 5 years ago and is familiar with everything here." Yan and Liu Chen nodded and led the army to move on to the island. After walking 20 miles, they reached the residential area. The people who led the way on the road introduced them to them. "The writings of the Three Mountains Kingdom are the same as those of the Great Yu Kingdom, and they are dressed exactly the same. But since they were occupied by Japanese pirates, some of the island's nobles put on kimonos and learned from the Japanese pirates' language. Some children of the common people are also required to learn the Japanese language." The arrival of the army aroused the vigilance of the residents on the island. They hid in their homes and watched them from the windows. Yan didn't care. He understood the situation on the island. This island country with a population of 200,000 people had very few troops. Because of this, they were trying to survive in the cracks between Japanese pirates and Daewoo. However, from now on, there will be no Three Mountain Kingdom anymore, and from now on it will be part of the territory of the feudal state. Chapter 582. 3 Summer. The warm sea breeze whizzed past, and the soil on the ground was still a bit damp, as if it had just rained. Under the leadership of Xie Chengmo, Yan and Liu Chen quickly arrived at the royal city of the Three Mountains Kingdom. After passing through the houses, a stone wall appeared in front of everyone. The stone of the wall was blue, and some green moss grew in the gaps. The height of the city wall is about 5 meters, extending from north to south, protecting the royal city of the Ryuka Kingdom in the middle. "General, this is the one who entered the king's city, Yigyu Pass," Xie Chengmo said to Yan. At this time, in front of everyone was a very narrow gate. The gate of the gate was only 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Above the gate was a small tower. This kind of tower is very common in Daewoo, similar to the structure of a pavilion. When the heavily armed army came to the pass, hundreds of soldiers on the wall immediately became nervous. A dozen archers aimed at them with bows and arrows. "Who are you?" the soldier on the tower asked with a trembling voice. They had heard the gunfire in the direction of the pier just now, so now they are very wary of these strangers. Yan glanced at these soldiers. According to the information provided by Xie Chengmo, the forces of the Three Mountains Kingdom were limited and the most of them were in the hands of Hu Hai. Now that Hu Hai has been driven away by them, there is basically no resistance in this royal city, and it is estimated that there are more than 1,000 people on the wall. "We are soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom, and the Japanese pirates and Hu Hai were driven away by us. Now open the city gate quickly. We want to see your king," Yan said coldly. The soldiers in the city were shocked when he heard the news. With the support of the Japanese kingdom, Hu Hai became the #1 official of the Three Mountain Kingdom. The people and soldiers of the Three Mountain Kingdom were afraid of him. Suddenly a group of people came and drove away Hu Hai, and they suddenly became a little nervous. "We have already notified the inner palace. Please wait outside the gate." The soldiers on the wall didn't dare to offend, and said carefully, "It is very simple for these people to drive away Hu Hai and take down the castle. Now they have no arrogant capital." Yan is not a war mad. Hearing this, he nodded and waited for a reply. And while he was waiting, Liu Chen and his soldiers had already circled the castle and returned to Yan. He said, "General, this castle is not big. It is estimated that one circle is about 6 miles away. There are few guards on the wall outside, and it is easy to take down this castle." Yan looked at some of the buildings inside from the top of the city wall. The exposed buildings are like the roofs of the buildings in Daewoo State, with overhangs and yellow tiles on them. "Wait temporarily. If this Ryuka king doesn't know each other, we can't say we have to do it. You should prepare the gunpowder barrels now, and then directly blow up the city gate," Yan said. "Yes, General." Liu Chen responded and prepared to go. After giving the order, Yan searched to high ground and looked east. In the telescope, he saw an ocean on the opposite side. Then he looked south again, and the land of the Three Mountains Kingdom was unobstructed. Just as marked on the chart, the land of the Three Mountains Kingdom was long and narrow. The narrowest place from east to west is only 4 or 5 miles, and the widest place is only 30 miles. Comparing its width, the island is very long and narrow, with a length of 200 miles from south to north, Now they are at the widest place. This position looks like a worm's neck with a bump protruding westward. The two piers just now were exactly the upper and lower sides of a semicircular knot, and for this reason, he could not find the other pier. After all, he came from the southwest facing the south pier. After waiting for a while, some beads of sweat appeared on Yun's forehead. Now King Zhu has turned cold, but it is still hot here. After studying geography at Bowen College, he knew that the Three Mountains Kingdom belonged to the subtropical zone and the climate was warm and rainy. It was for this reason that the Three Mountains Kingdom was favored by the Japanese kingdom. While he was observing the terrain, there was a commotion on the tower, and then a figure like a general appeared on it. He looked at the 2,000 soldiers under the city, and the general's face turned pale. "Open the gates," the general ordered. Upon receiving the order, the gate of Yagagwan opened slowly, and then the generals came out of the gate and bowed to the head. The former general of the Three Mountains Kingdom Chak seized the angel. "No gift." A smile appeared on Yun's mouth. The Sunshine Kingdom always calls the messengers of the Great Yu Kingdom an angel to show respect. Chak got up, looked carefully at Yun and his party, then he stood to the side, stretched out his hand and said, "Angel please." Yun nodded and was about to enter the pass. At this time, Liu Chen ran from behind to stop him and said, "General, be careful of fraud, or let the general lead the soldiers to find out." Hearing this, Yun immediately remembered, and he nodded gently. Liu Chen glanced at Chak and took 1,000 soldiers into the pass. After searching the entire castle and no ambush, he came back and informed Yun that he could enter with peace of mind. Chak didn't say anything, and only then said, "The angel is worried. The king has been waiting for the help of the Great Yu Kingdom. Now that the angel is coming with a large army, how dare we courtiers be enemies of the angel?" It's been a few years since the Three Mountain Kingdom and Dayu Kingdom have cut off contact. We have to guard against it, Yun said as he walked into the castle. As soon as you entered the castle, a group of red buildings appeared in front of everyone. These buildings with carved beams and painted buildings look like a small palace. The only difference is that these buildings are made of wood, and there are also many small windows on them. It's delicate. Following Chak Yun and his party walked towards the palace. The Marine Corps has been monitoring along the way. Arriving in front of the largest palace in the complex, Yun saw a middle-aged man wearing a red gold silk cloud-edged official clothes waiting for his arrival, surrounded by everyone. "The angel is coming. Xiao Wang is honored." The middle-aged man closed his hands and bowed to Yun. Yun looked at the middle-aged people. When the Sunshine Kingdom was once a vassal state of the Great Yu Kingdom, the prince of the Great Yu Kingdom once sent an envoy to give the Sunshine Kingdom the Sunshine King. At this time, it was not wrong for the king to call himself a little king, but looking at these people in a hurry, Yun realized that they must have changed the clothes just now. He didn't take it seriously, but bluntly said, "This time the Japanese pirates will be expelled in the name of King Chi of Great Yu." To recategorize the Kingdom of Three Mountains into the vassal country of the Kingdom of Great Yu, I wonder what the King of Three Mountains intended. Yun's words were a bit strong, and now the world situation is the weak and the strong, and he doesn't like the hypocritical set on the surface, but directly picks out the purpose. The King of Mountain King was shocked when he heard this, and said, "King Chi? Isn't it the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom?" Chapter 583 Hypocrisy. What? Don't you want to? Yun's voice was cold. He didn't want to bother with Three Mountain Kings anymore. If he was not obedient, he could change. 1. He can easily control an island with only 200,000 people. There was a cold sweat behind the Three Mountain Kings. In fact, he did not have any ability to challenge this army, and before this army came, the power of the kingdom was controlled by Hu Hai, and now he just wanted to take this opportunity to regain power. Yes, Three Mountain King smiled, and he said, "It's just that the angels have seen it. My king has been harassed by the Japanese nation. This time it is a good thing for the angels to drive away the Japanese pirates. But once you leave, this Japanese pirate is very good. There will soon be a comeback, and the kingdom will be poisoned by Japanese pirates again. so Xiao Wang hopes that angels can garrison in the kingdom to guard against Japanese pirates and keep the kingdom's peace forever. Yan said lightly, as long as you can obey the orders of His Royal Highness Qi, the position of King of Three Mountains will always be yours. This will guarantee that figures like Hu Hai will not reappear. Of course, the garrison is also within our consideration, but in the end it all depends on your performance. The capture of the Three Mountains Kingdom this time, according to Xiao Ming's intention, was to prepare for the garrison. It was because of the inattention of the Great Yu Kingdom that the Three Mountains Kingdom was finally annexed by the Japanese kingdom. Yan had the trump card in his heart, and he knew that the current Three Mountain Kings had no real power. His purpose of saying this was only to completely control the Three Mountain Kings. Although it is said that the Three Mountains Kingdom will be incorporated into the territories of the feudal country this time, Xiao Ming now has no extra officials to send to the island, so the Three Mountains King will still be the ruler of the island and will be supervised by the garrison on the island. The kingdom truly became the first overseas colony of the kingdom of Diau. Xiao Wang would like to follow the angel's orders. The Three Mountain King was overjoyed. When Hu Hai was on the island, he was just a puppet. Now that he truly controls the kingship, he doesn't care who he pays tribute. Yan nodded in satisfaction, and the attitude of the Three Mountain Kings satisfied him. Otherwise he would have to spend some weeks to change a king. Then Yan and Sanshan King clarified the materials to be tributed. After the Japanese occupation of the Sanshan Kingdom, the Shanwang Kingdom provided a large amount of food to the Japanese during each harvest season. Although there are only 200,000 people on the island, because of the pleasant climate on the island and the high yield of grain every year, the harvest is considerable. The angel came at the right time this time. The rice in this field is about to be harvested. This time the grain is about to be delivered to King Zhu. I hope that the angel can say something to Xiao Wang in front of King Qi, Three Mountain King said. Yan briefly talked about the situation in King Zhu when communicating with him, and now he also has some understanding of King Zhu. This is natural. As long as the grain arrives in King Zhu, your highness will be very happy, and your position will become more stable at that time. When he landed, Yan noticed the rice in the field. At this time, the rice ears had turned yellow. It can be harvested immediately. Hearing the words of the Three Mountain Kings was another word of thanks. In addition to rice, another source of income for the Three Mountains Kingdom is fishing. For this reason, Yan went back this time to prepare to teach the artisans of the Three Mountains Kingdom the technique of trawling. In this way, the Three Mountains Kingdom can continue to provide seafood to King Zhu. After talking about the supply of food, Yan finally talked about the construction of the bastion. Since the decision to garrison, the bastion must be built. The reason is very simple. This time he is only going to garrison 1,000 troops on the island. With these 1,000 people combined with the bastion defense, even if Japanese pirates attack here, reinforcements will have time to come and support. After all, there will be food in the bastion and artillery on the walls, and 1,000 people will be enough to resist the Japanese pirates for a period of time. To make the plan on the island clear, Yan had a dinner together at the invitation of the Three Mountain Kings. He arrived in the morning and now it is night. He can only rest on the island. On the second day, he sent a warship back to sail back and relayed the news of the occupation of the Three Mountains Kingdom. 5 days later, the news of the capture of the Shanwang Kingdom spread to the King Zhu government office. Can the Three Mountain Kingdom provide King Zhu with 600,000 shi of grain this time? Pang Yukan asked in shock. Fiji is puzzled. His Royal Highness, Ching'an also has a record of tribute to the Three Mountain Kingdom. The Mountain King Kingdom is just a tribute to some corals and gold and silver statues. Why does it provide so much food for His Highness this time? This is not the time. The Sanshan Kingdom was a vassal state of the Great Yu Kingdom at that time. But now it is our colony, Xiao Ming said lightly, and now the Sanshan Kingdom's position in his heart is only among them. After all, this is a country independent of Great Chongqing, and the people still don't agree with Great Chongqing. But after he promotes education on the island, this place will eventually become Hawaii of Great Chongqing, not Hawaii of Wa. Fiji has just come into contact with the concept of a colony. He said, His Royal Highness, is this appropriate? This prestige should be kingly rather than overbearing. If you don't practice kindness, people will lose their hearts. In the future, who'll regard great you as the celestial dynasty go to the country. Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned. He said, Gardif, rule the world with kingly power instead of hegemony, and the world for hegemony should be hegemony instead of kingly. If today is undecided, is this kingly way too early, now? And the surrounding barbarians are afraid of power but not morals. My country of Dau is gifted to the barbarians around me, but I always suffer from their bullying when I am poor and weak. At this time, they have thought of treating Dau country to them. Kindness. Your Highness, this. Fiji was speechless. After a pause, Xiaoming said, You keep talking about the kingly way. Why did the successive kings of the kingdom of Dau treat the people like dogs, but treat the barbarians like a guest? Fiji's face turned white and red and white. This time Xiaoming seemed to be very angry. He sighed in his heart. He finally understood why King Zhu was so unique, because Xiaoming's ideas were very unique. Seeing Fiji being reprimanded, Pang Yukun swallowed when he reached his throat. In fact, he and Fiji had very close views. Now that Fiji is blocking the knife, he will not say anything. Originally, Xiaoming was very happy with the news that the Three Mountains Kingdom had arrived, but at this time it was all destroyed by Fiji and waved his hand. He asked Fiji and Pang Yukun to go back. This time, Fiji's words are full of the so-called Confucian benevolence and morality, but the prevailing rules of the great nautical era are more barbarous than anyone else, and what he is most indignant about is that the history of Fiji has been flooded with Ning to be with outsiders. The idea of two family slaves. In fact, many people have misunderstood the tributary matter, thinking that this is the advantage of Dau Kingdom, but it is not, because after each tribute, Dau Kingdom will give the feudal state envoys several times the value of things for them to bring back. Even in the Ming dynasty, the Japanese government took advantage of the tributary tribute, and even paid tribute twice a year, because it was a profitable business for the Japanese nation. It was like taking 100 yuan to shout to the boss, and being the person who called the boss happily gave this person 10,000 yuan, which was extremely stupid. Because of this, now he has come to this era to break this cycle of thought. Since then, the country of Dau is not a fake gentleman, but a real villain. He wants to conquer and plunder outside and be lenient to the inside, because in his opinion, this is a normal country. But Fiji's words also made him finally figure out why the dynasties changed. The people didn't have a trace of nostalgia for the court. In fact, the people have a scale in their hearts. Since the monarch treats me as a state scholar, I will repay it with a state scholar. The monarch treats me with carelessness. Retaliate the enemy. Chapter 584. Sweet Potato is here outside the palace. Fiji and Pang Yukun walked side by side. The Fiji who was scolded was depressed and said, Hey, Your Highness's temper is really elusive. Am I wrong just now? Since ancient times, all dynasties have been such foreign vassals. Eldef, regardless of right or wrong, at least Your Highness is wrong here, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that what Your Highness said is not wrong. For example, if we treat the Three Mountain Kingdoms in the same way as before, it won't happen. In a few days, they will definitely fall into the hands of the Japanese pirates, and once the Japanese pirates have a sufficient supply of food and grass, they will inevitably invade. At that time, our benevolence is cruel to the people of Dau. If you say this, Your Highness will think nothing wrong. There is some truth to what you say. Fiji was a little enlightened, but the face of the country? Can the face be eaten? Pang Yukun came to Xiaoming's words. Fiji sighed and sighed deeply. It seems that I have to go to Bowen College and read the book again. Maybe I can understand Your Highness's thoughts. The two were talking when they suddenly saw Li Kaiyuan walking towards the palace with two people carrying a basket of things. Pang Yukun stopped him and asked, What is this? Sweet potatoes. Li Kaiyuan wiped his sweat and said, He sent the batch of sweet potatoes as soon as they were unloaded from the merchant ship. Pang Yukun suddenly opened his eyes. Is this a sweet potato? Yes, The Dutch merchant ship was sent to Dengzhou, and I quickly transported it back," Li Kaiyuan said, and the greeting was about to leave. Fiji looked at the demented Pang Yukun and asked, "Pang Shufu, why are you so excited?" "Because this thing is more productive than potatoes." Pang Yukun's eyes filled with tears. "It seems that in the future, you will not starve people to death. It's more productive than potatoes?" Fiji was also surprised from ear to ear. He looked at the things in the frame, but Li Kaiyuan took someone away. Entering the palace, Li Kaiyuan directly found Xiaoming. "His Royal Highness, this is a sweet potato from the Dutch," Li Kaiyuan said, pointing to the sweet potato piled in the bamboo basket. "The sweet potato is here." Xiaoming was depressed, but the moment he saw the sweet potato he was in a high mood. "I arrived in Dengzhou 3 days ago, and I was sent to the shore." "Your Highness, can this thing really be worth 30 stones per mu?" Li Kaiyuan was still a little disbelief. "Of course, this can still be fake. Now that the potatoes have proven themselves, now this king will let the sweet potatoes prove themselves," Xiaoming said happily. In his opinion, the value of sweet potatoes is higher than that of potatoes. The preservation of potatoes is still a problem, but sweet potatoes can be cut into slices and sun-dried into dried sweet potatoes. When he was young, he often ate dried sweet potatoes. The old people at that time said that they also ate this when they were young, and even they eat sweet potato leaves. "Made buns." Li Kaiyuan nodded. "If so, with potatoes and sweet potatoes, the food problem of the closed country can be solved." "How can it be so simple?" "This has to wait until it is popularized," Xiaoming said with a smile. "Sufficient food means population growth." In the era of ocean navigation, the Western population exploded, and he could not fall behind, because in his opinion, after the end of the civil war in Great Chongqing, the population will inevitably decline on a large scale, and with sufficient food, he can encourage fertility. Looking at the sweet potatoes in the basket, Xiaoming was happy but also a little greedy. He hadn't eaten roasted sweet potatoes for a long time. At this moment, Asta passed by outside the main hall. Xiaoming stopped her and asked her to take the sweet potatoes. "Take it to the pantry and bake it." "Your Highness, this is the sweet potato?" Asta's eyes rolled round and round. How can Xiaoming not know what this girl thinks? He told them about the deliciousness of sweet potatoes on weekdays, so he said, "There are a lot of sweet potatoes. You can take a few to eat when the time comes." "His Royal Highness," Asta said beautifully. Li Kaiyuan was fine with the sweet potato, so he quit and left the palace. At this time, Xiaoming also returned to the bedroom with a smile on his face. Fu Ear was reading at this time, and seeing Xiaoming so happy, Fu Ear smiled and said, "What makes your Highness so happy?" Li Kaiyuan sent sweet potatoes, and the Three Mountains Kingdom will soon send grain. Now the grain of the closed country will soon be harvested, and the potatoes will be harvested in autumn. In this way, the grain of the closed country will become rich. Xiaoming the happier he thinks. The people take food as their heaven. With these food, he doesn't need to be afraid of anything. Fue was also happy for Xiaoming when she heard this. When she first came to Kingzhou, she thought she would have a hard time, but she didn't expect Kingzhou to be more comfortable than Qing'an. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Fu Ear smiled. Xiaoming was immediately proud when he heard this, and the construction of the country was steadily proceeding, and his heart became more and more stable. When the two were talking, the dining room was messed up into a pot of porridge, and the smell of roasted sweet potatoes attracted Lulu and Xiaohun. After learning that this was the sweet potato in Xiaoming's mouth, the two girls suddenly became greedy, and rushed to grab it. Asta looked helpless, but she didn't bother to care because he had taken a big sweet potato in advance and giggled. After a while, she took a bite, and the sweetness and fragrance spread in her mouth. The taste was much stronger than that of boiled potatoes. At this time, the Green Dill and Xiaohun also started to eat. "His Royal Highness is really capable, so that you can get delicious things." Asta ate several mouthfuls, and then sighed contentedly. Lulu eats the fastest. After eating the food in her mouth, she squinted her eyes with enjoyment. Then she looked at the sweet potato in Asta's hand and said unwillingly, "Sister Asta, have you finished eating such a big sweet potato? I help you eat together." You. Asta gave Luluo a white look and gave part of it to her. "His Royal Highness is right, you are a snack." Luluo didn't care, she was happy to eat some. When the sweet potatoes were roasted, they were naturally sent to Xiaoming. Xiaoming saw the sweet potatoes on the plate. It was not so new. After all, he did not eat less of this stuff in modern times. Fue was different. He eagerly picked up one, stuffed into the mouth. Xiaoming grabbed it empty-handed and said, "Peel the skin and eat it again." As he said, he peeled off the skin of the sweet potato and gave it to Fue. He took it with a smile. Fue took a light bite, chewed lightly, and said in her mouth, "Well, it's delicious." Xiaoming also picked up a sweet potato and ate it. Sweet potatoes, like potatoes, are a sharp weapon to solve famine. When food is sufficient, they will not be regarded as a staple food. Potatoes are used for cooking, and sweet potatoes become a snack material. After eating half of the meal, Fue felt choked. She drank a few sips of water. The first time she ate it, she felt very delicious. But sweet potatoes, like potatoes, choke when eaten dry. But I have to say, this sweet potato is really delicious. Chapter 585. Polity. The sleeping hall is enveloped by the sweet smell of roasted sweet potatoes. Xiaoming and Fue took one of them and ate it deliciously. Of course, he had not forgotten Concubine Zen. He had sent some roasted sweet potatoes to Concubine Zen just now. "His Royal Highness, this sweet potato is so delicious and high-yielding. This is really the blessing of the Great Yu country." Fue chewed slowly, and the smile in her eyes grew thicker. Xiaoming nodded. "Now that we have potatoes and sweet potatoes, the agricultural king who has sealed the country will feel at ease." For him, he mainly introduced these two high-yield crops. As for other cash crops, he is not in a hurry. After all, the people of Dayu are only looking for food and clothing, rather than seeking nutrition as modern people do. Fue nodded, and then she said, "Not only does your highness need not worry about agriculture, but now the highness of the textile industry does not need to worry about it." After the steam engine enters the textile workshop, the cloth output of the textile workshop has greatly increased, and it is now sent from Chudi. There is not enough cotton. While talking, Fue took a blue cloth from the table to Xiaoming. "This is the cloth spun out of the textile workshop." Xiaoming spread the cloth on his hand and stroked it. Although the cloth was dyed, the surface of the cloth was smooth, and the cotton threads were very tight. Holding the cloth, he tugged again, which showed that the cloth was very strong. Generally speaking, this was the most delicate cloth Xiaoming had ever seen in Dayu. This is still false, and only the textile machines and steam engines in the textile workshop can produce such cloth. Now the concubines are preparing to use these fabrics to produce military uniforms for the army. But now the steam engine has greatly increased the output of the textile workshop. This cotton is actually it's not enough, and the cotton price in Chudi has become more expensive because of this. Speaking of this, Fue was a little unhappy. Probably because he blamed Chudi's cotton merchants for taking the opportunity to raise prices. Xiaoming didn't care about this. He said, "Actually, it is very simple. The price of cotton has risen, and the price of this cloth will also be expensive. When the time comes, let our merchants sell it to Chu land at a high price, and this profit will be earned." Came back. Fue suddenly laughed when she heard the words, and she said, "His Royal Highness is right." And the concubine asked Luluo to raise the price of the cloth sold to merchants in Chu. During this period of time, Xiaoming spent a short time with Fue because of the war in Weidi. Now that she is free, Fue seems to have something to say. After talking about the sweet potato and cloth, Fue suddenly asked with interest, "His Royal Highness, when the concubine gave a lecture to the women's college yesterday, a female student said about the feudal system and the constitutional monarchy during the period." "Who said that?" Xiaoming frowned upon hearing this. Fue saw Xiaoming's expression a little solemn, and she dared not hide it, and said, "This female student is not someone else, but Yang Shimen, the daughter of Yang Cheng'ai, the governor of Dengzhou." The concubine also asked her, but she was talking about a Dutch businessman. Tell her about the dual constitutional monarchy and the parliamentary constitutional monarchy. Dutch businessman. Xiaoming nodded. This is not surprising. Yang Cheng'ai has a lot of dealings with Dutch people. It is inevitable that he will learn something about the West from the Dutch population. Where was his pillow? Xiaoming usually taught her a lot of knowledge that the Great Yu Kingdom did not have, but he did not talk to Fu about the political systems of these countries. Now Fu asked, he explained, the feudal system in the Dutch population refers to the current state system of the Great Yu Kingdom. This system is based on layers of feudalization by the noble ruling class, possession of land and peasants and other wealth. Regarding the system, as for the constitutional monarchy, it is now the polity of many Western countries. Generally speaking, the constitutional monarchy is divided into a dualistic constitutional monarchy and a parliamentary constitutional monarchy. Fu showed interest. After reading the books of Bowen Academy, she gradually became interested in other parts of the world. After a sip of tea, he continued, the essence of the monarchy is to establish a parliament to restrict the rights of the monarch, but the difference is that the emperor has higher rights than the parliament in the dual monarchy, and the parliamentary monarchy has the chance to lose some of the rights, or even become for decoration. What is this council? Fu asked. Simply put, it is the highest authority representing the interests of businessmen. This organization has all the rights of the emperor. Xiaoming explained. Fu frowned. She said, this Western country is really strange. Why can an institution representing the interests of businessmen rule a country? If so, wouldn't this country become a tool for businessmen to earn money? Xiaoming was a little surprised. He looked at Fu and asked, do you think this kind of national system is not good? Not good. Fu replied categorically. Businessmen are chasing profits. They can do anything for the benefit of them. Xiaoming smiled and said, it's just that the feudal autocracy has its own drawbacks. It's just that the people who earn money have changed from merchants to powerful and powerful. There is no difference in essence. Fu said, His Royal Highness is right, so a generation of Mingjun can prosper a nation, and a generation of unconscious emperors can subdue the country, but the emperor orders God, so why should your highness be disturbed by Western countries? Xiaoming sighed. For him, the real crisis is far from the civil unrest in the Great Yu state, nor the powers that are eyeing the eye. The biggest crisis actually comes from within the Great Yu state. Now, in order to improve the level of civilization, he has popularized education in the country, and the result of this is to open up people's wisdom. Once the people's wisdom is opened up, the people and businessmen will actively participate in the affairs of the state at that time. The Congress will not. It is unknown whether the Glorious Revolution in Britain or the French Revolution occurred. Because of this, the incident Fu mentioned caused a haze in his heart suddenly, because maybe one day his enemies are the people who once supported him. Because he will not allow events similar to the British Revolution and the French Revolution to happen in Great Chongqing, nor will he allow capital to control the country. In his view, the system is not a decisive factor in determining the rise and fall of a country, because no matter what system is implemented by humans, the ultimate problem lies in the hands of those who implement it. Because of this, what contemporary China has respected since ancient times is talent. Govern the country. However, it is not appropriate to maintain the feudal dictatorship of the emperor's fate. So he will follow the footsteps of the times to make some changes in the political system of the country, but will not follow the imitation of the West. For him, he is more inclined to combine Chinese and Western. The doctrine of the mean is to use the best of the two to govern the country. However, it is too early to talk about political reform before the country of Dau is stabilized. He now needs a stable environment to concentrate power to end the current situation of Lord's melee. Otherwise, once civil strife occurs, he will be equal to breaking his arm. Chapter 586 Failed Collodion. P.S. Sorry, the resignation has delayed the update. Today, the salary was settled with the intervention of the Labor Bureau, and the snail was completely liberated. Then the snail continued to explode to compensate everyone. The candle in the sleeping hall flickered, and the night outside was pitch black. Xiaoming pondered for a while and said, this king already has caress in his mind, But now someone in the Women's Academy mentions that you should also guide you appropriately, and you must not let some disregarding remarks spread among the students." "Yes, Your Highness," Fu said softly. Xiaoming nodded. Disrupting the country's internal affairs has always been a Western specialty. He doesn't want Great Chongqing to fall into civil strife before it is rejuvenated. When he builds Great Chongqing enough to be strong and prosperous, it will not be too late to try political reform. And even if this trend of thought is spreading among students, most of the people still don't understand it. If political reforms take place at this time, these students and businessmen will still have vested interests, and the people will not take advantage. Why be impatient? After all, for him, the basis of his rule is the people. The two chatted for a while and then fell asleep in their clothes. The next day Xiaoming went to the government office. Yesterday Li Kaiyuan had delivered the sweet potatoes, because it was too late and neither Pang Yukan nor Fiji saw them. When he arrived here, Pang Yukan and Fiji were eating roasted sweet potatoes, and the room was full of roasted sweet potatoes. "His Royal Highness, this sweet potato tastes really good." Pang Yukan's mouth was full of sweet potatoes, and Fiji kept eating. Xiaoming smiled and said, "You have eaten this sweet potato, and the following is the cultivation of sweet potato seedlings. For this matter, you go to Qiawu." After learning for so long at Bowen College, he knows how to cultivate sweet potato seedlings. "Yes, Your Highness." Pang Yukan filled the last bit of sweet potato into his stomach. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, "By the way, this will be the autumn harvest soon. You must task the state government to organize militias to strengthen patrols on the fields to prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to burn food." Pang Yukan's expression became serious. The events of 3 years ago seemed to be vividly remembered. At that time, the wealthy family burned wheat fields in order to destroy the Battle of Kangzhou, and Xiaoming was almost killed at the time. Now there is a direct confrontation between Chidi and Widi, and similar things may not happen again. It is for this reason that Xiaoming reminds them. Pang Yukan nodded. "I will send someone to inform the prefectural government after the next meeting." Now there are militias in every village. It should be better this time. Fiji has always had a complicated sense of the militia in the village, because in his opinion, it is too late for the government to collect civilian weapons. This King Zhu is actually organizing the people's own armed forces. However, after slowly understanding, he gradually understood that the reason for this was based on the people's support for Xiaoming and the recognition of the state. The three of them were talking about sweet potatoes and the autumn harvest when an explosion sounded from the direction of Bowen Academy. Pang Yukan said, "This Bowen Academy hasn't experienced a laboratory explosion for a long time. What's wrong this time?" Xiaoming was also a little puzzled. Lu Tong didn't seem to have done any dangerous experiments during this period, but since this has caused a stir, he has to go, so he said, "You are dealing with government affairs. This king will go and see." After all, he took Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to Bowen College. As soon as he entered the gate of the college, he saw smoke rising from the direction of the chemistry laboratory. He walked a few steps quickly and hurried over. What happened? Lu Tong was also outside the laboratory, and Xiaoming asked directly. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, Lu Tong looked sad. He said, "His Royal Highness, a student touched a bottle of sulfuric acid and nitric acid." In a panic, this kid took off his clothes to wipe them, and then dried the clothes with fire. "Don't want this clothes to burn to ashes in an instant and ignite the laboratory and explode." Xiaoming looked weird. He asked, "Don't he know that clothes soaked in a mixture of sulfuric acid and nitric acid have become smokeless gunpowder?" Lu Tong said, "This kid is a student who has just enrolled in school. He is just playing in the laboratory. He has no idea what smokeless gunpowder is." When talking about smokeless gunpowder, Lu Tong suddenly heard something. He said, "His Royal Highness, the laboratory is developing smokeless gunpowder these days, but this smokeless gunpowder is very unstable. This problem has not been overcome, so the officials did not report to His Highness." "This is nothing. How is that student?" Xiaoming said. Lu Tong felt relieved. He said, "I was burned, but the problem is not big." Xiaoming nodded. "In fact, The principle of smokeless gunpowder is very simple, that is, soak cotton in a mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid for 10 minutes and take it out to dry in the shade. However, the gunpowder produced in this way is very unstable. It needs to be treated with camphor, graphite, alcohol ether mixed solvent and rolled into a shape, otherwise the gunpowder will easily explode before it is launched. The problem that Lutong is facing now is the alcohol ether mixed solvent problem. If this problem is solved, the smokeless gunpowder will be used as an upgraded version of the black powder to become the propellant of the gun, and this will make the range of the bullets and shells be improved. Originally, Xiaoming had always been indifferent to the development of collodion, but now he had to ask about it. As he guessed, the problem Lutong faced was indeed the stability problem of collodion. Xiaoming currently has no choice but to let the laboratory try to synthesize. After all, this kind of gunpowder has not been said to have exceeded the technology of the country for many years, even more than 100 years in the West. It is not so easy. Made it out. But Lutong now dares to develop collodion shows that he still has confidence in smokeless gunpowder. After all, as long as ethylene glycol and propylene glycol are synthesized, alcohol ether solvents are basically no problem. Of course, Xiaoming will also think of a way for Lutong on this issue. After all, no matter how Lutong learns it, it is impossible for him to have as many ideas in his mind. But Lutong is still a little impatient about this matter. The level of technology has surpassed the West for a century, and it is not so easy to achieve it in one step. Don't rush for quick success in this matter. Even if you synthesize ethylene glycol and propylene glycol, you cannot mass-produce collodion with the current output of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Therefore, your most important task now is to realize the industrial production of synthetic chemicals. It's time for the acid and alkali to be industrialized and mass-produced. Otherwise the chemical industry will remain stagnant, Xiaoming said solemnly. Lutong was a little ashamed when he heard this. He admitted that he was a bit too ambitious during this period of time, because the steam engine of the School of Physics stimulated him. His Royal Highness, the next official knows it was wrong. Lutong looked embarrassed. With a smile, Xiaoming said, "You have to be down to earth to learn and engage in production. You have to go step by step." Chapter 587 Machine made the explosion of Bowen Academy was just a false alarm, which made Xiaoming breathe lightly. However, his attempts at smokeless gunpowder made him see the students' passion for forge ahead. In more than 3 years, King Zhu's science and technology has not completely surpassed the West, but with the efforts of these students, he believes that there will be trains and electricity. There will also be internal combustion engines, and it will not take long for Great Yu to become the world's sacred place again in science and technology. After understanding the situation, Xiaoming explained Lutong's establishment of the chemical industry, and then took advantage of today's free time to inspect various workshops in Kingzhou. With the establishment of steam engine workshops, steam engines began to be used in more and more machinery. During the attack on Weidi, steam engines were used for drilling machines, steam engines for boring machines, and steam engines for milling machines and grinders. Nowadays, not only the production speed of barrels is increasing, but the production speed of flintlock parts is also greatly accelerated, because the craftsmen do not need to use traditional manual polishing methods, but directly use mechanical polishing. In addition to the speeding up of the military industry under the impetus of steam engines, the textile industry under fire is also thriving, and the output and quality of cloth have been greatly improved. But this is only part of the role of the steam engine. Lin Wentao is leading the students of the institute to prepare the steam engine to be used in the chemical industry and metallurgical industry. After all, the steam engine can do linear motion, and can also be transformed into circular motion through the crankshaft and flywheel. It can be said that the steam engine of this era is a real universal machine. Even if many modern industries are still using the steam engine, his only shortcoming is now. It is now that the steam engine can only be transported to the small area of Kingzhou. As for other states and counties, the steam engine is rarely affected. But everything is difficult at the beginning, and you have to eat one bite at a time. When he arrived at the workshop area, Xiaoming first went to the steel workshop. Now Lin Wentao has installed 2 steam engines here. When he arrived, the steam engines were driving the wind box to blow air into the converter. Below the converter is burning coal. On the observation platform above the converter, there are craftsmen who supervise the molten steel. Once the molten steel is finished, the craftsmen below will pull the converter to tilt the converter. At this time, the molten steel in the converter will flow out along the tapping port and flow down from the groove on the other side into various molds for shaping. In addition to the use of steam power for the bellows, today's steel workshops also have their own forging hammers, but they are different from hydraulic forging hammers. At this time, steam-powered stable forging hammers are used. Some large steel structures are gradually formed under the hammer of this forging hammer. Satisfied with the reform of the iron and steel workshop, Xiaoming went to the paper mill again. This industry has been handmade since Xiaoming was established, so the output of the paper mill has not been high. Now the steam engine takes on the most important pulping stage in the paper-making process, which makes the output of paper-making slurry rise immediately. Now craftsmen only need to focus on the subsequent internet and pressing work. In this way, most of the craftsmen are free to go to the back. The paper production volume is also turned over. After leaving the paper mill, Xiaoming went to the white granulated sugar workshop again. As in the pulping stage of the paper-making materials, the sugar cane chewing work in the white granulated sugar workshop is now handed over to the steam engine. When the steam engine was combined with other machinery, Xiaoming naturally did not forget to hand over the simple mechanical structure of the crusher to Lin Wentao. These crushers were produced by Lin Wentao and others instructing craftsmen in the steel workshop. After all, the structure of the crusher is very simple, but a large cylinder with a fan blade turbine inside. With an understanding of the current steam engine pilot experiment, Xiaoming finally went to Lin Wentao's steam engine workshop. In order to facilitate the acquisition of raw materials, the steam engine workshop was located inside the workshop area, only a kilometer away from the steel workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, Lin Wentao was talking to the trainees in the workshop's research room. His Royal Highness Lin Wentao saluted when Xiaoming arrived, and the students in the research room looked excited. Nodded. Xiaoming looked at the picture on the blackboard in the research room and said, "Are you studying the conveyor belt of the coal mine?" "Yes, your lord. Steam engines require a lot of coal, but there are not many coal mines in Qingzhou, and most of them are deep mines. If steam engines are used to pump water and transfer coal, the output of the mine will increase a lot, and once the coal mine can be used, other mines it can also be used, so that the metallurgical industry in Qingzhou can be developed." Lin Wentao said, "His Royal Highness once said that what Qingzhou lacks is raw materials." The lower officials wanted to get the machinery needed by the mine first. Hearing this, Xiaoming smiled with relief. In 3 or 4 years, the progress of these students was getting bigger and bigger every day. After all, he worked hard every day to write science and technology books. You really want what the king thinks. But this time what the king wants to tell you is, for example, to directly separate the machinery and the steam engine, and let some of the students of the institute be responsible for the research of machinery in various industries. Xiaoming said, "In modern mechanics, it is an independent subject. The steam engine only provides power, and the machine is the purpose of the power." Now with the steam engine, Xiaoming can teach Lin Wentao and others the mechanical knowledge. In the Science and Technology Library, Lin Wentao thought for a while. Now the main work of the research institute has really changed from steam engine to machinery. He said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, this is also okay. Now some machinery is built from nothing. We need a dedicated team of people to be responsible." Xiaoming smiled. The Bowen Academy's books are only part of it. It can be said that it is just a simple junior high school knowledge plus some high school knowledge, while mechanics is a serious university major. And in order to prevent technology leaks, he has always singled out important technologies from books and compiled them into a catalogue for each laboratory and research institute to study separately. So he said, It's too wasteful of time to grow from scratch. This king will give you a mechanical book. You only need to compare the books to manufacture machinery from various industries in the book. Lin Wentao was a little shocked with his understanding of scientific knowledge. The more he invented any subject in Baibao in college, it takes a lot of energy from one person to be able to achieve something, and Xiaoming downplays everything and seems to master all that knowledge. Very skilled. Thinking of this, he admired Xiaoming more and more. This kind of admiration was not a common people's admiration for a monarch, but an admiration for a profound person. After deciding on machinery manufacturing, Xiaoming chatted with the students of the academy for a while, and then he went to King Zhu camp, where he had prepared food and firearms, and the rest was the army. Chapter 588 Recruit Training PS 2 chapters first, 4 chapters in the evening. His Royal Highness, the total number of recruits enlisted in the 6 states this time is 20,000. After all, the number of young and middle-aged people in the 6 states is limited. However, relatively speaking, there are a lot of soldiers enlisted in Pengzhou, Yangzhou, Huizhou and Tongzhou. Luf said. It is only Pengzhou. Then there are 10,000 recruits, plus the recruits from Huizhou, a total of about 25,000, and Yi Qinyan reported more recruits than Luf, totaling 30,000. In the camp of King Zudang, Nu Ben reported to Xiaoming the conscription during this period. 5,000 people. Xiaoming was a little surprised when he heard the words. This number has exceeded his expectations. After all, the recruits were enlisted on a voluntary basis, rather than being strong. Nu Ben nodded, showing pride. He said, "We have lost 3,000 soldiers in the Battle of Wadi. Now these soldiers are replenished. The total number of troops in the country is 160,000, including 10 infantrymen, 10,000, 40,000 cavalry and 20,000 chariots. 160,000 people. The annual military salary has to be close to 2 million pls. This does not include the money spent on horses and equipment." Xiaoming sighed and said, if it wasn't for the war, he really didn't want to maintain it. With a huge military strength, the number of recruits recruited this time is almost as large as the number of veterans before. Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, the number of our soldiers is not too large. According to the final understanding, now King Wei, King Yan, King Liang, and King Zhao are all recruiting troops, and some even directly recruit strong men and fill them into the army. In the chaos, who doesn't want to fight the world with heavy soldiers? Your words are correct. It's just that these feudal lords are now angering people by holding strong men. This king can't emulate them. A stable rear is the root of the conquest, and the soldiers are not expensive. Now the number of troops has reached this king. The number in my mind, the 4 states. Now one can feed these 75,000 people. Yes, Your Highness, Nu Ben said. Also, the recruits cannot be slackened when they are recruited and trained. You must train them as strictly as the King's Zhu army. Xiaoming said, His Royal Highness, if this is not done well, it is better to go back to farm. Nu Ben laughed a few times, and then he pointed to the school field outside and said, His Royal Highness, please see, that is the recruits to be trained, according to the training manual. When these recruits first enter the barracks, they must first train their physical strength, endurance and discipline. When they are trained to be strong and able to strictly observe the discipline, then they will enter the gun loading and shooting training. Xiaoming looked outside and asked Nu Ben to walk with him to the school ground to observe the training of these recruits. Different from the traditional training methods of the soldiers of Dao, Xiaoming's army now belongs to the modern army, so the training and subjects are naturally different from the feudal army. Because of this, recruits do not start training battlefields immediately after entering the army, but first start physical training. After all, if a soldier has no power to bind the chicken, his survival rate on the battlefield is still very low. Nu Ben in the camp just now has made it very thorough. Generally speaking, training a feudal army into a modern army requires several requirements. One is modern national and national concepts, and the other is the high spirit of martial arts and soldiers. The status is no longer inferior. The third is strict discipline. The fourth is scientific training, which includes reasonable allocation of physical fitness, diet, and sleep, and the fifth is strict training, such as shooting, drills, standing in line, stacking quilts, and doing in the internal affairs. The sixth is the selection of grassroots officers and the theoretical study of military academies, and the seventh is the standard equipment. Now for the King's army, these 7 items have all been satisfied, and this means that the King's army has completed its transformation from a feudal cold weapon unit to a hot weapon modern army. After watching the physical training of the recruits on the school ground for a while, Xiaoming and Nu rushed to a new recruit camp that was resting. At this time, the soldiers of the recruits were sitting on the ground. The military commander in dark green uniform is explaining to the recruits what a nation is and what is a country. The recruit battalion commander Shi saw Xiaoming and Nu Ben coming over and immediately shouted, "All stand up and salute." Under Chang Shi's order, the recruits immediately got up and saluted Nu Ben and Xiaoming uniformly. Seeing this, Xiaoming smiled satisfied. According to Nu Ben's words, the first thing these recruits entered the camp was to learn to obey. "Command, go on," Xiaoming said. He wanted to hear how the long history of the army popularized ideological education for the soldiers. After the soldiers sat down, the military commander Shi talked about the Hall of Valor. It is a noble thing to be a soldier in words. Death in battle is the most glorious place for a soldier. Next, the military commander's history recounted the history of Dau country being insulted by the barbarians. The soldiers gradually became excited. After all, the brutality of the barbarians was not far away. After arousing the emotions of the soldiers, Chang Shi sang the King's army's battle hymn at the right time, and the soldiers sang along with Chang Shi with their excited faces flushed. After observing the military chief history's work in the military, Xiaoming felt relieved. He looked in the direction of Jinling City in the south, and in a few months he would march forward. Dau has suffered too much, and he used his army as a sword to cut away the darkness that enveloped Dau. His Royal Highness, are you satisfied with the training of this recruit? Nu Ben smiled as he sent Xiaoming to the gate of King Zuding. Reluctantly, Xiaoming didn't want Nu Ben to be too complacent. He reminded, the only thing that dissatisfied this king is the selection of generals at the grassroots level. You have to strengthen this point. This king saw Bowen Academy. In the list, many generals are after generals. There are still a few generals like Zhu Sansi. After some time, this king will split the military academy from the Bowen Academy to expand the training scale of grassroots generals. Choose some outstanding generals with no background to enter the study. Nu Ben nodded when he heard the words. It was not that he deliberately gave preferential treatment, but that most of the generals at the grassroots level were illiterate. If you want to enter the academy, you must first read characters. It is for this reason that he selects the first person who can read. Now that Xiaoming raised it, he had to explain this reason. Xiaoming frowned, and he said, well, let these generals' literacy work to this king, and this king will teach them literacy himself. Yes, Your Highness. Nu Ben was a little envious. These guys could be regarded as smoke on the ancestral grave if King Qi could teach himself. Xiaoming has his own considerations for such a laborious effort. If the generals are still in charge in the army, his army will inevitably appear to be in a group of generals. In this way, if such a modern army is mutinous, this is very serious thing. Chapter 589 Officialdom. The shouts of the soldiers during training resounded through the King's camp. Looking at the high-spirited soldiers, Xiaoming felt a lot more stable in his heart. The saying that the gun is out of power has not changed since ancient times. As long as you grab the army, any enemy in front of you can be crushed. Since King Zudang left, Xiaoming returned to the palace. At this time, he began to concentrate on writing mechanical books. The steam age has just begun. Now he can upgrade King Zhu's various industries only by producing all the machinery of this era. Otherwise, with the current industrial base of King Zhu, it will be difficult to advance to the era of internal combustion engines and electric power. After all, in this era, no one can provide him with ready-made industrial upgrade technology. Taking advantage of the truce with Weidi, Xiaoming was immersed in the internal affairs of the country. In addition to compiling mechanical books, He began to teach basic-level generals literacy at the Bowen College, just as he promised New Ben. And at the same time, he officially started to split the Bowen College, and began to refine the categories of Bowen College. So Kingsu officially established Kingsu Military Academy, Kingsu Medical College and Kingsu Political Affairs College. The original Bowen College was purely a comprehensive university for chemistry, physics, astronomy, mining, shipbuilding and other disciplines. The reason for Xiaoming's doing this is very simple. It is to make education in Kingsu go to be normalized. Those who do academics specialize in learning, those who do politics specialize in politics, and those who do military specialize in military affairs. In this kind of busyness, 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and the weather in Kingsu gradually turned cold, followed by heavy snow, and then another new year. However, compared with the past, the New Year in Kingsu has a somewhat different charm. In the past, officials and relatives of the emperor and relatives of Qing'an would always pay New Year greetings to Xiao Wenxian every New Year. But this year officials and royal families from Qing'an took this opportunity to pay homage to Xiaoming. The palace was very lively for a while. Of course, many officials and royal families visited him for not simple purpose. After studying at Bowen Academy for half a year, they were a little anxious. Retake office. Among them, they are most concerned about the positions of cabinet ministers. Now there are only 2 of the 9 cabinet ministers, and the remaining 7 positions are still available. Everyone wants to enter the highest authority of the country. His Royal Highness, there are a lot of discussions among the officials about the position of the cabinet. At present, there are only 2 senior officials in the cabinet and the old man Fch. The remaining 7 people don't know whether your Royal Highness has suitable candidates. After all, the affairs of the country are closed. There are 4 more states at once, and the old ministers and old Fj are worried that the more they go, the more they will be unable to handle them in time. After the New Year's Eve, Pang Yukun and Fiji went to the palace to pay a New Year greeting to Xiaoming. After singing the New Year's Eve, Pang Yukun spoke first. Yes, Your Highness. The position of the cabinet Jufu is uncertain day after day, and the heart of this official cannot be settled day by day. It is inevitable that there will be mutual intrusions on weekdays. After all, everyone wants to show it. Fiji echoed. Xiaoming's eyes turned around on the 2 of them. He said, when did you 2 wear a pair of pants? Since you said that, do you have a candidate in your mind? Pang Yukun is a school of legalism, while Fiji is a stubborn Confucian scholar. For this reason, although the 2 are cooperating in government affairs, they do not like each other in private. Of course, this dislike is not for individuals, but for schools that support each other. This situation is similar to the disagreement between liberal arts students and science students. During this period of time, although Xiaoming has been busy dealing with internal affairs and solving some intractable diseases of the fief, he has not given up on the supervision of the closure of the country at all times, especially the dynamics of Kingsu under the supervision of the secret guard. Generally speaking, after the officials from Qing'an have adapted to the environment of Kingsu, they gradually started to have trouble with the local officials. During this period, many officials went to the Fiji government. Of course, there is a reason for this kind of performance of Qing'an officials, because after the Qing'an group of officials arrived in Kingsu, local officials were wary of these people. To put it simply, they don't want to see these people. It is precisely because of the mutual alert atmosphere that the 2 groups of officials are not pleasing to each other. Before the New Year, he even received a memorial to impeach the county magistrate of Dongyun County, Kingsu, for embezzlement and bribery. His Royal Highness, there is no candidate in the old minister's heart. Since this government system has been established, it needs to be completed, Pang Yukun said. The old minister agrees, Fiji said. Glancing faintly at the 2 of them, he said, now there is no suitable candidate for this king. Anyway, you can still handle the current government affairs. For the time being, you will work harder. The remaining king will inspect every official. If this king is satisfied with their political achievements, he will consider promoting them to the cabinet. Pang Yukun and Fiji looked at each other. In fact, they didn't want to ask about this, but they were forced to ask about it. Although the two of them disliked each other's schools of respect, they had the same goal of assisting Xiaoming to achieve the great cause. However, because the Chang'an rebellion led to the distinction between local officials and Chang'an officials, they were equally helpless. "Yes, Your Highness," Xiaoming said, and the two stopped mentioning it. Looking at the small snows that was proliferating outside the main hall, Xiaoming said sternly, "This king knows what you are thinking, and also knows what other officials are thinking now. It is a good thing to supervise each other, but this king can't get in touch with his colleagues. Forbearance, I hope you can do it for yourself." Pang Yukun and Fiji's hearts suddenly sank, and they both answered yes. The two left. At this time, concubine Zen, supported by Liu Lai, walked into the main hall looking back at Fiji and Pang Yukun. Concubine Zen said, "It's very good for Pang Shufu and Fj to come to visit you at the same time." In front of concubine Zen, Xiaoming completely relaxed. He said, "The two of them are uneasy and kind. They both want to cram themselves into the cabinet. Hey, the officialdom is really a double-edged sword. I didn't expect that Pang Yukun's straight-tempered temper has become scheming now." Zenf stretched out her hand to tidy up the wrinkled clothes for Xiaoming and said, "This is the matter of officials from Fenggo and Chang'an. I also heard about it, but this is a good thing for His Highness." What the concubine said is that these officials are not afraid of dismantling each other, but that these officials will protect each other. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Concubine Zen nodded. "Your father said that party struggle is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, it will lead to harmony between people and the world. If you use it badly, it will lead to chaos in internal affairs." Your strategy. Despite this, Chen still doesn't want to see the existence of party disputes. Xiaoming sighed. Zenf smiled and said, "Officials are also humans. As long as they are humans, they have 7 emotions and 6 desires. If they have desires, they will attract people with the same interests." Not to mention 2 official words, noisy and noisy is the court. Chapter 590. The smoke reappears. P.S. There are 2 more chapters. What the mother concubine taught. Xiaoming had a smile on his face and was fascinated by Xiao Wenxuan's eyes. Zenf knew the court better than him. Just as Zenf said that there are contradictions among officials of any dynasty. This problem is also inevitable for him, and how to use this contradiction to make the government more peaceful is what he should do. It is for this reason that he has not let go on the issue of the 9 ministers of the cabinet, in order to allow the 2 groups of officials to transform the contradiction into the driving force for handling government affairs, and to make the internal affairs run more smoothly. At the same time, officials who dislike each other can also play a role of mutual supervision. This is the same as the ruling party and the opposition party, in quarreling out corrupt officials in the opposing camp. Okay, think about it for yourself. And I went out to the theater. It is said that there are new plays in this theater. Zenf just passed by the main hall and came in to take a look. Xiaoming nodded, and said to Qian Defu, who was following Zenfai, "Steward Qian, pay attention to the safety of the mother and concubine. His Royal Highness, there is no problem with the old slave," Qian Defu said with a smile. With Liu Lai's support, the 3 slowly walked out of the main hall, and Xiaoming stretched out and walked outside. In the past 5 months, he hasn't spent a whole day free, teaching grassroots generals, supervising the production of various industries, writing books, and training recruits. At the same time, a bumper harvest a year ago made the granary of the closed country more substantial, and Yun's return from the 3 Mountains Kingdom with 800,000 shi of grain made Xiaoming even more emboldened. Everything was gradually completed in his efforts. Xiaoming looked at Jinling City again, and it was time to do it now. He still had many enemies, and he couldn't keep spending with King Y. Moreover, the sooner YD was won, the more losses would be reduced. The scorched earth policy of King Y in Yangtze last time gave him a headache. In a blink of an eye, another half-month passed. After the new year, the weather gradually warmed and the snow on the roads melted. At this time, Xiaoming hurriedly ordered Luf and Yikinyan to return to Kingzhou from their respective cities. After the order was given,
Yi Qinian detoured from the sea to King Zhu, while Luf arrived earlier than Yi Qinian. After the two returned, Xiao Mingxuan and Nu Ben went to the main hall to discuss matters together. His Royal Highness, are you going to do it? Luf asked excitedly. Xiao Ming looked solemnly and said, yes, the half-year period has come. Now is the time to take Huaidi in one fell swoop. But how are you two training the recruits? Yi Qinian said, His Royal Highness, the recruits trained at the end can participate in the battle at any time. There is no problem with the recruits of the last general. Luf is very confident. Now the recruits he recruited are not only trained, but also all equipped with standard equipment. Xiao Ming nodded. At this moment, he stood up and faced the map on the main hall wall and said, Luf, you will be responsible for pretending to attack Chuzhou after you go back. Yi Qinian, Yun will help you reach Jinling City and capture the thief Xianqin. If we can directly capture Jinling City, Huaidi will inevitably be in chaos, so it will be easy to capture other states and counties. When the two heard this, their eyes flashed with a strange light. If this plan is successful, Huaidi will be incorporated into the territory of the Fenggo. A wealthy Huaidi and the musketeer team, Zhao Wang will not be their opponent. Yes, Your Highness. Luf and Yi Qinian stood up and saluted Xiao Ming at the same time. At this time, Nu Ben said, Luf, after you go back, you will send troops to Chuzhou on February 6th, and Yi Qinian will send troops to Jinling City on February 15th after you go back. The two nodded upon hearing this. A combat plan against Huaidi was set up, and the entire Feng state began to operate. Li San's secret guards continued to send intelligence to the Huaidi to the army, and at the same time a batch of grain and grass set off from Yizhou to Pengzhou. After Luf returned to Pengzhou, he immediately led 45,000 people to Chuzhou. When the army moved, the spies from Huaidi quickly spread the news to Jinling City. What? Luf's army is marching towards Chuzhou. Wai Wang in the Wai Palace almost jumped from his chair. His Royal Highness, it is true that 45,000 people from the Southern Expeditionary Army came to Chuzhou this time, but there were more than 100 artillery pieces. King Qi is going to completely destroy us. A man from Chuzhou, the rich family, said tremblingly. Wai Wang's face was extremely ugly. Xiao Ming, you bastard, what a truce contract. This is a trap. It's a trap. The officials of Yuandi in the main hall were all frightened. Chuzhou was only 300 miles away from Jinling City, and now they had no retreat. Xiao Han's expression is even more ugly than Wai Wang. He has never been a feudal lord for a day, and he is about to subdue his country. How can he be willing to think of this? He hurriedly said, Father, Xiao Ming must have disliked our compensation with too little money. We can continue to cede land and pay compensation. Wang Wai said angrily, Idiot, what Xiao Ming wants is not land or silver. What he wants is the king's life. It is useless to give him anything. I have run Huaidi for more than 20 years, but I didn't expect to give it today. Someone made clothes. Sitting down slowly, King Wai looked crazy. Xiao Ming wants a wealthy Huaidi to fight for the hegemony of the world, but this king will not give him this opportunity. You immediately notify the General Chuzhou to burn everything that can be burned in the city, and Shaozhou, Zhou, Suzhou, and Jinling City, all things are burned. Your Highness, never do it. No, Your Highness. All the ministers in the main hall shouted. Xiao Han was also cold in his heart. He looked at his father. At this time, he was not the once powerful King Wai but a lunatic father. If everything burns now, we will inevitably die without a place to bury us, and now there is only one way to go. Xiao Han persuaded bitterly. He was willing to trade all the cities in Huaidi for the prosperity of Jinling City. Shut up. This king knew that you shouldn't compromise at the time. It was all your bones. Since Xiao Ming is fighting hard, this king will fight with him. If you dare to say a word, don't blame this king's sword. Relentless. After that, Wang Wai suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist. His eyes widened in anger. Wai Wang's fierce look surprised Xiao Han and all the officials. They had never seen Wai Wang so fierce. Sweeping his eyes, Wang Wai said, Xiaoming deceived people too much. You quickly summoned the master Ding Buke. This king doesn't believe that Wide-Eye's 400,000 troops can't beat him. Xiaoming. Xiao Han and the officials looked at each other. In the past 6 months, King Wei summoned all state soldiers and increased the garrison of Jinling City to 200,000 people. All these actions were in response to Xiaoming's threat. But everyone did not expect that Xiaoming would be troubled immediately after the Chinese New Year. Chapter 591 Confrontation in Chazhou. The army led by Lu Fu has been stationed here for 5 days. According to Xiaoming's order, he would now besiege Chazhou instead of attacking, and attract Wei Wang's army to come to rescue to make Jinling City empty, thus preparing Yi Qinyan to take Jinling City in one fell swoop. General, the horse traps around the camp have been dug, Bai Imu said when he walked into the camp. After passing the city of Pengzhou, Waidi's terrain is basically the same as that of Pingchuan. Now their camp is on a flat map and the surrounding area is very empty, which is extremely easy to be targeted by cavalry. So after being stationed, Lu Fu asked the soldiers to dig the horse pit to prevent a surprise attack by King Wei's cavalry. Now getting deeper and deeper into the hinterland of Waidi, Lu Fu's spirit also became tense, because he knew that King Wei's soldiers still did not appear, and these soldiers were the real trump cards of King Wei. These troops include 30,000 cavalry, 8,000 musketeers, and a huge number of traditional cold weapon units. If Wei Wang got anxious, throwing these troops into the Chuzhou battlefield would really be enough for them to drink a pot. After all, even he can't guarantee victory in this situation. Because of this, he is so cautious. After Baima finished the report, a scout in charge of investigation hurriedly entered the camp. He said to Lu Fu, "General, another 30,000 cavalrymen are coming to Chuzhou City." At the same time, there are a large number of infantrymen behind the cavalry. 10,000 or so. As soon as he said this, Lu Fu's face turned green, and he comforted himself. "Bai Imu, have you seen it? This time we are the main task." "This shows that your Royal Highness trusts him very much." "Yi Qinyan is not enough, can only do something sneaky." Bai Imu rolled his eyes and said, "General, King Wei seems to be preparing to fight our backs this time. The only cavalry in Waidi has been dispatched." "What are you afraid of? Didn't you dug trenches and trapped horses?" Lu Fu said. While the two were talking, the city gate of Chuzhou City suddenly opened, and a group of infantrymen dressed in armor, a shield in their left hand and a horizontal knife in their right hand rushed out from the gate. And these soldiers were followed by archers wearing green linings. After leaving the city, these soldiers immediately formed a battlefield. At this time, every soldier had a serious expression. The unexpected movement of the Chuzhou defenders attracted the attention of the Southern Expedition Army. At this time, Lu Fu walked out of the camp and picked up the telescope to look at the Chuzhou army 700 meters away. Everyone, the Chuzhou defenders stayed behind closed doors for many days. They suddenly stood out for battle today. "It seems that King Wei is really ready to fight a tough battle with us in Chuzhou this time." Liu Oxin also walked over at this time and said, "General, this change in Chuzhou is bound to be fraudulent. Although King Wei is incompetent, there are still some outstanding generals in Waidi. This battle cannot be taken lightly." Lu Fu pondered for a while. He said, "Are they going to use a human wall to resist the guns, and then the archers will shoot us again after they approach us?" "Well, what the general said is reasonable. They figured out the range and power of our firearms at the Battle of Pengzhou and the Battle of Huizhou, and they might have a way to deal with it this time." Liu Ohong said. Lu Fu nodded, "But they too underestimated our firearms. Let the soldiers line up." Liu Oxin, "Change grape bullets." "Yes." Everyone led away. At this time, Xiao Han and Chuzhou Governor Chen Wei stood on the wall of Chuzhou City, looking at Xiao Han, the camp of the Southern Crusade Army, and said, "Has the Southern Crusade Army not attacked?" Chen Wei said, "His Royal Highness, the general will think that they are besieging rather than attacking to contain the army of Jinling City and other states. The really dangerous army may be the army of Yangzhou. Jinling City is solid, and Yangzhou and Tongzhou are isolated and helpless. How can they attack Jinling City before they can defend the city?" Xiao Lianlin laughed. Chen Wei's expression was a little embarrassed.
he said. His Royal Highness is definitely not the last alarmist. This King Chi has always used his troops out of order, and he might take risks. Xiao Han was a little impatient. He didn't want to fight at all, but this time King Wei committed a demon, and asked him to personally lead his troops to support Chazu City, and let him be responsible for defeating the southern expedition led by Luf. Needless to say, there is a father in Jinling City, so there will be no mistakes. Now we still want to think about how to solve the current southern expedition, otherwise we will not be able to explain to the father. Chen Wei responded. He looked towards the Southern Crusade camp and said, "The power of the Southern Crusade is its firearms. The infantry suffers a lot from fighting with them. Therefore, the general is going to adopt a mixed attack with infantry and archers, and at the same time the cavalry will make a surprise attack. The strategy of defeating the Southern Army. This time I brought 30,000 elite cavalry, plus the local garrison, and 100,000 soldiers should have no problem dealing with them." Xiao Han asked. "If you cooperate properly, this should be no problem." Chen Wei pondered for a moment, but at the end I think it's best not to take the initiative to attack. Xiao Han said, "Do you think I want to? Father is as crazy now. Let me defeat the Southern Army this time, kill Xiao Ming's spirit, and stop the war with a fight." "Hey!" Chen Wei's expression was a little gloomy when he heard this. Even though the Southern Army had only 40 to 50,000 people, he didn't believe that you could defeat Xiao Ming with King Wei's army, because only the morale was incomparable among soldiers. These soldiers are more than enough to defend the city but not enough to attack. It's just that since Xiao Han has given the order, he can only bite the bullet, but he hasn't ordered yet. At this time, soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army came out of the camp and came towards the city gate. At this time, Liu Ohong led the soldiers from the 3-meter-wide passage on the trenches and ran across the trenches towards the gate of Chazu City. The trenches they dug were not continuous. Every 100 meters there were 3-meter-long areas that were not dug. These places are mainly guarded by infantry in order to concentrate their forces to annihilate the cavalry. After analysis, Luf believes that the purpose of the Chazu army is to use the infantry as a human wall. The archers are consumed, and finally the cavalry attack. So after discussing, they decided to adopt a strategy of defeating the cavalry to lure the cavalry out of the city. The 700-meter road is not far away for the soldiers, and Liu Ohong led 10,000 soldiers in a phalanx to advance slowly. As they advanced, there were more and more infantry outside Chazu City. They were divided into 3 parts, left, middle and right, facing them neatly. The Southern Expedition Army looks down on people too much. "Do 10,000 people want to defeat us?" Xiao Han mocked. This time they sent 20,000 infantrymen. The 30,000 cavalrymen in the city have already assembled and they can rush out of the city gate to fight at any time. As the soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army gradually moved away from the camp, he showed a cruel smile. In his opinion, the generals of the Southern Expeditionary Army were nothing more than that. Chapter 592 Big Win PS 6th. Unfortunately it's the next day. "Oh, His Royal Highness, be careful of fraud." Chen Wei looked at these 10,000 people with a little surprise. Xiao Han said displeased, "My father said that you are too suspicious. Isn't it a good opportunity for us to make merit when this army leaves the camp?" After a pause, he said, "Don't hesitate anymore, attack." But Chen Wei still hesitated. "Well, are you the coach or I am the coach?" Xiao Han said angrily. Chen Wei sighed when he saw it. He had long heard that this elder son was stubborn and unlearned, but now he finally understood. Now Xiao Han gave the order that he had to listen, so he had to order the army outside the city to fight. At this time, Liu Ohong's firearm team and Chazu's army were only 200 meters apart. They lined up neatly and looked at the densely packed Chazu soldiers. Liu Ohong licked his dry lips. He looked at the recruits beside him and smiled. "Boy, I'm scared," the recruit said. "I'm not afraid, but the first time I went to the battlefield, I was a little nervous." "Ha ha ha!" Liu Ohong laughed loudly. "Our Southern Expedition Army fought battles in Pengzu City and Huizhou City, and none of the soldiers took a step back. "This is the soul of our army. We regard death as home and move forward bravely." Liu Hong's words made the recruits boiled with enthusiasm, and the right hand holding the musket trembled slightly. "General, I won't be ashamed of the Southern Army." "Very good, but today we are going to bluff and defeat." "This is also a kind of bravery," Liu Hong said while looking ahead. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and at this moment the Chazu army suddenly shouted kill. Suddenly, the Chazu army, which was 100 meters away, suddenly rushed towards the Southern army. At this time, Liu Hong immediately ordered the shooting. Bang bang bang. The gunfire sounded, and the Chazu army fell down a batch, but the remaining Chazu army still rushed forward bravely, and the archers behind them also opened their bows and arrows to prepare to shoot. Luff had been observing the situation on the battlefield, and seeing the Chazu army adopt this method of combat, his heart suddenly became cold. This army is definitely an elite him, and he does not know who trained it. When he was nervous, the armies of the two sides were getting closer and closer. After reaching the shooting range of the archer shot a rain of arrows and flew towards the army to the south. As the arrow rain fell, the soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army immediately fell down. Many soldiers. At this moment, Liu Hong gave the order to retreat, and the soldiers helped the wounded soldiers to retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han on the city wall laughed. "The Southern Expedition Army is nothing but the failure of Pengzu City and Huizhou City. It is just that you generals are incompetent. Come, let the cavalry go out of the city and kill the ruined soldiers." Yes, the morale of the Chazu army was greatly boosted after the order was given. The cavalry in the city immediately rushed to the collapsed Southern expedition like a torrent of steel. This time Chen Wei rode a horse to charge in the middle position, and the Southern Crusade army was already in front of them, and could rush in front of them in the blink of an eye. At this time, the cavalry raised the weapon in his hand. Although he was puzzled, he could not retreat among the army. He could only rush forward, but the next moment, he suddenly saw the most terrifying scene in his life. The cavalry in front of him suddenly fell like dumplings in a pot. Suddenly the howls of people and horses resounded across the battlefield. But this is only the first step. At this time, the fledgling musketeers immediately turned around to face their cavalry. It was a round of shooting, traps and shooting, and Chazu cavalry suffered heavy casualties. "It's in the plan, retreat. Retreat." Chen Wei pulled the reins tightly and issued an order to retreat hoarsely, but the thousands of cavalry in front of him still couldn't stop inertia and fell into the pit, filled up with soldiers. The cavalry behind continued to charge, then fell into the next pit, and so on. His body was soaked in cold sweat for an instant, and Chen Wei took the remaining cavalry back without turning his head. An intuition told him that he could no longer charge. But when he turned to escape, he was desperate again. A cavalry with a silver breastplate appeared in his eyes. The horses of this group of cavalry stepped neatly. The sound of rumbling resembled the thunder on the horizon, and the earth seemed to be trembling. Seeing this cavalry galloping in, he immediately commanded only a part of the cavalry to stop, but the cavalry who went there were directly dispersed by the group of cavalry. These silver-armed cavalry were like of death, with one enemy and four. In an instant, the cavalry he sent was in chaos, and no one wanted to fight with this group of cavalry again and flee for their lives. Bai Imu refused to let go of the cavalry that came out of the city. He led the cavalry to rush from left to right among the fled Chazu cavalry, just like driving a duck, and drove the remaining cavalry back to Chazu city. The Chazu infantrymen who left the city were even more unbearable. They were directly hit by the cuirassiers and suffered heavy casualties. Ha ha ha. These idiots. Baima smiled at Xiao Han who was standing on the wall with his saber. Xiao Han's face was red and blue and red. He didn't expect that he would really get caught, just as Chen Wei said. After laughing, Shiraki calmed down and said to the soldiers, "Don't fall in love with the battle. Hurry up and clean the battlefield." These war horses are all good things. The Chazu cavalry retreated in a panic. Many soldiers finally abandoned their horses and fled. Now the battlefield is full of abandoned war horses. Some are abandoned, some are killed by their masters, and many wounded horses lie on the ground. It is impossible to live. When the cavalry heard this, they lined up and started to drive away the horses. Now King Zulax the horses. In the camp, Luffy smiled and handed the binoculars to Liu Xin. Baimu, this guy is just a relief. Liu Xin was also shocked in his heart as soon as Baimu made a move. This cavalry made a verdict. This Chazu cavalry was not an opponent of King Zu cavalry. Luffy thought to himself that it was natural. The breastplate was thicker than their plate armor, and it was a heavy cavalry. The Chazu army was defeated and the Southern Crusade army began to sweep the battlefield, facing the fierce Southern Crusade soldiers. The vast majority of Chazu soldiers chose to surrender, and those who were stubbornly resisting were also shot by muskets. In Chazu City, the news of the failure of the first battle quickly spread through the words of the defeated soldiers. This news made the supporting army panic. Now the facts once again proved the invincibility of the southern expedition. Xiao Han's face was pale as paper on the wall. He witnessed a cruel war with his own eyes. He had never seen such a war scene in the rich Jinling city. In the past, war was just a death figure for him. But now he understands what war is. While Xiao Han was shaking, Chen Wei walked up the city wall covered in blood and pointed to Xiao Han's nose and cursed. This is the case of King Wei. The son of the prince is like this. There is no one in Wadi who has the appearance of a virtuous lord. Can the Wei country survive? Chapter 593 Siege of Chazu. Chen Wei, these are all your guilt. If you hadn't escaped from the battle, how could you have been defeated so badly outside the city? Now that the 8,000 cavalrymen have lost their opponents, you cannot escape the death penalty. Chen Wei's angry accusation made Xiao Han suddenly come back to his senses. He pointed at Chen Wei, who was embarrassed, and yelled. The first battle failed. Not only did the Chazu army lined up outside the city lose more than half, but now the cavalry he brought, more than 8,000 people, were also lost. Thinking of keeping the life of the king of Chazu before leaving, Xiao Han felt cold. If Chazu fell, there must be a dead ghost to bear all the faults for him. This Chazu governor Chen Wei is undoubtedly the most suitable person. When Chen Wei heard this, he was angrily attacked. He roared, "Obviously, you are greedy for meritorious service. How can you plant it on my head? This defeat will definitely be reported to His Highness Ming Wei. Bold, you dare to slander me. Don't forget, you are just a slave of the Wei Palace." Xiao Han's eyes were with a trace of disdain, and then he said to the guards beside him, "Chazu Governor Chen Wei Lianzan escaped. He is very sinful. Take him to me and put him in prison." As soon as Xiao Han's words came out, the captain on the city wall hurriedly said, "His Royal Highness, it is absolutely necessary. Now the only person who can turn the tide is Chengdu. If this Chazu city is not commanded by Chengdu, the Chazu army will be in a state of chaos. The Chazu army has been killed by the Southern Expeditionary Army, and there are still a few people left. Today, the Chazu city relies on the men and horses brought by Xiao Wang. 100,000 soldiers plus the remaining 20,000 cavalry cannot defeating the Southern Expedition Army. Wouldn't it be possible to defend the city of Chazu? Xiao Lian said coldly. When he entered the city, he was still a little jealous of Chen Wei, but after the Chazu army outside the city was mostly damaged, he no longer feared Chen Wei. After all, what about generals without soldiers? With a wave of his hand, he still asked his guards to pull Chen Wei down. The quarrel on the wall did not escape Luffy's observation. He said to Liu Hong, "Chen Wei seems to be arrested." "It's great." Xiao Han broke his arm. Liu Hong said he had met Xiao Han before in Chang'an, so he recognized Xiao Han at first sight when he appeared in the city. Picking up the binoculars to confirm, Xiao Han continued, "General, this Chen Wei is an individual talent. He was born in the Chen family of Chazu, but he does not have the arrogance of a son of a wealthy family. In the army, he and the soldiers live and eat together. Very considerate to the soldiers. For this reason, the combat power of the Chazu army is better than that of other Wadi troops." Luffy nodded. When the two armies confronted each other, Chen Wei's strategy was correct. If this time it was not a fraudulent defeat, but a direct confrontation, although they could win the battle, the loss would be substantial. Because these Chazu army is a kind of desperate style of play, It shows the morale of the Chazu army. Looking at this, Xiao Han seems to want to use Chen Wei as a scapegoat. This cavalry has always been King Wei's treasure. Now that he has lost so much, King Wei will inevitably blame it. But no matter how we say it, this is a good thing for us, Luff said slowly. Liu Oxin asked at this time, is it going to shell Chazu City next? No, now King Wei has packed 130,000 horses into a small Chazu city. The food and grass in this city will definitely be unsustainable and can only be transferred from other cities. If this is the case, we will continue to besiege and not attack. We just need to cut off there. The Supply line is enough, Luff said. Bima returned with a catty at this time, and he said, leave it to the general to attack the Supply line. From Huizhou to Jinling City, Ma Bingchuan, it was the time when the cavalry was given advantage. He said, well, this matter is only suitable for you. Set up a plan to besiege Chazu City. Luff asked Liu Hong to lead a musket team to cut the south official road of Chazu City. As a result, Chazu City was completely besieged by the Southern Army, facing the imperial deployment of the Nanjing Military Hall. No army in Chazu City dared to come out to fight. Xiao Han could only watch Chazu City be trapped on all sides. Upon seeing this, he immediately sent a messenger flying pigeon to pass the news to Jinling City, hoping to attack the Southern Expeditionary Army from inside and outside. At the same time, Yi Qinyan, with the help of 16 warships and 50 large merchant ships, loaded the soldiers on the ship overnight. The next day, the fleet went directly to Jinling City along the Yangtze River. I have to say that this landing in Jinling City is an adventurous military operation. If this battle is successful, you can take down Jinling City in one fell swoop and even capture the King of Wei. In this way, the city of Weidi is like a dragon without a leader. Breakdown. Only according to the information provided by Li San, King Wei placed most of the artillery he bought from King Zi in Jinling City. There was even a gun team in the city. Compared with other cities, Jinling City was a tough one. Set off. According to the scheduled time, the battleship carried the Dengzhou army and the recruits to Jinling City. On the flagship deck, Yi Qinyan walked up to Yan and stood side by side, his eyes a little sharp. Yan saw this and smiled and said, after the two battles, Du Yi has become much older. General laughed. I only saw Wang Wei's atrocities in Yangzhou, and I was very sad. Yan was silent for a while, and he said, I've heard about this too. The country of Great Yu is falling apart, and the people who suffer the most are the people. Because of this, I will wait for Ding Lai to support His Highness to restore the orthodox of Great Yu. Yi Qinyan looked firm. He said, General's words are not bad. The northern barbarians have not eliminated the great troubles, and the problems in Dayu should be resolved as soon as possible. It's not just a barbarian. Dayu's real enemy is at sea. Yan frowned. Oh? I don't know what general has any ideas. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Yan came to Tongzhou at the same time. He left 1,000 soldiers stationed in the Sanshan Kingdom to ensure the safety of the Sanshan Kingdom. He said, in addition to the barbarians, there are also the Japanese country. Today's Japanese country is also equipped with matchlocks, and once trained by the Dutch, fighting with it is bound to be different from the vassals of the Great Yu country. Secondly, Western countries other than the Japanese country are extending their tentacles to the Great Yu country. The Dutch have reminded His Royal Highness that there must be a battle at that time. Yi Qinyan shook his head when he heard the words. Dau country is really troubled, and it's still in an eventful autumn. If this is the case, then we should settle down earlier. Speaking of this, Yi Qinyan realized why Xiaoming wanted to take Jinling City directly, so as to end the war in Weidi as soon as possible. The current Dau kingdom only has Weidi, Yongdi, and Chidai's bloodline is still royal, and all other cities are occupied by vassals of different surnames. Only by taking the wealthy Weidi and controlling the source of all can they have the capital to fight the world alone. Thinking of this, Yi Qinyan's eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 594 Xiaoqi's Betrayal. Jinling City, Palace of Wei Dynasty. A homing pigeon broke the tranquility of the morning. After learning that the Southern Expeditionary Army was approaching Chazu, Wang Wei urgently dispatched 130,000 elites to support, but with the news that the homing pigeons returned, his heart suddenly seemed to be soaked in ice water. Chazu is besieged, and the situation is critical. I hope that my father must send a large army to support him. At that time, the inside and the outside will unite to annihilate the southern army. After reading the contents of the letter, Wang Wei's palm trembled slightly. In the main hall, the ministers were divided into two groups. All the civil servants and generals looked at King Wei and waited for King Wei's decision. His Royal Highness is in jail, and His Highness should send an army to the rescue at this time, said a civil official. As soon as the civil official's voice fell, a general said, Your Highness, absolutely must not. This is a trap set by the Southern Expedition Army. His Royal Highness took almost half of the elite of Jinling City, but now he is trapped in Chazu by the Southern Expedition Army. It can be seen in the city that the current situation on the battlefield is not dominant. If this is the case, you should go to rescue His Royal Highness, the civil official said anxiously. King Wei's expression was uncertain. The general who had just spoken was Lu Meng, lieutenant of the guard of Jinling City. Although Xiao Han tried his best to cover up what happened in Chazu, people with a discerning eye could see what happened. The current situation in Chazu City is bound to be bad. His Royal Highness, it is not advisable to mobilize the army of Jinling City at this time. The Dengzhou army in Yangzhou is also looking forward to it. If the forces in Jinling City are empty, then it is likely to be taken advantage of, Lu Meng said. When the civil official heard the words, his face suddenly turned displeased, and he said to Wang Wei, His Royal Highness, if His Royal Highness is captured, what should we do then? Shall we see King Qi execute His Royal Highness with our own eyes? Wei Wang's expression was solemn. This was indeed a dilemma. After pondering for a while, he asked the first official at the bottom left, Are there any changes in the army in Yangzhou and Tongzhou? Back to Your Highness, Yangzhou's defenders have been silent, and our eyeliner in Tongzhou has not returned news of Tongzhou's changes, the official said. Wang Wei nodded. At this moment, a fluke suddenly appeared in his heart. He said, The Southern Expedition, led by Luf, is Xiaoming's elite. If he can defeat the Southern Expedition, Xiaoming will inevitably retreat, and Chazu, the more than 100,000 soldiers in the city, are the elite of Huaidi. If we don't save them, they will all die in the hands of the Southern Expedition Army. Wei Wang said. Lu Meng said anxiously after hearing the words, His Royal Highness, don't you understand now? Our army is not an opponent of the Southern Expeditionary Army with firearms at all. At this time, no matter how many people go to it, it will be of no avail. Moreover, His Highness Yangzhou massacre has already made the people feel good lost. Even if the army is out of the city, how many soldiers are willing to fight for His Highness? The only way now is to inform King Yan, King Liang, and King Zhao the situation at this time. The three furniture pieces are witnesses to the truce. Now Xiaoming tears up the truce contract. It is a blatant treachery, and the four families should join forces to force him to retreat, otherwise Huaidi will have no way of returning to heaven. Bold Lu Meng, you are cultivating others' ambitions and destroying your own prestige. The Yangzhou massacre has left the Dengzhou army without food. This proves that you can slander the wise decision of Your Highness, the civil officials accused. This strategy of stiffening the wall and clearing the country was proposed by a group of civil servants. Lu Meng stared at the literati with a sneer. He said, Now the people of the four states all praise King Qi and regard me as a foe. Doesn't that mean anything? What do you know as a little captain? Yes, nonsense. The civil servants were immediately anxious, and pointed at Lu Meng. King Wei was also displeased. This Lu Meng was just a garrison captain. He was only a small official in Jinling City before. Now that the war is urgent, all the generals are called for discussion. At this time, he is not ashamed. With a soft snort, Wang Wei said, No need to say it again. The prince wants to be saved. These three vassals also need to contact. Let's go away. After all, Wang Wei waved his hand to let the officials disperse. Then he ordered another 50,000 horses to be sent from Jinling City to Chazu City, and at the same time sent Xiao Qi to the palace. After a while, Xiaoqi, with a look of exhaustion, arrived in the main hall and bowed to Wang Wei in a simple way. Upon seeing this, Wang Wei suddenly smiled and said, "My nephew. The emperor's uncle was just a slip of the tongue that day. I hope my nephew will not care. The emperor's uncle has raised you for so many years. Don't you understand this? The war is urgent. The emperor, I hope you will once again go to Yandi, Liangdai and Qing'an, and let the three companies raise troops to rescue them." Xiaoqi glanced at King Wei, and there was a trace of unnoticeable ridicule in his eyes. He bowed and said, "Uncle Emperor, my nephew never cared about what the emperor said that day. At this moment of crisis, my nephew is naturally obliged." Wei Wang lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoqi was familiar with the road. It was naturally the most suitable for him to move and rescue soldiers this time, so he said, "So good." However, King Yan, King Zhao, and King Liang are all people who move for profit. If you want them to send troops, 2 million taels of silver is necessary," Xiaoqi said. King Wei's fat face stiffened. Although the Jinling mansion is abundant, this period of time is huge, but seeing that Weidi is in danger of overthrowing, he gritted his teeth and said, "This king will let you take you to the mansion." "Take." Xiaoqi nodded with a smile, and then he said, "Uncle Emperor, now there are wars everywhere, and thieves on the road are rampant. Last time my nephew was out on a mission to Yandi, he was almost robbed by the road, so I asked the emperor uncle to send Captain Lu Meng to guard his nephew. The nephew's nephew, who is highly skilled in martial arts, must be able to protect the safety of the nephew. It's simple. Uncle Emperor will call Lu Meng for you," Wei Wang said. Xiaoqi nodded with satisfaction. On the same day, a box of silver and gold was removed from Jinling City's Fukuoka and transferred to a merchant ship at Jinling Wharf. The removal work lasted for an afternoon, and Xiaoqi and Lu Meng appeared at Jinling Wharf early in the morning. "Lead 20 merchant ships to Yandi along the river." After traveling 50 miles, the merchant ship left the area of Jinling City. At this moment, Xiaoqi and Lu Meng looked at each other, and Xiaoqi said, "Kill all the people of King Wei." "Yes, His Royal Highness." Lu Meng's eyes became cold, and as a whistle sounded, the guards on the merchant ship immediately drew a knife and slashed at the officials who accompanied Xiaoqi to envoy the land. Suddenly, screams came from the merchant ship, followed by the sound of the body being thrown into the water. Everyone was killed. At this time, Lu Meng said, "I thought His Royal Highness still didn't figure it out. Jinling City is broken in these few days. When will you wait if you don't leave at this time?" Xiaoqi's eyes were deep. "Then where are we going now?" Lu Meng said. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqi said, "Xiaoming has undergone such a big change because of the teachings of Western missionaries. I would like to see what is different in the West." Chapter 595 Last Stand. PS. One more chapter. "His Royal Highness is going to the West?" Lu Man said in shock. Xiaoqi shook her head slightly. Some time ago, King Wei asked me to look for Western merchants to buy guns and artillery. But people who never wanted to meet our father's old man General Liang dipping at sea. Now General Liang has fallen into trouble. He became a pirate near Luzon Island, and he said that there was a country on Luzon Island founded by the descendants of the Great Yu State, named Huayan State. "Huayan Country?" Lu Meng said in shock. "Yeah, I didn't believe it at first, but General Liang said with certainty. He said that these descendants of the Great Yu Kingdom had settled on Luzon for hundreds of years. When there was no Great Yu Kingdom, they arrived along the ocean. On this island, Huayan was occupied by the Portuguese 30 years ago. Now the ruler of Huayan is Portuguese." General Liang said that as long as he goes to Huayan, he can get in touch with Westerners. "But Your Highness, since this Huayan country is occupied by the Portuguese, wouldn't we also be bullied by the Portuguese in the past?" Lu Meng worried. Xiaoqi smiled. "We won't be in danger with General Liang. Besides, there is no place for us in Daya now. In my opinion, this world will definitely belong to Xiaoming in the future, and he now knows after gaining my identity, when he becomes the emperor, how can he tolerate an enemy's son in the world? His Royal Highness is absolutely right." Lu Meng said sternly, "No matter where Your Highness is, We will follow His Highness to the death. Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. In the Ning King's rebellion case, many of the Ning King's old men escaped, and Lu Meng was one of them. Lu Meng has been living in Huaidi for these years. If Xiaoqi were not discouraged, maybe they will carry this identity to live a lifetime in Huaidi. But now everything is over. After killing the officials on the ship, the merchant ship changed its course and entered the Yangtze River towards the estuary. On the third day, they encountered the oncoming King Zhu fleet. When seeing these warships, Xiaoqi's face showed a slight smile. His Royal Highness, you'd better hide for a while. Lu Ming was a little nervous. No one can recognize me now. Xiaoqi's face was dark, like a merchant who had been traveling all the year round, and his clothes were changed to those of ordinary merchants. The soldiers on the ship also took off their military uniforms at this time, dressed like ordinary crew members, their merchant ships leaning on the other side of the river and passing by the fleet. Not far away is the Jinling city where they have lived for more than 10 years. Lu Ming was still a little nervous, but there were merchant ships everywhere on the river, and the King Zhu fleet didn't seem to find them. When the merchant ships gradually moved away, they were relieved. Then they suddenly heard the sound of rumbling cannons. His Royal Highness, it's started. Lu Ming sighed. Wai Wang has dispatched another 50,000 people to Chazut. Now there are only 120,000 people in Jinling City. Whether it can be stopped is really unknown. Xiaoqi's aides were cold. We've said everything that should be said. How could Xiaoming give up the opportunity to attack Jinling City? But I didn't expect Xiaoming to use warships and merchant ships to attack Jinling City. Lu Ming looked at the merchant ship in King Zhu. Just now there were only a few boatmen on board. At this moment, the ship was full of soldiers wearing dark green clothes. Xiaoming's courage is really big enough, Lu Ming said. It's not that he is courageous. He is the most confident of his own army. Xiaoqi said, it's a pity that Huaidi is a rich land. King Wei is very smart, but they are all clever and difficult to make big things. If he had promised Xiao in the first place, Ming has formed an alliance, at least in the future, he can still be a happy lord. Now Xiaoming is afraid that nothing will be left to him. Lu Ming nodded. The merchant ship was getting further and further away from Jinling City, and the sound of the artillery was gradually reduced. They will bid farewell to Daya for a while. After the bombardment of the Jinling City wharf, Yan asked the warships to dock on the side of the wharf, and merchant ships were also docking. At this time, the Dengzhou army got off the ship and quickly occupied the Jinling City wharf. At the same time, the field guns on the battleship were also hoisted down. The movement on the wharf naturally attracted the attention of Jinling City. For a time, the entire Jinling City was in chaos. Wang Wei hurriedly got up from the bed and asked, "What's going on? What's going on?" The officials and generals in Jinling City also heard the gunshots, and after they inquired, they rushed into the Wei Palace in a panic. "His Royal Highness, it's okay. The Dengzhou army has entered." The officials shouted. "What?" Wei Wang was taken aback. "Don't you say that the defenders in Yangzhou did not move?" "The officials don't know what's going on." "The defenders in Yangzhou did not move," the official said anxiously. Wang Wei was furious. He put his foot on the official body and cursed, "Asshole, rubbish. Don't call the army immediately to defend the city." "Yes, Your Highness." A group of officials scrambled and ran out. Seeing a group of officials leaving, Wang Wei immediately boarded the Jinling City wall. When he saw the Dengzhou army landing on the dock, his face was as pale as white paper. "His Royal Highness, the Dengzhou army has more than 30,000 people." The general defending the city pointed to the Dengzhou army who was forming a square on the pier and said, part of the Dengzhou army had already approached Jinling City. There was a cold sweat on Wei Wang's forehead. Now there are only 5,000 cavalry in Jinling City. Most of the soldiers have been transferred to Chuzhou City. It is impossible to send cavalry to attack. How could 5,000 people be the opponent of 30,000 people? Call up the musketeers and let all the gunners go up the city wall. They must defend Jinling City firmly. King Yan's army will come back to save us. King Zhao will do it. King Liang will do too. Wei Wang was already incoherent. Under Jinling City, the Dengzhou army basically all got off the ship, and no army attacked them for an hour, which made their landing very stable. When the soldiers gathered, Yi Qian said, "Soldiers, you are in front of Jinling City. King Y is in Jinling City. As long as we win Jinling City, YD is at your fingertips. You must also know this time we only have enough dry food for 2 days. We can't get Jinling City in these 2 days. We all have to starve to death here. Now we have no way out." The soldiers pressed their lips tightly, and they naturally understood what Yi Qian meant. After they went ashore, the King's Zoo battleship left the pier and began to return. Now they are thrown under the city of Jinling. Looking at the warship that was gradually leaving, the soldiers' eyes showed a trace of decisiveness. "But don't worry, everyone in Jinling City is for food. As long as you take Jinling City, you can eat whatever you want, and you will get a huge bounty. From then on, your family can live a prosperous life." Under Yi Qian's encouragement, the soldiers' expressions gradually became excited. At this moment Yi Qian shouted, "Capture Jinling City! Go, kill!" The soldier shouted and approached Jinling City. Yi Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead, hoping that Yan's role as a double breed would make the soldiers fight back. Chapter 596. Like a broken bamboo. Boom boom boom. The gunfire suddenly sounded as the sun hung over the treetops, facing the most important city in YD. Yi Qian launched an offensive when he commanded the army to besiege it on 3 sides. He didn't need to say anything to King Y, and he didn't need to persuade him to surrender, because for King Y and the rich family in Jinling City, this war was a deadly battle. Fire! Following Yi Qian's order, the solid shells and lime shells landed on the city gate and the city wall respectively, and there was a wailing sound at the city head. Jinling City is a place of wealth and peace. The soldiers in the city never know what war is. When the solid shells blasted their artillery into the air, when their companions were directly smashed to the head, arms and legs by the shells, when the blood was flowing on the walls, they began to fall into fear. Yi Qian watched the battle calmly, wanting the soldiers to believe that he had to deceive himself first, and now he had the mentality of fighting against the water. So before entering the city, he decided to continue bombarding the walls and gates. Fight against the walls on both sides of the city gate. Yi Qian shouted at the artillery. Learning the lesson of the siege, Yi Qian was not going to go directly through the city gate this time, because the narrow city gate would cause too much loss to the early troops, and now he can't stand such a loss. So he was going to blast through the city wall to have a few more places to penetrate. Boom boom boom. The 12-pounder siege artillery continued to bombard the city gate wall, and part of the artillery was used to deal with the Y Army artillery above the city. In Jinling City, he learned that his artillery was constantly being missed by the long-range Dengzhou artillery, and Wang Wei couldn't help jumping into thunder. "Xiaoming, wait for me to hurt me." Just as he was yelling, there was a loud sound of collapse, and the wall of the south city gate was completely fallen from the middle under the continued bombardment of artillery. Upon seeing this, Wang Wei's face changed from white to black. Among Xiao Wenxuan's contemporary princes, he was the only one who had never been to the battlefield. At this time, he was also at a loss. But he knows at least one point. If the city gate is broken, it means that Jinling City is about to fall. He doesn't believe that he can defeat the Dengzhou army. Boom! Soon the wall on the other side of the south city gate collapsed. "Soldiers, rush!" At this moment, Yi Qian was the first to rush over with a long sword in his hand. The soldiers with flintlocks followed closely behind, like an evil tiger descending from the city gate and the gap in the city wall towards Jinling City. "Rush away!" The soldiers of the Y Army in the city seemed to wake up from their sleep, and then they saw the green torrent rushing into the city. Oncoming soldiers with spears were all oncoming soldiers. Before he could make any shouts, he felt a cold in his chest. Then he watched his blood gush out from his chest, and before he died, his extreme fear made him let out one last scream. After entering the city, the soldiers of the Dengzhou army were like tigers entering the flock. They shot long range, bayonet short range, and the combination of length was very skillful. The Y army who came to prevent them from entering the city usually only took a few rounds of shooting and the bayonet charge was broken. The chaos of Nanjing spread rapidly in Jinling City, and the breath of death was permeated throughout the city. King Y summoned soldiers under the guard of his personal guards. Everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. He looked at the constantly defeating Y army elite. The body was 3 points colder than the sword of the cold winter, and a voice told him that it was all over. The Dengzhou army was like slaughtering cattle and sheep, leaving only cold corpses wherever he went, even though his voice hoarse. They were attacking, but the terrified soldiers had no resistance at all and were quickly disintegrated. His Royal Highness, let's go. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Both the East Gate and the West Gate were breached by the Dengzhou army. Our city walls simply cannot withstand the bombardment of artillery. A group of officials prayed behind Wang Wei. They thought that the number of people was the advantage, but they were wrong. Now they fully understand that firearms are the advantage. It is so sad that the soldiers of the Y army were shot and killed without touching the Dengzhou army. Faced with this kind of combat method they had never encountered before, the soldiers collapsed very quickly. In addition, many soldiers had criticized Wei Wang in their hearts, and the soldiers fled faster. Yes, your lord, the green hills left are here, so I'm not afraid that there will be no firewood to burn. The official persuaded. King Wei shook his head at this time, and he said, let's go. This king can't go anymore. Xiaoming won. This king lost. He knew in his heart that all his direct line troops were gone, and even if he fled to other states, he was just looking at the faces of other wealthy families. At this time, many officials had ignored King Wei, and the situation was gone, and the tree fell and scattered. For officials and generals, they were just another master, and there was no need to die with King Wei. According to the plan, Yi Qinyan led the musket team to seize the gate of Jinling City. After defeating the king of Wei's army, Yi Qinyan sighed with emotion. Although he knew the power of firearms, he did not expect that such weapons could cause huge damage in the war. Force. The number of soldiers guarding the city gate of the king of Wei's army was less than 6,000. But the musket team had all the soldiers of the king of Wei's army. After a few rounds of shooting, there was not even a soldier of the king of Wei's army that advanced within 10 meters of the musket team. After seizing the gate of Jinling City, Yi Qinyan lit the fireworks as agreed. The function of the fireworks was very simple. It was to inform Yun that the city had been captured, and at the same time let the soldiers from the east and west gates attack at the same time. Boom! The lead burned to the end, and then a bright thing rose into the sky, exploding a colorful circular pattern in the sky, extremely gorgeous. In fact, Yun's battleship did not go far. He smiled when he saw the fireworks in Jinling City. He knew that Yi Qinyan had succeeded. From morning to afternoon now finally progress has been made. After taking the city gate, Yi Qinyan did not stop. He wanted to continue to expand the results, so he shouted, soldiers, it's time to harvest the enemy's head. Go, kill. The soldiers were high-spirited, and now they have taken the city with their backs, and now they see entering the city. They don't want to run away with their high bounty, especially the rich and powerful in this city. The rumbling footsteps knocked one after another. Hearing this voice, the soldiers of King Wei completely lost their will to fight and fled one after another. Most of them put down their weapons and surrendered to the Dengzhou army. The battle below became very easy. Yi Qinyan encountered little resistance when he fought from the south to the north. There were soldiers from the Wei King's army kneeling everywhere. The governor, this is the palace of the Wei, a soldier said, pointing to the house not far away. Yi Qinyan smiled happily when he saw it. He said, soldiers, surround the Wei palace, and none of the people inside are allowed to let go. Maybe there is some big man inside. Chapter 597 Capture Wei Wang alive. The artillery fire and beacon smoke all over the city are the last elegy for the king of Wei to rule Jinling. Yi Qinyan led the soldiers into the Wei palace, but in the end they only found some slaves and servants who had not had time to escape. Wei Wang must have escaped. Yi Qinyan frowned. This was in his expectation. After all, it was the same strategy as last time. They adopted a three-sided siege, while letting the enemy escape. Nowadays, the most important goal is to occupy Jinling City. As long as Jinling City falls into their hands from the south and north of Weidi will attack the situation between the north and the south. You few stay and watch the palace of Y, and the other soldiers will come with me to take down the Jinling mansion. Yi Qian looked solemn, and the fame of the wealthy of Y was all over the world. If the mansion is taken, it will be a great solution China's financial problems, and this is also a great contribution to him. Having said that, he continued to lead the soldiers to attack the south across the palace of Y. There is still chaos in Jinling City today. Soldiers of the Y army have no intention of fighting, either surrendering or taking the opportunity to rob in the city and flee outside. Yi Qian rarely encounters decent resistance along the way. After entering the city, the war became extremely smooth. Soldiers of the Dengzhou army poured into the city from 3 sides. In the evening, they basically occupied Jinling City and took over the government offices, treasury, granary, barracks and other facilities in the city. When night fell, Yi Qian wiped the blood from his sword. He did not remember how many soldiers fell under his sword today, but fortunately, the war has ended. The governor, a man who claims to be Zhang Yi, came from outside the city, and he said that King Y is in his hands. A school lieutenant bowed and said. Yi Qian's hand wiping the accessories stopped, and he said, Zhang Yi, who is this? The Zhang family where Yi belongs is the #1 family in Jinling City, and his daughter is the side concubine of Wai Wang. At this time, a voice sounded, and Li San walked in from outside the camp. Zhang family? Yi King sneered. They are really smart enough. It's not surprising that even a fool can see that YD is gone. Now I don't want to vote for a new owner. When will I stay? Li San said lightly. He went outside Jinling City during the siege. A city secret guard must be stationed, on the one hand for publicity matters, and on the other hand for the elimination of local wealthy families. This kind of cleanup includes 2 aspects. One is to provide information to strangle and dissent, and the other is to supervise the disbanding part, hand over the property, and completely degenerate into ordinary people. In order to reduce the casualties of the soldiers and to dissolve the will of the wealthy clan to resist, Xiaoming did not adopt a policy of extermination. It is precisely because of this policy that many tycoons still have illusions, hoping to preserve their foundation through meritorious service. There have been similar examples in the war against the counties near Pengzhou City. Another new master? It's better to kill them all. After experiencing the things in Yangzhou City, Yi Qian now hates the rich and powerful. This can't be. If it weren't for your Royal Highness to allow the rich family to surrender, you, 30,000 people, could easily occupy Jinling City. The massacre in Yangzhou was meant to retaliate, but in fact it was just for you to raise rations, and the current rich family in Qingzhou was just dead. After the principal offender, the others were moved to various places to work in agriculture, and now they are on a safe side. Yi Qian nodded. His Royal Highness is still going to do this time? This is not true. His Royal Highness said that this time the wealthy clan of Widi was handed over to the local people for trial. Those who committed the most sinful crimes would be beheaded, those who served as soldiers would serve in hard labor, and those who were innocent would become commoners, and all their property would be confiscated. You deserve to be your Royal Highness. This method is far worse than the wealthy clan who sealed the country. As a result, the wealthy clan in Widi has disappeared. Lisa nodded. His duty this time was to set up the militias and production teams in various prefectures and counties. After Jinling City stabilized, it would be the trial of the rich family, but even the rich family who surrendered had to be temporarily detained before that. The two went siping for a while. Then Yi Qian motioned to his guard to let Zhang Yi in. After a while, Zhang Yi, wearing a patched-up clothes, walked in. Behind him was the embarrassed King Y. I have seen the governor, Zhang Yite, head of the Zhang clan in Jinling City, Komin, dedicated King Y to the governor. Zhang Yi said nervously. Yi Qian took a look at Zhang Yi. This man was half 100 years old, with grey hair and a little thin body. With a patched dress, he looked like a beggar. Li San and Yi Qian were a little surprised to see Zhang Yi's look. Then the two looked at King Y. Yi Qian had not seen King Y, but Li San had met King Y. At this time, he said, His Royal Highness, I knew why it was today. If your Highness promised to form an alliance, now there is no need to be a prisoner. Asshole, This king can be bullied by other dog slaves. Even if this king is defeated, it is Xiaoming's uncle. When he arrives in Qingzhou City, he has to entertain him with delicious food. Wang cursed. Then he turned to Jiang Yi. Well-hearted things, you are greedy for the property in your home and didn't escape in time. Instead, you arrested the king and asked for credit. The king really hates not killing your family. Jiang Yi's face was green and white. As Wang Wei said, after the Dengzhou army invaded Jinling City, he ordered Jiading to clean up the gold and silver, but when he was ready to leave, the Dengzhou army had fully occupied Jinling City. When he was desperate, he found King Wei in the crowd. It turned out that King Wei was finally ready to flee under the persuasion of officials, but it was too late at this time, so he thought about it. This was to capture Wei. Wang Jiangong made atonement, facing King Wei's scolding Li San not bothering him. He said lightly, His Royal Highness Qi has been thinking about his collusion with the Qingzhou tycoons to murder him. At that time, it depends on His Royal Highness whether he can serve him deliciously and deliciously. Good fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei looked very ugly. Yi Qinian said, You order the soldiers to looting and massacre more than 100,000 innocent people in Yangzhou City have died tragically. How can your highness get around you as a faint king? After that, he said to the soldiers in the account, detain Jiang Yi and Wang Wei and wait for His Royal Highness's orders. Yes, the soldiers immediately picked up their bayonets and pointed at Jiang Yi and Wei Wang. Jiang Yi was shocked. He shouted, The governor must have made a mistake. Even if the grass miners captured the king of Wei, there is nothing wrong. Ha! You are the head of the Jiang family in Jinling City, and your daughter is the side concubine of King Wei. Are you stupid? What's more, you betray your master, shamelessly. Yi Qinian said angrily. Jiang Yi's body began to tremble after hearing the words. The two were detained, and Li San said, The break of Jinling City is set. Xiao Han, the son of King Wei, is now trapped in Chazhou. It is only a matter of time. The remaining few state soldiers and major generals are not worth mentioning. Yi Qinian nodded. This battle of Jinling City can be said to be a battle. Chapter 598 Full Attack Qingzhou. A sudden spring rain announced the end of the long winter. Sitting at the door of the bedroom, Xiaoming and Fei were chatting while eating melon seeds. Since the order to capture Jinling City, his nerves have collapsed every day, for fear that the Battle of Jinling City will be defeated. His Royal Highness is always frowning these few days. Are you still worrying about Jinling City? Fu ate the melon seeds out and put them on the plate, and when they gathered too much, they ate with Xiaoming. The same is true for Xiaoming, and the couple are very close. Yeah, it means that Yi Qinian has set off for 12 days. Whether it succeeds or fails, the news should come back. Xiaoming sighed slightly. Speaking of Wide Eye's war, it has been intermittent for a year, and it is now. It was time for him to fully occupy Wadi. According to the news that Wang propaganda came back, half a month ago, King Zhou finally broke through Jianmenguan with the help of barbarian fire and artillery. Since then, the door of Basha has opened wide, facing King Zhou and the barbarian cavalry. He believes that King Shu will not last long. Will lose this world granary. From then on, King Zhou will occupy the city of Qing'an and use Bashu as the granary to advance and retreat freely, and Wang Xuan also mentioned that King Zhou used the musket team this time. Since the Qing'an rebellion, King Zhou has been producing arquebuses. This time he attacked Jianmenguan. A musket team of 15,000 people was used. Although these muskets are part of what Xiaoming sold to him at the beginning, this amount is sufficient to show that Zhao Wang has imitated many arquebuses, and what worries him most is that Zhao Wang will hand over arquebus technology to the barbarians. After all, one person will lose all the bottom line for the king's power. King Zhao has already claimed to the barbarians, and now there is nothing that can't be done. When the two were talking, a voice suddenly came, His Royal Highness, Jinling City has been conquered, and Yi Qinian sent someone to send King Wei's Wang Yin. This sound rang in the distance, overwhelming the patter of rain, and then Nu Ben came to the main hall against the light rain. When he got closer, Nu Ben bowed and said, I have seen the princess, I have seen your highness. The new Dudu avoids the ceremony. Xiaoming said, Fu nodded and walked into the hall, always choosing not to interfere with government affairs. Nu Ben saluted and said, "His Royal Highness, from the end the general has just received a good news from Jinling City. Yi Qian has already taken Jinling City, and King Y has also been imprisoned in the Jinling City prison." "Really?" Xiaoming stood up from his chair. He couldn't help but get excited this time, because the suppression of Jinling City basically meant that the war in Wadi was about to end. "It's true." Nu Ben smiled, and he handed Wang Yin to Xiaoming. Xiaoming took over the jade-carved Wang Yin, with a Y character engraved on the bottom. He burst out laughing. This year, today is his happiest day, although his country has developed in the past 3 years. But the overall wealth is still not as good as Wadi's. Moreover, Wadi has a large city and a large population, which in itself is a huge wealth. As long as Wadi is taken, not only will his products expand their sales channels, but the financial problems of the country will also be solved. This Wadi is not comparable to a world granary, but most of the granary can still be compared. In this case, we immediately ordered Luf to attack Chazu. King Y was captured, Xiao Han was trapped in Chazu City, and then Xiao Han, Wadi will be completely without a leader. This time, we will take the remaining city of Wadi in one fell swoop. Xiaoming said. "Yes, Your Highness." Nu Ben nodded heavily. Turning and leaving, Nu Ben let the scout brave the rain to send the news to the Chazu front line. After receiving Nu Ben's order, Luf officially prepared to launch an attack on Chazu City. "General, do you want to keep starving the soldiers in the city for a few days?" Liu Hong said to Luf. Holding the military order in his hand, Luf looked at the listless soldiers in Chazu City and said, "No, the soldiers in the city are probably hungry. Now you let the logistics cook the porridge in front of the camp, and send someone to tell the city soldiers, as long as they surrender, there is porridge to drink." "Yes." Liu Hong nodded. "Yi Qian, this kid is really capable, but I won't lose to you." Luf laughed. A few days ago, the reinforcements sent by the King of Wei came to Chazu City, but they seemed to get the news that Jinling City was broken before they arrived at Chazu City. The reinforcements who rescued Xiao Han didn't want to fight at all, and they struggled along the way, saying, "Now it's as if the birds and beasts are scattered." They didn't use their hands at all. At that time, he only suspected that something went wrong in Jinling City. Now Nu Ben's military order made him confirm the news of Jinling City's break, so he was not ready to attack immediately, but was ready to fight his heart first. Soon, Pa Ding of the Southern Expeditionary Army moved the big iron pot to the front of Chazu City, and cooked rice porridge in front of the Chazu garrison. The soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army formed a square formation to guard the surroundings. The fire was lighted and the porridge was cooked, and soon the thick rice fragrance drifted along the north wind towards the city wall of Chazu. The hungry defenders immediately looked at the iron pot outside the city. At this time, a soldier holding a loudspeaker tube took a few steps forward. This loudspeaker tube resembled a cone and was rolled up by iron sheets, and the soldier's voice spread far through the loudspeaker tube. "Brothers in the city, are you hungry? Come out and eat porridge when you are hungry," our general said. "As long as you put down the weapons in your hands, we will never kill you. We just got news that Jinling City has been captured. Now, your King Y has also been arrested, and the state of Y is dead, so why bother to sacrifice for nothing?" The loud voice reached Chazu City, and the soldiers immediately made a noise. Jinling City was captured? How could this be possible? The soldiers on the city came from Jinling City and belonged to the reinforcements from Jinling City. The words of the Southern Expedition Army made their hearts very confused. How can it be impossible? The firearms of the Southern Expeditionary Army are so powerful, and the remaining troops in Jinling City are not much. How can they stop the attack of the Chi King's army? A soldier said. Then what should I do? Wang Wei was also arrested. I don't want to die here in vain. Another soldier cried. Together with the crying, the other reinforcement soldiers were also very worried. The problem they are now facing is not being besieged by the Southern Army, but now that the food in the city has been eaten almost in the past half month, The small city of Chuzhou was crowded with hundreds of thousands of troops. There was not enough food in the city. They already had one meal a day, and it was estimated that there would be no food to eat in a long time. While the soldiers were talking about it, suddenly there was a fighting sound at the gate of Chuzhou City. Then the inside of Chuzhou City opened, and the soldiers of Chuzhou Army ran outside the city one after another. These soldiers were Chen Huai's subordinates. They were dissatisfied with Xiao Han when Chen Huai was imprisoned. In such a desperate situation, they had no intention of fighting again. "Fire the arrows and kill them," the captain on the wall shouted. But after his order was issued, none of the soldiers on the wall acted, and they all looked at him with weird eyes. Chapter 599 Surrender. What do you want to do? Rebellion? The captain put his hand on the sabre around his waist, and he felt a hint of danger in the indifferent eyes of the soldiers. "Master Captain, we are just too hungry to pull the bowstring at all," an archer said, and the atmosphere of killing suddenly became light. The school lieutenant snorted coldly, and he said, "You all listen to me. This is just a trick of the Southern Expeditionary Army. Our Jinling City is unbreakable, and it is impossible for them to take Jinling City." The soldiers did not speak. They were not fools. The reinforcements were late, and the food and grass in the city was still exhausted. This is enough to show that there is something wrong with Jinling City. Even if Jinling City is not broken, they are now an abandoned army. Seeing that the soldier was silent, the captain looked out of the city and swallowed as he smelled the floating mixiang. He was equally worried, but as a lieutenant, he must obey the military order. After getting off the tower, he immediately passed the news of the Chuzhou Army's rebellion to Xiao Han. "Trash, idiot! What is the use of this king raising you?" Xiao Han was furious. "I knew that Chen Huai and his Chuzhou Army were useless at all. Now they personally guard the city gate. Any soldier who surrenders will not be killed." "Amnesty!" The school lieutenant was scolded, but just lowered his head. After Xiao Han finished venting, he said, "The Southern Expedition Army outside the city also said, and said." "What?" Xiao Han was a little impatient, even a little irritable. He has been flying pigeons for more than 10 days, but no reinforcements have arrived so far, and the baggage in the city has been exhausted. If this continues, his army will be completely defeated. "Say what?" "They said that Jinling City was conquered by the Dengzhou Army, and that His Royal Highness King Huai was taken to prison," said the captain. Xiao Han immediately got up from the chair when he heard the words and said, "Nonsense, nonsense." The general thought so too, but the reinforcements from Jinling City haven't arrived for so long? The captain did not dare to continue. This sentence completely broke Xiao Han's spirit, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, and he said, "Wait, Jinling City must be fine, it must be fine." Outside the city, the soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army continued to shout, but after the Chuzhou Army defected from the city, the content of the shouts changed again. "Listen, brothers from Chuzhou, Jinling City is broken, and your King Huai is also in our hands. Now your King Seal is in the barracks." Hearing this news, the soldiers on the city wall became more shocked, and another general went down the city wall to Chuzhou Mansion and told Xiao Han the news. Wang Yin. This time Xiao Han could no longer calm down. He immediately rushed out of the palace and boarded the city gate, as the general who reported the letters said. Now the Southern Expedition Army is shouting what he said. "Shameless people, don't confuse the people with demon. How could Jinling City be broken? How could my father be in your hands?" Xiao Han said angrily. The shouting soldier was not in a hurry. He seemed to be waiting for Xiao Han to climb the city wall. He said, "If you don't believe it, just wait." After that, he gestured to the direction of the camp, and then a cavalry came out in front of him from the camp. This cavalry was not someone else, it was Bai Mu. This time Nu Ben not only sent a military order, but also sent Wang Yin, in order to disrupt Xiao Han's military spirit. "Xiao Han, do you know what this is?" Bai Mu took a Wang Yin wrapped in yellow brocade in his hand and showed it to Xiao Han. At this time, Bai Mu was less than 15 meters away from the city wall, and the things in his hand were clearly visible, but when Xiao Han looked at it carefully, his face changed drastically. Others may not have seen the king seal of King Huai, but it is impossible for him to have not seen it. At this time, what Bima had in his hands was the king's seal of Wei that he had been thinking day and night. Against this seal, he had imagined to inherit countless times King Wei throne. How? You should believe it now. Now not only is Jinling City gone, your reinforcements have also been scattered when you were on the road. Now the remaining Wadi city is in danger, and no one will come to rescue you again. Xiao Han, you think about it carefully. Who else in this city will work for you? But if you surrender, our general said that he will save your life under his highness. Shiruki said loudly. At this time, Xiao Han's mind was blank, and he didn't hear a word of Bai Imu's words. The body was trembling slightly, and his generals helped him and left the city wall. Bai Imu sneered and rode back to the Southern Crusade camp. General, Xiao Han must be in chaos now. What should we do now? Bai Imu said. Luff said, there is no need to continue to consume it. If he does not surrender, we will bombard Chazu City. His Royal Highness ordered us to continue to conquer other cities in Wadi after taking Chazu City. If time passes, I am afraid these states. The county council suffered the same calamity as Yangzhou City. These tycoons are very cruel and don't care about the lives of the people. Hearing this, Bai Imu nodded. The shouting continued. An hour passed without any news from Chazu City. Luff said to Liu Oxin, don't wait any longer. The hearts of the people in the city must be in chaos. It is the time to attack the city. Liu Oxin nodded. In the past 6 months, the number of artillery of the Zhongnan Expeditionary Army increased to 100. At this time, the 100 artillery were arranged in a straight line to face Chazu City. Fire! Liu Oxin coldly ordered. Boom boom boom. The artillery that had been prepared for a long time immediately began to bombard the city wall, and at the same time, the gunner of the mortar shot one by one into the city. Suddenly, the wall of Chazu City was dusty, and fire and smoke filled the walls. Luff looked at all this indifferently. He was putting pressure on Xiao Han again. There were so many soldiers in the city. Even if they were to kill, they would have to kill for a few days, and these soldiers were innocent. Chazu time has become a mess. More than 100,000 soldiers have been hungry, and now they know that Jinling City has been lost. Both generals and soldiers have lost their intent to fight. In the face of the powerful firepower of the Southern Expeditionary Army, they were even more frightened. The soldiers on the wall could only cry in despair. The continued despair turned into anger. Some soldiers suddenly became courageous and they chose to rebel. First, there was one soldier, then the second. More and more soldiers were participating in the rebellion. They gathered together and rushed to the government office. As long as they caught Xiao Han, the battle was over. Then at this moment Xiao Han walked out of the government office and faced a group of rebels who were staring at him. He desperately said, I surrender. Surrendered. The general and the soldiers cheered suddenly. Now they just want to eat a full meal. Some soldiers opened the city gate directly, threw their weapons and armor on the ground, and walked outside the city with their hands raised as required by the Southern Army. When Wei Jun came out of the city gate, Luff ordered Liu Oxin to stop the shelling, and he laughed. This is a soldier who has fallen without a fight. Chapter 600. The overall situation is set. The soldiers walked out of Chazu City one by one. The soldiers who surrendered were all required to abandon their weapons, removing their armor and leaving only a piece of cloth. Soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army took flintlocks to supervise the soldiers coming out of the city to prevent them from taking the opportunity to cause chaos. Following the soldiers, Xiao Han also walked out of the city. Luff had been waiting for Xiao Han, and when Xiao Han came out, he said, His Royal Highness, you have made a wise decision, otherwise I don't know how many soldiers will die in vain. What General Lu said is that Xiao Wang was pitying the soldiers to make this decision, and I hope that General Lu will be able to say something to Xiao Wang before the palace. Of course there is no problem with this, I'm talking about it, Luff said. Xiao Han gave a wry smile. Thank you General. Luff nodded. At this time, he asked Liu Hong to take Xiao Han to a camp to take care of him. Like King Wei, Xiao Han belonged to the royal family. These people must be ordered by Xiao Ming to deal with them. Others dare not arbitrarily hands-on. When Xiao Han was taken into custody, Luff frowned as he watched many prisoners. Bai Imu noticed Luff's expression and said, "General, it's troublesome now. There are too many soldiers in the army. Our rations remain in the army. There is not enough food, and leaving these people behind is a hidden danger." Luff is also thinking about this issue. He said, "These people are a burden to us now. In this way, after these soldiers have eaten, they will be given 3 days of dry food for each of them to return home." "Well, this is a way," Bai Imu nodded, "and these more than 100,000 people would also eat them down." Luff said, "Also, letting these soldiers go back can promote our kindness and at the same time dampen the morale of other city defenders. Set up a plan to deal with the prisoners." Luff sent the people to send the battle situation in Chazu City to King Zu City. The next day he asked the soldiers to give the prisoners dry food for 3 days. The soldiers on board were soldiers in uniform, and it was normal to take off the uniform. People of the People's Republic of China, in the future they will also be the people of the country. It is because of this he will be so generous. After receiving the dry food, the captives left the Nanzan army camp one after another. At the same time, Luff began to rectify the southern expedition and the march towards the southern city. Today, the Huaidi Tongzu, Yangzu, Jinling, Pengzu, Huizu, and Chazu army all were conquered, leaving only 7 cities. The homes of these 7 cities are very close, and Luff believes that giving him a month can win these 7 cities. King Zu. 3 days after Luff took the city of Chazu, Xiao Han and Zanbao arrived at King Zu camp. Xiao Ming, who received the news, brought Fiji to King Zu camp for the first time. When seeing Xiao Han in the cage, Fiji said, "Your Highness, that's right, this is Xiao Han, the eldest son of King Wei. His Royal Highness, this is Luff's battle report." This time, 120,000 troops were dropped. After Luff seized their weapons and armors, they gave them 3 days of dry food to let them leave by themselves. Nu Ben said. Fiji nodded when he heard this. He said, "This time Luff has handled it well. These soldiers still consume food when they stay in the army. It is better to let them go back to farm." Xiao Ming glanced at the battle report. The above was the same as Nu Ben said. These soldiers could no longer pose a threat to the Southern Crusade, but they were a burden to King Zu. If he turned these people into slaves, it would inevitably cause the people of Huaidi dissatisfied. Letting them leave by themselves is the best choice. He didn't wait for nothing in Bowen Academy during this time. Xiao Ming said. At this time, Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Han. In the battle report, Luff said that he promised to spare Xiao Han's life and asked Xiao Ming to spare Xiao Han's death. He said to Xiao Han, "You and I are both royal family members. The soldiers surrendered also have some credit. This king will not kill you, but the death penalty can be avoided, and the living crime cannot escape. The king decided to delegate you to Ryukyu Island as a common citizen. Would you like it?" Xiao Han was miserable, and he had already prepared for this result. He said, "Thank your Highness Longen, but the criminal minister has something to ask for. Please, your Highness will reunite the criminal minister with his family. If they are still in Jinling City, this king will take them to King Zu and go to Ryukyu with you." Xiao Ming said, although he doesn't like the Wai Wang family very much, but now that he has promised others, and Xiao Han, he can only give Xiao Han a way to survive. But leaving him in the sealed country will inevitably have some thoughts in Wai Dai's remnants, so he sent Xiao Han to Ryukyu. In such a place surrounded by the sea, he could hardly fly his wings and could no longer make waves. Having said this, Xiao Ming signaled that the officers would temporarily detain Xiao Han, and the 3 of them went to the camp of Nu Ben. There is a huge sand table in Nu Ben's camp at this time. This sand table is the city and topographic map of Huaidi. At this time, Nu Ben points to the 7 cities that have not yet been breached and said, "His Royal Highness, there are only these 7 left." Once the city is over, Luff will continue to rectify the army. If it is a north-south attack, Huaidi will be able to recover within a month. Xiao Ming nodded. The army in Chazu City surrendered. Huaidi was already gone. Now it is just picking up some remnants and defeated generals. The problem is not big. Now his most annoying thing is not war but how to deal with so many cities. Fiji is a little excited. Now that we have taken a city like Waidi, these cities must be managed by officials. In this way, officials from Qing'an who have nothing to do in Kingzhou have a place to go. So he said, His Royal Highness, it's time to prepare officials for these cities. Xiaoming nodded. It is precisely because of this problem that he brought Fiji out this time. The 13 states of Waidi have a large population. Managing this place will inevitably require a large number of officials. These officials from Qing'an are all proficient in government affairs. Even if they no longer study in Bowen College, they can still manage Waidi. Now they have learned the knowledge of Bowen College. In that case, you will evaluate them in these 2 days, and if they are qualified, you will arrange corresponding positions for them. Xiaoming said. Fiji nodded. He was better at this than Xiaoming. Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, what about the defenders of these cities? Waidi has just been captured, and for a period of time, it will inevitably be filled with chaos and thieves. You can't help but guard. Xiaoming had his own thoughts on this issue for a long time. He couldn't set up an army in every state, so he said, This problem is not difficult. You help the main government to establish a local guard station, and the guard station will be responsible for local security. The security post Xiaoming said was the security post in the last political reform, which is basically a modern police agency. However, because Waidi may be messy for a while, he will increase the number of personnel in the guard station.